Chapter 121. Hero. 3. After hearing my request, my colleagues didn't say anything for a long time. Maybe they were looking back at the lives they led. Their days that were stained with purges. You're asking us to take the harder path, really? After a long period of silence, the Black Dragon Master opened her mouth. Her voice was nearly lamentful. People can become skillful with practice. If they try, they can become a moral person too. They can become powerful by working hard. But it's nearly impossible for someone to be competent, moral, and powerful. It's simply too hard. It's truly a difficult path. Someone told me that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I held out my hand to the guildmasters. If so, the road to heaven must be paved with countless sins. There would be countless people who become jealous of us. There would also be many who make trouble for fun. People who want power would fight, and those who come to agitate the tower's inhabitants would appear. Such people existed. Many of them. Evil is both common and strong. But that isn't a reason for us to give up. Let's show a slightly better world to the people who have forsaken the outside world to come here. Pushed out my hand again. It wasn't so that we could shake hands. It was a pose for multiple people to join their hands at once. Like a sports team cheering together before a game, I quietly extended my right hand toward the guildmasters. Aha! While the Black Dragon Master hesitated, the heretic questioner reached out his hand first. Touch. The heretic questioner's palm joined the back of my hand. I don't mind. It's appealing if the ones in charge have moral legitimacy. And Death King is the only one who can gild us with morality. It'll be a waste to miss this opportunity. Ahem. The venomous snake put his hand on top. I'm now the successor to the righteous sect. The old man is always nagging me to think about the sect's mindset or whatever when he sees me. Well, I guess I'll participate out of respect for my master who's staying behind. The Crusader laid her hand on top. I've been using my skill since before this conversation began. Lie detection. Nobody here has let false words escape their mouths. And more than that, Kim Gongja. I know that you ran through the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon and the Tale of Sormwin Academy with an upright heart. I believe in your truthful attitude. I believe in your true love, and above all else, in your character. All revolutions fail, but I will at least devote my life and soul to make our revolution be remembered as the most spectacular failure. The Count extended her hand. I can't keep up with the romantic's tale, but whatever. I'm just following the crowd. I don't want my precious stocks to fall. Let's do our best, everyone. Lastly, the Black Dragon Master hesitatingly put her hand on top. I can't promise you much. I can't guarantee our success. I can't throw away the tools I've used so far. But, all right. Black eyes swept over us. If we fail, if someone among us must die, I will be the first to do so. I'll promise you that. Then I'll also make you a promise. I smiled. I won't let anybody here die, no matter where, no matter when. You're making an absurd promise, you. The Black Dragon Master smiled bitterly. However, she did not take back her hand. The six of us. Our hands were gathered. Very well. The librarian smiled as he swam through the air. Death King, Black Dragon Master, Heretic Questioner, Count, Venomous Snake, Crusader. I designate these six as characters of me and our scapegoat. When you open your eyes, you'll be in a world that met its discontinuation at its height. Be careful. It's very different from the apocalypses you've encountered so far. The librarian opened the book. Poof! Light flowed from the pages of the apocalypse and onto our overlapping hands. The difficulty of this apocalypse is a class. The light wrapped around us. Unlike last time, I can't bestow many blessings upon you. The constellation of this apocalypse is alive. Alive and reigning over the world. You will enter as a sort of invading army in this apocalypse. Naturally, the constellation will be hostile. The librarian laughed lightly. Death King, the constellation will treat you, especially as a foe. A foe! Before I could understand what the librarian meant, our vision was completely covered with light. Actually, I didn't have to try to understand what the librarian's words meant. As the world turned white, before we even opened our eyes to greet the new world, the evangelist of everlasting happiness detects invaders. A cutting voice flickered through our brains. The voice continued like a tidal wave or an urgent siren, ringing one after the other. The evangelist of everlasting happiness issues you a warning. The evangelist of everlasting happiness intends to eradicate the invaders. The evangelist of everlasting happiness declares war on you, me and our scapegoat. The evangelist of everlasting happiness abhors you. This fairy tale was ruled by the constellation who invaded Raviel's world. 3. In a story with a hero and a demon king, the demon king is always careless. The demon king never reveals his full power at the start. He sends off the weaklings to fight the hero. The hero, who is weak at the start of the story, grows by defeating increasingly strong opponents, until the hero finally confronts the demon king. I've been waiting. The constellation of this fairy tale was different. How dare you oppose my master? This constellation bared its venomous teeth to us from the beginning. The first in our party to detect the crisis was my holy sword. Shiny detects the presence of her sister sword. The hilt of the sword shivered at my waist as if to announce the crisis. Though our visions weren't clear yet, Shiny hastily shouted. Shiny confirms that the properties of the evangelist of everlasting happiness matches the properties of the sacrifice sword. The evangelist of everlasting happiness is the fourth sister sword left by Lafanta Ejim, sacrifice. As soon as Shiny's warning finished, my eyesight returned. A blue sky. Our party was falling through the sky. We had been floating shortly after being put into this world, so we hadn't realized it. However, our bodies were quickly dragged down by gravity. Whoosh! The wind brushing our foreheads. Blood rushing to our heads. We were plummeting down. At that moment, the heretic questioner grabbed my forearm. The wind was pushing our party apart, but he had caught me in a moment. The heretic questioner squeezed my waist tightly with his legs. Then he made a hand sign. Death King, hold my right foot. Don't ever let go. Sacred technique. Transmission. I clung onto the heretic questioner's right foot as he had instructed. The next moment, the heretic questioner had moved to the Black Dragon Master's side. Black Dragon Master. Yes. Hold out your leg. The Black Dragon Master grabbed the heretic questioner's left foot like it was obvious. Aha! The heretic questioner's laughter mixed into the wind. I thought that the sound of his laughter made the gravity that threatened to crush us feel lighter. Sacred technique. Transmission. The heretic questioner, in turn, brought in the Count, the Crusader, and the venomous snake. We clung onto the heretic questioner like baby pigs to a mama pig. In this situation, the venomous snake seemed very upset and yelled, "Hey! Why am I the last one?" "It's because you're the most useless one here. Chun Mumun Master. Our power won't be affected even if you're gone." *TY Priest. With 5 people clinging to him, the heretic questioner couldn't make his hand signs. He had no space. He had no time. Even now, the ground was getting closer and closer. "Good job, kid." However, the Black Dragon Master shouted as if she had only been waiting for all of us to be gathered. "Everyone say you consent to my skill. Quick. Hurry." "Yes. I agree." "Got it. I agree." "Damn, sure." Teleport. 6 people moved together. An instantaneous teleportation. Unlike the heretic questioner, who had to form hand signs, the Black Dragon Master's skill could be activated with just contact. It was the skill she had used to oppose the Devil King of Fall Rain. Thus, we safely landed on the ground. I won't let you go. But the ground was not safe at all. Sing, my apostles. 10,000. Maybe 100,000. Maybe millions. In the horizon stood those in the shape of children. Each of them was the same as the apostle who invaded Raviel's world. Possibly millions of children surrounded us in layers. La. And they sang. La.
La.
Lu, Lala, La. A million a cappella tunes all at once. 100,000 low notes, 100,000 high notes, and 100,000 whistles overlapped. The children danced in a circle like they were happy. With each step, the ground reverberated. Boom, thud, boom, la. This was the A-class difficulty apocalypse. A world that saw us as the enemy, was not careless, and tried to destroy us with all its might from the very beginning. Cue! The party hurriedly pulled up their auras. However, it wasn't enough. We were facing an all-out attack less than a minute after being transmitted to this apocalypse. A wave of happy dreams, difficult to handle with just one's aura, violently struck us. "Count!" shouted the heretic questioner. "Give me money. Damn it. My bank account is going to break." "Yes, it'll be better than breaking your head. A 15% interest. Compounding. I won't take it unless it's free." "What? That's ridicule." "Nisha!" the crusader yelled. At first, I didn't know what Nisha was referring to. I realized it when I saw the crusader's gaze, directed at the count. Nisha was the count's real name. "Shut up and take out your wallet. I'll kill you." "Ugh. Damn it. Withdraw. Boundless." The count took out a pouch. The pouch had a snail pattern on it. She undid the gold ribbon to open the pouch and flipped it upside down. Clink, clink. Countless gold coins spilled onto the floor. "Change owner. Heretic questioner." "Ahaha. Thank you." The heretic questioner quickly made a hand sign. Sacred technique, devotion. A light burst from his hands. The white light encased the pile of gold coins, which became dust and disappeared. In its stead, the aura around us became unbelievably strengthened. Sacred transfer, aura reinforcement and mental attack immunity. Reinforcement targets: Count, Heretic Questioner, Death King, Black Dragon Master, Crusader, Venomous Snake. Reinforcement time: uncertain. Gold will grab our hands. Technique complete. Hiu. Haya. My money. The Count screamed. Gold coins continued to pour out of her pouch, and as soon as they did, they became light and evaporated without a trace. She seemed so shocked that cat ears popped out of her head. My money. Nia. My lifeblood. My money, which is more precious than blood. Aha. Should I donate my blood? I don't need it. If I go bankrupt, the tower will also go bankrupt. You got it? If you don't want to eat dog food for breakfast tomorrow, go and attack already. Falling from the sky. A million songs. We succeeded in escaping the incessant crises. Only now could we look at the main culprit who attacked our party. TSK, do you have enough skill to devour idol, compassion, and prayer? Attempting to hide the senses and attack, the constellation floated in the air. Like the prayer sword, it was red all over. However, it was slightly darker than the prayer sword. The little child covered in dark red blood trembled in the air. But it's no use. Leader of the traitors, my loyalty to Lefanta Ejim shall never break. I will kill you and ensure you don't get in my master's path. Sure enough, I grabbed the hilt of the holy sword and pulled it out. Raviel became a constellation by stabbing her heart with a fragment of the guardian goddess. This meant that even a fragment had the ability to make a constellation. If so, then it would be possible for the fragment itself to become a new constellation. The sacrifice sword evolved from being a fragment of the guardian goddess to the evangelist of eternal happiness. Apostles, eliminate them, and the sacrifice sword was still loyal to Lefanta Ejim. Unlike her sisters who had been helplessly absorbed by me, the sacrifice sword had been amassing her power. She had ambushed me as if she had been expecting me to come. That was what had happened thus far. I glared straight ahead, gripping the holy sword. Literally hundreds of thousands of troops thronged on all sides. Instead of yelling, the apostles sang, and instead of stabbing us, they danced. However, their songs were more threatening than any shout, their dance deadlier than any spear or blade. Our forces were 6 people. The enemy was innumerable. Count Nim. What is it? You still have a lot left in your wallet, right? This was the best moment for me to act. What? Please shoot this stage up big time. As the count blinked, I quietly chanted. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Chapter 122. Utopia. 1. My favorite skill. The exact ability of the 100 Ghosts Reincarnation is this. Plus. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Rank. SSS. Effects. You can summon those whom you've killed yourself. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were alive. However, the dead can keep their memories and appearances from their lives if you so desire. If not, they will just be summoned as monsters. However, you can only summon them once a week. Plus, there was an important segment here. The part that said, the dead can keep their memories and appearances from their life if I so desire. In other words, if I didn't want them to, the dead would be summoned as monsters without their memories and former appearances. Just like now. Guo! My shadows fanned out. White bones sprouted from the shadows that were laid out like linoleum floors. 5,000 skeletons. It had been a while, but I wasn't pleased to see them. Weren't they proof of my deaths? But I need these guys now. The apostles of the Evangelist of Everlasting Happiness swarmed, singing a song. La. Lula. Lu. Lala. The tune they were singing was a song that buried listeners in their happy memories. It was an attack difficult for even warriors with mental training to resist. The members of the demonic sect had also fallen quickly at the wedding hall. However, Guo! The skeletons howled, unaffected as usual. The charge was composed of only 5,000 skeletons. They fiercely ran at the millions of enemies. It wasn't because the skeletons were particularly brave or resistant against mental attacks. Aha! I see. Bei Hurayong spoke from my side. The mental attack doesn't work because they have no memories. That was right. The songs of the apostles of the Evangelist of Everlasting Happiness were certainly powerful. However, this power only affected people with memories. To the summoned beings with no memories at all, the songs were no different than ordinary songs. La. Kijigik. Gyik. And ordinary songs caused no damage. The skeletons slaughtered the apostles. With daggers, teeth, and skeleton hands, they were stabbed, bitten, and scratched. Each time, the apostles were swept away. In terms of physical strength, the apostles were totally incomparable. Yuk. The constellation who watched the battle from above bit her lips. Songs were roaring from all sides, but every word the constellation spoke pierced my ears. The sound was probably transmitted directly to my head. This useless rebellion. You'll be overpowered by numbers anyway. I admitted it easily. You're right. That certainly will happen. Even if the apostles had no physical attacking power, the numbers were what they were. There was a fearsome force in sheer quantity. That was why the Evangelist of Everlasting Happiness ambushed us with such confidence. But you've already taught us how to fight you. What? She must have read my lips since the constellation reacted. The numbers are a secondary issue. Every army has its weakness. The moment I learned that you don't know pain and only spread happiness, the skeletons were being overwhelmed by the crowd. However, they had not been defeated yet. They would last for a short time, 1 or 2 minutes at the least. And that short time was just the moment we needed. The way to destroy you was revealed. I held the holy sword tightly. Black Dragon Master. Speak loudly. I can't hear you well because of the song. All right, please launch the mirrors. I amplified the volume of my voice with aura. The Black Dragon Master stepped up beside me. She heard my request and had already put up 6 mirrors around us. Done. But what do you want me to do with the mirrors? Do you remember when you and I fought the Devil King of Fall Rain? When the Devil King shot the beams, you weakened their strength by reflecting them on mirrors several times. At the same time, you strengthened our attacks. We'll fight the same way. The Black Dragon Master understood my aim. You want to shoot your aura like a beam? That's fine. But do you have confidence that you can generate a lot like the Devil King of Fall Rain did? If it's not strong enough, It won't matter if the attack is reflected in my mirror. Don't worry about the strength. Please just spread it as widely as you can. I don't know what you're thinking, but, alright, let's try it. The mirrors soared into the air. North, south, east, west. When light shone on a mirror, it was immediately reflected onto the other mirrors, covering the field. This will be enough. I nodded. Then I poured my aura on the hilt of the sword. Whoosh! Aura, red like blood, blazed as it climbed up the blade. Though I can't push ahead with sheer force like Preta or split the world with enlightenment like Master. If these apostles were my enemies, if these guys were my allies, I could fully use an unparalleled skill. If I swing my sword only out of hunger, what will happen? Because this was the martial arts I inherited from her. You will be able to cut a man who has never starved in one blow. Therefore, you can fight half of the righteous sect members with one maneuver. The apostles who know only happiness could never rival me. I swung my sword at the mirror lifted by the Black Dragon Master. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. The enemy forces ruptured. The hunger of the infernal heavens spewed through the red aura. The demonic art bounced off of the mirrors. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6. With each bounce, the red aura sectioned the field in halves. Chwak! My attack was very weak compared to the Devil Kings. Compared to Masters, it was unbelievably laughable. However, nonetheless, the apostles of happiness perished even if the red aura barely grazed past them. What? Flinch. The constellation looked down at the battlefield in astonishment. Of course she was dumbfounded. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of apostles had literally evaporated with a single blow. The plain had been infested with apostles mere moments ago, but the places where the red aura scratched were barren. Black Dragon Master, get ready for the next wave. Of course, I had no intention of being satisfied with one attack. Please keep rotating the mirrors. What in the world? I see. That constellation's pawns and your martial arts are complete opposites. Despite her surprise, the Black Dragon Master skillfully adjusted the positions of the mirrors. She realized that my attack would destroy the enemies with just a touch, regardless of my output. Therefore, it was important to spread the attack out as much as possible. Don't mind me and keep attacking. Death King. I'll take care of the mirrors. The mirrors flashed about in the air. The Black Dragon Master was someone who took immediate action after determining what was important. Chwak! I believed in the Black Dragon Master's words and struck again. I was just using a familiar art to me, but tens of thousands of enemy troops were wiped out. Ranks 2 and 3. The Black Dragon Master and my combo attack one-sidedly ravaged the constellation's forces. Ah! Amazing! It's really amazing! The heretic questioner was performing a sacred technique to shield us from the enemy's mental attacks. Finish it as soon as you can. 2 of my emergency funds have already been depleted. The Count poured out her astronomical assets to back up the heretic questioner. Venomous snake. The enemies have a gap there. Deal with it. The Crusader oversaw the whole battlefield and gave orders in real time. Okay. Damn. The demonic sect is stealing all the glory. The enemies that couldn't be stopped by the skeletons were taken care of by the venomous snake. We can do it. Just 6 people. If we work together, we're invincible. However, the 6 of us overpowered the military of a whole world. Look, the inhabitants of the tower would be gathered in the square now, watching our military force. Those present would broadcast or record this scene to show the outside world. The sight of just 6 people defeating 1,000,000 apostles. Look, go wild. Witness that nothing is impossible in the tower. Watch carefully. The world doesn't pressure us. We pressure it. And have hope. You, the constellation's face wrinkled. You vicious outsiders. What right do you have to invade the utopia I created? There is no misfortune in this world. No unhappy memories exist. The constellation swung her hand. A scene like a hologram floated in the sky, reflecting the images of the apostles who lived in this world. Lala. Lu. The apostles did not live in houses. They didn't have to build a city. For them, there was no such thing as hunger. They didn't need to dig up resources from the ground to continue living. The apostles sang happily anytime, anywhere, in the form of children. Kaira. However, in the heart of this world was an innocent child, stabbed by a sword. Ea. Eak. How the innocent child's scream became power, I didn't know. The sword in the child's chest was probably forging the rules of this world. The world I've constructed is far more stable than your worthless dump. The constellation shouted over the child's screams. Don't you dare show your hypocrisy to me, invaders. I followed Lefanta Ejim to countless worlds. The screams never stopped in any of them. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. Tens of millions. Hundreds of millions. The sword named Sacrifice lamented. Meanwhile, only one in my world. Only one. With one scapegoat, my apostles live a life without knowing pain. I have committed one sin, but you turn away from hundreds of millions of sins. What justification do you trash have to destroy my world? I understood. The constellation must have set this up after repeated thoughts and agonizing. And she must have done so with good intentions. If the road to hell is paved with good intentions, this was the hell that the evangelist of everlasting happiness chose. This world is just an extreme example. The challenges that we face while running the tower would be no different. When food is scarce, when resources run out, as the people responsible for the tower, we will have to sacrifice someone. The constellation laughed at my silence. You still have enough of a conscience not to say your drivel. If you can't answer, leave. I will never recognize you as a new master. No. I have a response. I took a step forward. A response? What kind of response can someone like you give? It would be easy to recite the argument that sacrifice is still wrong. However, an argument was not meant to be said. It must be lived through with one's body. Only when one can take responsibility for what one says, when one can actualize the argument, is it valid. I did not forget this point. I will kill you all. What? I will kill you all and make you into ghosts. The constellation did not seem to understand me. What are you talking about now? All who die by my sword are collected as ghosts. If I want, I can summon them with all the memories they had in life. I'll be killing all of you, then summoning you to live in this world again. I raised the holy sword. You want to live happily ever after. I'll let you. A life in which you don't suffer, don't remember suffering, and just sing like you do now. I'll make it real. The ghosts don't even need to eat to live. I will give you the world that you want. It was simple. I would kill millions of apostles. After killing them, I could summon them back to this world. I would bring back their memories from when they were alive. Nothing would change. I'm not talking to you alone. The inhabitants of the tower who were watching our party at this moment. To the innumerable people watching, I made a proclamation. There are evil people who cannot be reformed. There are sinners who cannot change their minds. There are some souls who want to live again but cannot. From now on, I will execute them with my own hands. Execute? I'll kill them and bring them back with my skill. They will be banished to my shadow, and I will shoulder them forever. Suddenly, the song that had echoed on the horizon stopped. The song had shaken the sky and the ground, so when it stopped, the world became eerily silent. The constellation looked at me with incredulous eyes. Lies, all the wicked and all the souls. A mere mortal cannot. Evangelist, the utopia that you boasted about creating here? I can do the same. But in my world, I don't even need a single innocent child's scream. Before entering this apocalypse, the Black Dragon Master had asked me, am I ready to become a king? It's simple. That was right. If all worlds were hell, I just needed to become a slightly larger hell. My hell is more right than your hell. This was the royal road that I chose. 1. Chapter 123. Utopia. 2. The constellation was silent. The evangelist of everlasting happiness, whose entire body was covered in blood, quietly bit her lips. Her eyes were shaking, not with the ripples of the surface but with the shifting of deep ocean currents. The constellation remained silent for a long time. Death King. Following suit, the apostles had also stopped moving. The battlefield that had been raging non-stop from the beginning halted for a few moments. During this time, the crusader approached me. You say you'll execute the wicked and the sinners. What do you mean by that? From behind her, our other colleagues were also directing their gazes at me, speculating, dumbstruck, or shocked. Eyes filled with different emotions stared at me. I'm being serious. I accepted their gazes calmly. I know that you all have purged people while managing the tower. This practice must continue in the dark even now. I can't tell you that your methods so far have been wrong or that you have to fix them. I don't have the confidence nor skills to run the tower better than you do. However, if you absolutely need to kill someone in the future, just bring them to me. Oh, the heretic questioner tilted his head. He tilted his head once to the left and once to the right. After the two bobs, he smiled brightly with understanding. I see. No, why didn't we think of this until now? It's a really good idea, Death King. The Black Dragon Master wrinkled her brows. What are you talking about? Think about it. Death King's skill doesn't just summon someone. It can give them their memories from life. Therefore, we can use Death King as a moving prison. The sound of the heretic questioner's distinctive laughter echoed throughout the silent plain. No need for food. No resources consumed. Say that Death King reaps a serial killer. If Death King orders him to never commit murder again, the killer is forever prohibited from killing. The Black Dragon Master's eyes slowly grew bigger, as did those of the Count and the Crusader. Despite their shock, they quickly calculated the advantages outlined by the heretic questioner. Using Death King's skills as a prison will. Yes. Ahaha. The criminals will be fairly terrified. And isn't the cadence of it just beautiful? Death King. As a king who literally jails and rules over those who must die, there's no better epithet for him. As the owner of Sangrian, I want to offer you my opinion. The Count pulled out her fan and tapped on her lower lip. It's not bad. As you may know, the tower has a significantly higher crime rate than the outside world. Our prisons are chronically overcrowded, and the cost of maintenance is high. That's right. As the master of the 10,000 Temple, I also agree. The heretic questioner grinned. An impromptu meeting of the greatest guild's leaders was being held. The purpose of a prison is to contain criminals and prevent further offenses. However, no matter how excellent a corrections program is, it's hard to stop all recidivism. A human mind is as complex as it is beautiful. But the Four Kings can completely prevent recidivism. The Crusader hesitated. I don't know. I admit that it's efficient, but I'm still doubtful. Isn't it too much of a burden for a single person to carry? Death King already lodges 2,000 people from the martial arts world, the righteous sect, and the demonic sect. He probably has people we don't know of inside. 2. If he already has 2,000 people, any number above that means nothing. No. I'll withhold my judgment. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Master was staring at my face. Several emotions were swirling in her black eyes. Will you really be all right? I felt that she felt sorry. The Black Dragon Master was feeling some sense of responsibility. The responsibility for bringing me into their world. It's all right, I said with conviction. I was grateful. She was taking responsibility even though I jumped into this world of my own volition. The Black Dragon Master was a kind and honorable person. Someday I would hear her real name. I turned my head to look up at the constellation. What will you do? If you want to keep fighting us, I won't stop you. But the outcome is decided. I'll absorb this utopia you're so proud of. The constellation, which had been silent for a long time, opened her mouth. I am not only a fragment of the guardian goddess but also the evangelist of everlasting happiness with 1,000,000 apostles. If you take me, all of my apostles will follow. I must ask, Is there any guarantee that you will not use my apostles as your personal army and use them for wickedness? I won't use them, I bluntly asserted. Even when you invaded Raviel's world, I summoned only the members of the demonic sect. As I killed the righteous sect, I could have summoned them too, but I did not. It would be against their morals. Those people can never obey the orders of the demonic sect's young master. Whether it be 1 million or 10 million, I'll let your apostles live happily in this world as they have been doing until now. The constellation slowly lowered her head. When overpowered by force and logic, a person finally speaks the words bound in their heart. The constellation, shaped like a child, quietly murmured, "Ah, Master Lefanta Ejim." The constellation's body began to dissipate. "To meet you once again." Blood fell from the sky. The blood hit the ground, pooled together, and eventually coagulated to the form of a sword. The sword had no mouth, so the constellation could not finish her last words. "The sacrifice sword awaits for you to dispose of her," and speaks. However, the tower passed on what the sword wanted to say. "My name is Sacrifice." You can translate someone's agony to another's happiness. The nobler and purer the sufferer is, the greater the resulting happiness. I walked toward the sword planted in the ground. Then, I raised my holy sword and struck the blood-stained sword. The guardian goddess absorbs a piece of herself. The sword split apart. The existence of the guardian goddess has become more pronounced. Simultaneously, the apostles surrounding us melted down. 1,000,000 children who had been covering the whole horizon crumbled apart. The children's eyes were smiling even as they were destroyed. Shah! As the apostles collapsed, red water flowed and the horizon quickly turned bright red. Stage cleared. Today, the 28th floor stage has been cleared. A shallow sea of blood. The Black Dragon Master looked down vacantly at the blood that rose up to her calves. Really, all you need to clear a stage is information. You can easily break something if you know its weaknesses. I was preparing to run when we fell right in the middle of the enemy. But this quickly. Huh? What just happened? The venomous snake, who had been dealing with the apostles beside my skeletons, was baffled. He was the only one among us who did not listen to what I was saying and solely did what he had to. Why are these guys suddenly turning into red paint? Huh? The Crusader sighed. It's nice to see that you never change, venomous snake. What's this now? Did you fall in love with me? Ah, that'd be fun, but sadly, no. The vice leader of the civil militia has been dating someone for a long time. The venomous snake's single eye widened. What? Really? Who? It's hard to say. You should find out for yourself. No one informed the venomous snake of anything else. Looking at the atmosphere, it seemed everyone else knew and that it was an open secret. I was curious and wanted to open the character window, but I stopped myself because it would be too great a violation of privacy. Hey, you finished in magnificent time. The Count came up to me and patted me on my back. I was resigned to pouring money down the bottomless pit for at least a day, as expected of Death King. Do you remember who the first person to notice you was when you were just a rookie? The Count was pleased that we had safely gotten out of the ambush. I didn't want to rain on her parade, but I didn't intend to rest like this. From the beginning, this stage was just a stepping stone. I apologize, Count. We're not done yet. What do you mean? There was an announcement that the 28th floor was cleared. Yes, we're done with the 28th floor. I nodded. But I plan to break all the way through to the 30th floor today. With those words, the Black Dragon Master, who was looking blankly at the sea of blood, the venomous snake, who had been doggedly asking the Crusader about who she was dating, and the heretic questioner, who appeared to have been thinking about the future, all turned to me in unison. Today? Within the day. The Black Dragon Master was surprised. Her tone wasn't doubting whether that was possible. The Black Dragon Master no longer doubted my ability. Rather, she was worried about my condition. Death King no Kim Gongja. You've been working too hard recently. You haven't taken a day off after you entered the Tale of Sormwin Academy. Ah! That would seem to be the case from the Black Dragon Master's perspective. Raviel and I mucked about and played around as much as we wanted on our honeymoon, but that was an inside joke between Raviel and me. From other people's perspectives, I've actually been dashing nonstop. Even if it's for a short while, take a break. Humans are animals that can be worn down by stress. If you don't plan out your working hours and rest time, you'll end up collapsing. I'm serious. You may not know it since you're still young, but I smiled. It was actually lovely how she worried sincerely for others. You're right. I have been overdoing it a bit, right? So, take a break from clearing stages for a while. That's why I'll finish everything today and take a break. The Black Dragon Master rubbed her forehead. You're not listening at all. Get some rest. Please. Black Dragon Master. The population of the tower is increasing by 100,000 each day. Even if 99% of them are good people, it means 1 out of 100 is a criminal. That means there are 1,000 more criminals in the tower every day. If 10 criminals gather, it's a gang. If 100 criminals gather, it's a mafia. When 1,000 people gather, it's a criminal syndicate. Even now, 1 criminal army gathers each day, and we can't continue attacking apocalypses forever. I spoke calmly. Even if it's by one day, we have to finish this quickly and return to running the tower. This is for us, for the current inhabitants, and for the newcomers. If you say that, the Black Dragon Master bit her lips. If you put it that way, how can I argue? Don't worry. I smiled and held out my fist to the Black Dragon Master. When I rest, I'll rest really well. Nobody else can rest as well as I do, probably. You'll be surprised if you come across me while I rest with Raviel. I don't want to see newlyweds acting lovey-dovey, you know? If you're really bothered about it, please help me prepare a ring later. I need to give Raviel a ring, but I'm not good at this sort of thing. Ha! The Black Dragon Master sighed deeply, still clutching her forehead. Fine, you need to give her the prettiest ring in the world. Really, how did I end up working with a child like this? I'm forever grateful to you. Drop it. In terms of being grateful, no, let's not talk about this. It's embarrassing when other people can see. I realized this when you started dating in Stormwind, but do you really have no shame? Even as she complained, the Black Dragon Master acquiesced to my proposal. She and other leaders of the tower knew the truth. It would be dangerous if they didn't return to the front lines of administration. They weren't just hunters who cleared floors. They were also the managers who governed the tower. They had to finish their days in the library. Transmit. Pop. After some time, we each returned to the library, where hunters were gathered. They had just watched the live stream of us 6 overpowering 1,000,000 apostles. Was that why they only looked at us quietly, from a distance? There was an overwhelming gap. The authority of the top rankers was thus placed on a solid foundation. Okay, good. This was the atmosphere I wanted. We proved our rankings not through power but skill. We also proved that we were a united team. For a while, at least, they wouldn't scheme anything troublesome. There was another being who was watching us. The owner of the great library, the corner librarian, stared at us with his chin on his hand. Welcome back. Congratulations. I thought that the stage would be more difficult, but your synergy surpassed my expectations. I didn't think you could conquer a world with a reigning constellation so quickly. Unlike his congratulatory words, the librarian's face was impassive. Of course it is. The corner librarian was an intense lover of stories. He loved seeing characters' hardships, trials, and unexpected obstacles, and their unexpected solutions. Overwhelming victory or defeat didn't suit the librarian's taste. I knew just how to lure the librarian. Character window. Characters appeared before my eyes. Plus, name corner librarian. Favorability, 98. Favorite genres: fusion, romance, mystery, adventure, horror, history, war, sports, SF, myth, fairy tales. Disliked genres: not applicable. Favorite characters: character, Constellation Killer, Death King. Hated characters. Not applicable. Favorite plot. Story. Hated plot. Serial discontinuation. Psychological state. Indeed, the evangelist of everlasting happiness was a terrible match for the infernal heaven's demonic art. She wasn't lucky. TSK, TSK. Foolish thing. She would have been able to fight a bit more if she predicted the disadvantage and asked for reinforcements from other constellations. Plus, I nodded. It's there. My name was added to the librarian's list of favorite characters. Next to the Constellation Killer, which had been there before, Death King was added. As the librarian himself admitted, the Constellation Killer was the character he loved the most. The fact that my name was there beside his meant that I was almost as beloved. Librarian. Yes. What will you choose for the next apocalypse? The librarian fluttered his sleeves and smiled. If you want, I can recommend something personally. The fairy tale ended so quickly, so how about a myth this time? It's long and dangerous, but that's how unspeakably great the rewards are. Or, the character you love most is Lefanta Ejim. I cut off the librarian's words. How do I compare to him? That's, of course, it's almost shameful to rank you two. The Constellation Killer, and you are complete opposites in nature. The librarian stroked his chin. What should I say? If the Constellation Killer is like a man who bears all the misfortunes of the world, Death King, you're like chocolate ice cream. It's black on the outside, so you think it'll taste bitter, but it's really sweet when you try it. Setting aside whether that analogy was appropriate, I've chosen our next apocalypse. Which is it? The Epic of Lefanta Ejim. The librarian faltered. You showed it to me when we went to the snowy mountain by ourselves after the chronicles of the heavenly demon were cleared. At that time, floating before the corpse of a giant dragon, the librarian had said that it was his dream to be killed by Lefanta Ejim. With that, he showed the old leather-bound book that he had read dozens or hundreds of times like it was something precious. The Epic of Lefanta Ejim. Even now, the book was probably hidden by the librarian's chest. Death King? The librarian raised the corner of his mouth. Yes. I know that you see the Constellation Killer as a rival, but the Epic of Lefanta Ejim isn't an apocalypse? I can only send you to apocalypses, worlds that have come to an unfortunate state of suspension. The tip of his lips was trembling. The Epic of Lefanta Ejim is still continuing. I can never intervene in it. I cannot accept your request. But I stared directly at the librarian. Don't you want to see it? Didn't you say so? To you, the Constellation Killer is the greatest character. And I come close to him, the master of the great library of all things. The Constellation who loved books more than anyone. That was why I threw him an irresistible temptation for a bibliomaniac. A scene where your favorite characters are together. Don't you want to see it? The genre of the next stage I chose was a crossover. Chapter 124. Utopia. 3. 2. A cruel fate awaited those who were bewitched by stories. I wasn't talking about people who simply enjoyed them. I was talking about those who were bewitched, crazed. They fell deeply again, and eventually they gave up half of their lives to stories. For them, reality was nothing but a world that could not be a story. There were no dramatic plot twists, no shocking endings. People were just people who could not be reborn as characters. Reality was a disappointment. Humans were contemptible, and above all else they worshipped stories. Disappointment, contempt, and worship made up the true identity of those who were bewitched by stories. That was why they became fanatical when a story unfolded in real life and cheered when real people were reborn as characters. They hadn't actually lost the heat in their hearts. They were just waiting for the right moment. The final boss of all readers was standing before me now. Lefanta Ejim and your crossover? This individual loved stories so much that he built a library himself. For certain, that's an attractive offer. The library he built was so large and magnificent that it covered a whole world and was called the Great Library of All Things. for it contained the thoughts of all creation. However, I can only offer you apocalypses. It is an inviolable rule for me. All stories have the right to end autonomously, so rashly intervening is—" His lips were quivering now. "He's wavering." I was certain. In the end, the librarian would be persuaded. No practical logic could convince the librarian. But the words, "Don't you want to see it?" referring to the story, could tempt the librarian down to hell. "Ah, you can just drop it if you don't want to see it." It was an irresistible offer. I was just making an indulgent suggestion. I could make a scene where your two favorite characters interact. But if you don't want it, I won't force you. "But you actually want to see it, don't you?" The librarian's complexion changed visibly. His emotions were transparent. Suffering, agonizing, craving for a decadent dessert, a crossover that would never transpire organically. Eventually, the librarian opened his mouth. "I signed a contract with the tower." The breath coming from his lips was hot. "Not all constellations make contracts with the tower. Only the constellation who sign contracts can enter. We're tenants, basically. In exchange for renting a floor of the tower, I have a restriction." "What is the restriction?" "To provide humans only apocalypses." The librarian flailed his hand. Each time his hand sliced the air, the books that orbited around him fell to the floor. An apocalypse can mean many things, but the Epic of Lefanta Aegim is not one of them. These books had the same function as being the librarian's guards. When hunters attacked him the other day, the librarian used the power of the books to subdue them. A contract is a contract. I cannot violate it as I please. The tower, the master of the tower, will be furious. I do not want to anger the tower master. Traditionally, aren't tenants at the mercy of their landlords? In other words, the librarian was stripping himself of his weapons. Just for reference, dozens of books were dropped. Neutralizing all the powers he held, the librarian looked at me. "I actually don't have much power on my own." "It's not just me. Many constellations are like that. We have special powers, but surprisingly, we're not that good at fighting. Without a book, I become but a simple, fragile reader." "Well, so, you get it, don't you, Gongja?" I did. I understood completely. "Yes, you can't break the contract." I strode toward the librarian. The distance narrowed. The librarian was primly holding his sleeves together. With a tense expression, he looked up at me. "Unless it's an unavoidable situation." I grabbed the librarian by his neck and lifted him up. It was easy. The corner librarian didn't weigh much. Though his clothes were long and thick, there was no resistance when I lifted him up. "Oh!" The librarian exhaled. "Please be gentle when you take the Epic of Lefanta Aegim." "Ah!" The trembling of the librarian's lips increased. Intimidation and coercion. Though he was the master of a world and a constellation, the librarian did not fight back at all. "How rude. I have shown you endless kindness until now. I trusted you. To think you would betray me like this. I'm hurt. This is why so many stories warn against trusting a human." This guy was terrible at acting. I smirked and squeezed his throat a little harder. The librarian whined. "Give it to me. If you don't, I'll kill you, pervert." The librarian's face, looking up at me, began to become shadowed. We were acting, but the librarian felt the sincerity in my voice. It was natural. If we wanted to trick the tower, the intimidation had to be somewhat realistic. Pervert? Gongja, don't you think you're being too harsh? What else do you call someone who collects a person's hair and nails? Furthermore, you said that your lifelong dream is to die by Lefanta Aegim's hand. Your wish. Is it normal to want to be killed by the character you love the most? The librarian shut up. Speaking of, if I think about it, I'm also a character you love. The edges of my lips curved up. How about it? You don't need to wait. I can make your wish come true now. Now? Do you want to die here by my hand? The librarian flinched, and his shoulders curled in. He spasmed as if he were struck by lightning. Envy and desire oozed from his upturned eyes. Little by little, very slowly, the librarian pulled something from his bosom with a trembling hand. The Epic of Lafanta Ijim. It was an old, worn book that had been read hundreds of times and stained by his hands. It was the most cherished book that the librarian had in his infinite collection, the one that he carried on him. I will give it to you. The librarian presented me the treasure he valued over his own life. Well done. I didn't let go of his neck as I grabbed the Epic of Lafanta Ijim with one hand. Ah, said the librarian, parting his lips. His face was a mess now. Ecstasy and self-loathing were blurred together. Plus, the Epic of Lafanta Ijim. Genre. You cannot view this at your current level. Difficulty level. You cannot view this at your current level. Player limit. You cannot view this at your current level. The serialization is ongoing. Introduction. You cannot view this at your current level. Plus. Oho. Was it impossible to read anything about a book not authorized by the librarian? This was new information. I looked down at the librarian with interest. I can't see it, though. It's unreadable. WL, you can only see the apocalypses because I allow it. Normally, all the books here are forbidden texts. Humans cannot just read them, then explain it with your mouth, firsthand. The librarian could not refuse. It was the character he said he loved most. The librarian started sharing Lafanta Ijim's history on his own accord. Lafanta Ijim is, the constellation killer is from the same region as you. What? He was born in the same world, same area, and as the same race as you. Not just that, but you have the same family name. Then, the librarian said something completely expected. He lowered his gaze and murmured. The surname Ijim was something the constellation killer made himself. It's a simple compound word. Though, he used the language from England instead of the one from where you were born. England? Was it English? Since it's E and Jim. Does it mean I and Kim? 1. Correct. Oh my God. Didn't I tell you? Once is a coincidence. Twice is a connection. But the third time is an inevitability. The fates of you and the constellation killer have intersected at various points. So it can be said that the relationship between you two is inevitable. My eyes widened at the unexpected background of the constellation killer. He's from Korea? The only person I've met so far from there was the thug with the disgustingly cool ponytail. But the constellation killer came from the same place. Does this mean I'm the only sane person from Korea? I was starting to doubt the integrity of other people from Korea when the librarian spoke again. The constellation killer was summoned to another world as a child, said the librarian. At the time, the constellation killer was just a high school student. Of course, he was extremely confused when he was summoned. However, he awakened an ability in the summoned world and persevered through the perilous world. Wait, just a moment. I was seized by a strange feeling of familiarity. Didn't I know this plot? A high school student being summoned to another world. That's totally correct. The librarian nodded slightly. The genre of the Epic of Lafanta Ijim is high school student messes around in an isekai. For short, just isekai student. Though the constellation killer is too old to be called a high school student now. 2. My jaw dropped. Isekai? That term was as extinct as a dinosaur when I heard it as a child. Could it be? Was the constellation killer, Lafanta Ijim, an old fossil? Of course, it would be unfair to say that he simply messed around. The constellation killer suffered countless hardships before he became the first emperor of the Ijim Empire. Whenever the librarian recited the story of Lafanta Ijim, his voice turned into a glowing light that entered the Epic of Lafanta Ijim. The light permeated the book, soaking into it, and settled into readable words in the epic. A long time ago, there were people who lived on top of the corpse of the ancient dragon emperor. The constellation killer set foot on the 20th floor that you now own. They wished for a hero, because there were no heroes among them. That's where he began his journey that would pierce through the world. They prayed to God. God granted their wish. It was a journey to found a country. Then the librarian looked down at the book, which began to emit a white light like the other apocalypses, as if he were afraid. And now, the Constellation Killer is on the 50th floor. The 50th floor. The Constellation Killer was at the place Bei Hurayong had talked about. Here, there's a problem. You have not yet reached the 50th floor yet. You haven't gotten out of the beginner's area yet. And the 50th floor is higher up. It's a special place. It is strictly, seriously forbidden to send beginners to the 50th floor. His words surprised those who had been listening with bated breaths. Everything below the 50th floor is the beginner's area? But we've worked so hard to get here. I wasn't surprised. I knew for a while that the floors before the 10th floor were a tutorial. I also heard from Bei Hurayong that we would be competing with hunters from other worlds starting on the 50th floor. In other words, it means that not having to compete with hunters from other worlds until the 50th floor is a measure to protect beginners. Thinking that, I asked, when you say forbidden, do you mean you cannot send me to the 50th floor under any circumstances? The librarian's face crumpled again. No, the one who sends you. If the floor administrator pays the price, it's possible. Then it doesn't matter. Aren't you going to pay the price? At least. The librarian was close to tears. At least limit the people to just one, Kim Gongja, please. All right. Even if the librarian didn't make such a desperate plea, I had intended to face Lafanta Ejim alone. Send me to the 50th floor. The librarian closed his eyes tight. Don't regret it. I'm going so that I won't regret it. The librarian gave up after hearing my resolute reply. His jittering hand smoothed over the cover of The Epic of Lafanta Ejim. Then he whispered in a frail voice, Death King, I designate you as a character of The Epic of Lafanta Ejim. At that moment, warning, abnormal access has been detected. A penalty will be given to the corner librarian. A vicious voice slammed into the inside of my head. The librarian flinched. I probably wasn't the only one hearing the voice. However, the librarian didn't stop talking, even as he shuddered. I exercise my power. Repeating the warning. A penalty will be given to the corner librarian. The librarian exhaled. I don't care. Go Death King, and show me the image of you with the Constellation Killer. Whoosh! White light blinded me. Abnormal access has been detected. As my vision continued to turn white, the warnings continued to ring. Warning! The blessing given to you by the goddess of beauty is suspended. You can no longer observe others' favorability rating. The blessing given to you by the goddess of vitality is suspended. You can no longer observe others' psychological states. Then, a resident of the tower that has not been given a name enters the 50th floor. On a stage where nobody from my world has gone before. I took my first steps on the 50th floor of the tower. Chapter 125. The Demon World. 1. Kim remembered the day he first fell into another world. You have been chosen as the warrior who will save this world. A dazzlingly beautiful woman smiled at him. Bewildered, Kim looked at the angel before him. Though he had seen many celebrities on the news and in videos, he was only a normal high school student. It was the first time he ever met someone beautiful enough to brighten up her surroundings with a slight smile. He could only stutter in her presence. Excuse me? Angelnim. Where is this? You don't need to rush. Warrior Nim, I am the guardian goddess. This is the name of the constellation who will protect you and guide your future days. You may not know a lot right now, but you will learn many things. So she was a goddess, not an angel. Kim felt dazed. I was definitely on the school rooftop just now. You were being bullied at school. The goddess serenely put her hands together. Young humans are sometimes like beasts in that they practice pure evil in complete ignorance. Unfortunately, Warrior Nim became their prey, and you fell because you could not endure it. Fell? Yes. To be specific, you fell to your death. Kim only remembered after hearing the goddess's words. The school rooftop. The iron door to the rooftop was tightly locked. He felt like he was being challenged when he saw that the doorknob was secured with chains. So, Kim opened the window of the fifth-floor classroom and got out. He climbed a pipe onto the roof. It was a crazy thing to do. However, Kim felt alive for the first time since his birth when he clung to the pipe and crawled up. It's funny. It was the first time in his life that he climbed out a window and scaled a pipe, the first time he had climbed onto the school rooftop. He never felt anything like this when he was struggling to survive. He felt alive because he was facing death. The sky he saw from the rooftop was red. Kim felt thankful that the sky turned red once a day. For the first time, he thanked the heavens. The red sky was a little friendlier than the blue sky. He wanted to break his body against the kind color. If I fall. Kim looked down at the ground. The schoolyard basked in the sunset like the Sahara. I heard that after I fall. As soon as I jump, I'll regret jumping. Kim took off his indoor shoes and placed them down neatly on the floor. The soles of his shoes were blackened with permanent marker. He had not scribbled it on himself. Will I regret it too? The schoolyard became loud. Maybe someone saw him. The students who had been kicking around soccer balls before their nighttime study gathered together, pointing to the rooftop from below. There were several familiar faces among them. Kim quietly moved his thumb. Press. He sent a text message that he had written in advance on his mobile. 37 students would receive his last testament. Plus, the one who murdered me was you. Don't forget. You killed me. Plus, shortly after, a notification popped up, showing that the text had been sent. It was done. It was refreshing. Kim threw his phone. The cell phone fell in an instant to the schoolyard. It was broken. The students below became frightened by the sight of the broken phone. One person's face paled, someone whom he had sent the text to. I hope your life is ruined, too. Permanently. Kim plunged into the red, sandy desert. He thought that falling was just like failing to fly. I am the guardian goddess. Then he ended up here. I have many powers. Idol, compassion, prayer, sacrifice, and salvation. Kim remembered the day he first fell into another world. If you borrow my strength, Warrior Nim, you can do anything and become anything. A dazzlingly beautiful woman smiled at him. What do you wish to become, Warrior Nim? 2. You have entered the 50th floor through an unusual route. When I opened my eyes, a voice entered my head. The blessing from the corner librarian will be removed. Beginner protectionary measures will be suspended. Beginner benefits will be temporarily revoked. I smiled wryly. Just hearing the warning makes me tremble. I looked around. The first things I noticed were the spires that rose up into the sky. 5 towers twisted and stood in the distance, like a giant's fingers reaching into the air. It was weird that they weren't collapsing right now. Wow, it's been a damn long time since I've been here. Probably over 150 years. Fortunately, I had someone with me to be my guide. The Sword Emperor. He had once climbed up to the 99th floor of the tower, so of course he had been on the 50th floor before. But not a single thing has changed. Rather than looking fond, Bei Hurayong looked around at the 50th floor like he was already sick of it. What are those spires? They're magic towers. Some guys have been stuck here for over 1,000 years. Instead of climbing the tower, they just settle down and live on the 50th floor. 1,000 years. Anyway, don't go near them for now. If you can, don't even look at them. Why? Because they'll automatically detect your gaze if you look at them for more than 23 seconds. The number 23 in the world they lived in has the same meaning as 18 in your world. Zombie. You bastard, what are you looking at? Is what that alarm system means. Can't you just tell what their personalities are like? 1. I quickly looked away from the towers. What the heck? The alarm triggers just because you look at it for a certain time? Oh right, they used to have 6 towers, you know? But I knocked one of them down. They'll probably freak if they learn I've come back as a ghost. They'll mobilize everyone and chase you to hell. So make sure to keep quiet. Now that I look at you, you're not a guide but a troll. Damn it. I should have known it would be like this. It was then. Your body is starting to erode from the void poison. Currently, your erosion is LV.1. I was startled. What's void poison? It's saying that my body's eroding right now? Oh yeah, that exists. Man, now it feels like I'm back in the tower. Bei Hurayong shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. It's just an omnipresent poison that flows all over the 50th floor. Who was it? Again? Anyway, there was a bastard who acted as the manager of the 50th floor, and he used to fool around with the hunters he liked. Then, the Midnight War of Liberation or something broke out and he got offed. So, while he was dying, he cursed the world since he couldn't die peacefully, and that curse remained as poison. I blinked. That's totally. Yup. You remember the zombie virus that spread when the constellation of the Murim world died? Think of this as a stronger version. What? I was dumbfounded. People live here, even though it's all over the atmosphere? And for 1,000 years? Are they nuts? Yeah, they're nuts. But the guys who get up here have some basic abilities, whether it's aura, magic, skills, or even a constellation's blessing. What are you doing, zombie? Hurry up and use your aura as protection. I did as Bei Hurayong instructed and drew on my aura. After enveloping my whole body with the red aura, I especially made sure to strengthen my lungs. I sighed for a moment, turning my head to look at Bei Hurayong. What happens if you don't protect yourself? What then? Bei Hurayong uncharacteristically hesitated. His eyebrows furrowed, and his face seemed to reflect that he was considering what to say. You get a very peculiar appearance and state of mind. Kiik. Oh, lucky. There's one now. I turned around. A toad-like monster was curled up. Kyoik. However, the problem was that I didn't know any toads with approximately 36 legs or shark teeth. Also, the monster looked to weigh about 2 tons. What the heck is that? Who knows? He was probably a person much like you. A human who ate, shat, and talked sh*t like you do. Well, maybe 20 years ago. While Bei Hurayong was leisurely speaking, boing, a 2-ton monster toad leaped forward. Anybody could tell that it was rushing toward me. I was taken aback, but I focused my aura on my feet and jumped far away. Ba ba bang. The ground shook. The boom was a little too brisk to say that it was the toad's fault. The ground had caved in, forming what looked like a small crater. Ah, damn. I pulled out the holy sword and used the infernal heaven's demonic art. Chwack. The blade wrapped in red aura sliced through the monster toad's waist. Did I kill it? Ah. Bei Hurayong said suddenly. Sorry, Kim Yombi. I didn't warn you earlier. But, from the 50th floor, it's literally a world of demons. There will be a lot of times you'll get screwed if you act according to your old common sense. What are you trying to say? That moment, something sprang out from the sliced cross-sections of the monster toad. It was a leg that looked like a tentacle. Instantly, dozens of tentacles fell out, bringing the toad back to its feet. Keek! Kiyuk! This time there was not one but 2. Yeah, stuff like that. What the hell? If you're scared, keep staring at the magic towers. If you stare for more than 23 seconds, they'll talk to you. Who the hell's looking at us? And such. Then, if you ask them to save you, wizards on brooms will come to the rescue. What do you think? Aren't they nice? I wasn't just imagining it. Bei Hurayong had been grinning for a while. And if Bei Hurayong was grinning, there was a very high probability that he was messing with me. In other words, what's the cost of being saved? Hey, you've got some brains. How did you know? They'll make you sign a soul-draining contract that takes 12 years of your life as collateral. Zombie, you have SSS-class skills, so you'll get a lot of love from them. How envious. Frick. Why you over there? Hurry and run away. I heard a voice calling urgently behind my back. This way. Run over here. Quickly. When I turned around, 3 old men in shabby cloaks were beckoning. Their clothes were caked with filth like they were homeless, but their eyes revealed profound wisdom. The voice was also so desperate that I almost went to them without thinking. Heh. However, I couldn't do that because of Bei Hurayong's mug staring at me, which made my mind pause. My feet stopped on instinct. Instead of running to the old men, I sent my aura at them. This way. Run this way. Quickly. As soon as my attack approached them, something terrifying happened. Jump! Something surged from the ground where the old men were standing. It was a hedgehog-like something. Why you over there? Hurry and run away. This way. But instead of spines on its back, there were 3 old men. This is insane. In short, they weren't actually old men at all. The monster's back was just a lure to draw people in and eat them. Hey, as expected of Kim Zombie. You're naive, but you know how to use your head. What kind of place is this? Thinking rationally, would there be old people helping you for no reason? Kiik. Run this way. Kiuk. Quickly. A monster toad and a monster hedgehog ran at me simultaneously. Dozens of tentacles wriggled on the toad's skin, and 3 old men sang a chorus on the hedgehog's back. This sight was totally going to sully my mind. Is everything like this here? There are a few exceptions, but it's mostly like this. Welcome to the demon world, where cosmic horrors dance. Crowtit. Now do you see how normal and sensible a hunter I am? This isn't the time. I wasn't sure if it was fortunate or not, but duck your head, stranger. The exception that Bei Hurayong mentioned suddenly appeared. I will cut. A voice that used aura to directly enter your head. It was the telepathy skill sound transmission. I quickly ducked my head as the voice decreed. At that moment, the sound of wind being cut and a horrifying attack passed over my head. Chwak! 2 monster toads were bisected at once. Remembering the sight of the toad's regeneration, I panically yelled. No, if you cut it, it splits and regenerates. I stopped talking. The monster toads did not move and stayed cut. In other words, they were dead. What? Does it only regenerate once before it dies normally? No, it regenerates many times. Then why did they die? That happened because someone else explained it before Bei Hurayong could. To kill one that dies in half. The sound transmission user was speaking. As its name suggests, it must be split to exact halves. Bewildered, I glanced at the corpses. As he said, the monster toads were split in exact halves down the center of their bodies. Somehow, that caused them to die permanently. Next, the sound transmission user immediately pointed his sword at the monster hedgehog. He swung. Quang! Explosions sounded each time. Despite the fearsome aura, the monster hedgehog took the hits like they were insignificant. It's like the Lady of the Golden Silk when she had the blessing. The monster hedgehog rushed forth like it was taking no damage, but the sound transmission user continued to strike blow after blow. This way. Boom! The cries of the old man on the left were buried by the explosive slash. Run! Boom! The cries of the old man on the right were buried by an explosive slash. Come here! Boom! The cries of the old man in the center were buried in the blast of the cut. A lamenter's noumenon is in its lament. The moment the sound of the old men's cries were buried in the explosions, the hedgehog fell apart like sand. So you must kill it by burying its sound. 2 types of monsters were neutralized in the blink of an eye. Extensive knowledge of the prey and the overwhelming power to utilize that knowledge. A hunter. I blankly looked at the hunter, the sound transmission user. Bei Hurayong grumbled. Man, that bastard. He's not even that old. The silver-haired youth I saw in Shiny's trauma. Lafanta Ejim, the constellation killer. Lafanta Ejim tilted his head as he put away his sword. Do you know me? Bright blue eyes like newborn stars turned toward me. Chapter 126. The Demon World. 2. I was speechless for a moment when I saw Lafanta Ejim's eyes. Why does he have eyes like that? I've met all sorts of people so far. I met someone who swung a sword bleaker than a snowfield. I met someone who had a heart colder than a white lily. However, it was the first time I met someone with eyes like the man before me. A blank white sheet of paper. No emotions, no memories at all were reflected in his pupils. There were no fragments or even traces of emotion. Shiny feels moved from meeting again after so long. Sensing my hesitation over how to answer, the Holy Sword reacted. However, Shiny still doesn't understand why her former owner betrayed her. She wonders if she should be angry before getting excited. You have quite a unique sword. Lafanta Ejim looked down at my sword belt. The Holy Sword rattled, fiercely conveying her thoughts. Lafanta Ejim's impassive gaze had a hint of curiosity within it. Is it a magic sword? Or perhaps an ego sword? You should hide the fact you have unique items as much as you can hear, stranger. There are many hyenas who seek to take the skills and equipment of newbies who enter the 50th floor. Ha! I was suspicious. It was weird. Lafanta Ejim was talking like it was the first time he had seen the guardian goddess. If the young man in front of me really was the constellation killer, there was no way he wouldn't remember who this holy sword was. Excuse me, do you not recognize this sword? I took off the holy sword from my belt and showed it to Lafanta Ejim. When I pulled it out from its scabbard a bright light glowed from the blade. Nonetheless, Lafanta Ejim faced the light of the holy sword, the manifestation of the constellation that was once like his arms and legs, and frowned, like he knew nothing. I don't know it. His statue-like face tilted to the side. It seems like the item has some sort of relation to me, but I don't remember. No, it would be insensible for it to expect me to recall any connections I once had. What? Then, Lafanta Ejim told me something I did not expect. I have amnesia. Stranger, I cannot remember anything that happened more than a week ago. The man's expression was composed. 3. It's dangerous to keep talking in this wasteland. Follow me. I know an alehouse that's comparatively safer. Saying that, Lafanta Ejim guided me there. Since it was my first time on the 50th floor, I obediently followed his lead. Oi! Look there. It's the constellation killer. We passed some hunters on the way to the alehouse. They were probably the greatest hunters of their worlds. But even they took a step back and shuddered when they saw the constellation killer. What kind of *T is that maniac going to do now? Will the spiders from the magic towers behave today? Shoo! I don't want to get involved with him. It wasn't just hunters who were whispering. The lone seeker of truth is interested in this existence they have never seen before. The eye living in the labyrinth shows wariness toward the constellation killer's companion. The warhorse of the eternal plains recognizes you. The lotus reflected on the water observes you. Numerous constellations. I hadn't met many constellations so far. No constellation contacted me unless they were the ruler of a floor. But it seemed to be different on the 50th floor. Constellations I had never heard of revealed their presences. Annoying. Lafanta Ejim also seemed to sense the constellation's messages. He muttered, "Get lost, all of you. If a constellation stays and keeps bothering me, I'll hunt and kill your apostle starting today. You can keep loafing if you want war. This is your last warning." As Lafanta Ejim finished talking, the messages from the constellations abruptly stopped. The constricting air around us became a bit lighter. It's noisier than usual. Ha! Lafanta Ejim briefly sighed and looked at me. Some of them seem interested in you. Stranger, did you do something to the constellations? Yeah. I killed an apostle of the warhorse of the eternal plains before. Mayhose's apostle? Lafanta Ejim's tone changed. He took out an old notebook, read something, then crooked his eyebrows in apparent surprise. You're better than you look. All of the apostles of Mayhose are, without exception, outstanding in battle. They also have troublesome blessings. He must have been a difficult opponent. How did you kill him? I have something to say about that. We entered the alehouse. The comparatively safer alehouse Lafanta Ejim spoke of was an outdoor establishment. Frankly put, there were no walls. There were just some tables and a bar placed outside. It was open on all sides, but funnily enough, a door stood by itself. This is the safe alehouse? Your vision isn't blocked by walls. Lafanta Ejim candidly explained the merits of the tavern. Whenever you are ambushed, you can run. There is no risk of being surrounded and trapped inside the building. It does make it easier to be shot, though. Bartender, give me my usual.
Oi.
You know that the place became open air after you blew the building away? The bald bartender cursed under his breath. Lafanta Ejim sat at a table, blasé.
Sorry.
I don't recall. Hey, youngster, I don't know what's up, but don't get involved with that madman. Over 600 huntsmen around here are trying to kill him. Keep your distance unless you have a death wish. Lafanta Ejim took out his notebook again. To be precise, there are 1127. However, only 3 hunters can actually threaten me. One of them disappeared 154 years ago, and there's been no word since. Technically, the stranger is safer with me than without. You nutcase. The bald bartender looked fed up. In any case, it seemed that the Constellation Killer was famous on the 50th floor for being a nutjob. So, what did you want to say to me? Knowing you have amnesia, it's a bit difficult to say now. I slowly told him about what had happened. The Ejim Empire that he founded nearly perished. The cause of that perishing would have been because he sealed the guardian goddess, allowing the Devil King of Fall Rain a chance to sprout. Because of his actions, the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was destroyed and the Tale of Stormwind Academy had also been put at risk. I told him everything. Lafanta Ejim carefully listened to my voice while drinking a mysterious red drink. His expression remained the same the whole time. Occasionally, he would take out his notebook and check something. I see. Lafanta Ejim nodded. I hear your story, and verifying it against my diary, I think most of it is true. A diary? It stores my memories. Lafanta Ejim showed me his notebook. Inside was a lot of cramped handwriting. It may look like a normal notebook, but it's a holy relic of a constellation called the Great Puppy. It has infinite pages and a convenient search function. I write down what I do every day. Thanks to that, I do not lose my life despite my amnesia. As you said, he bluntly stated, it's been written that I built a nation called the Ejim Empire in the past. He spoke like it was someone else's story. There, I sealed the constellation Guardian Goddess, who had accompanied me my whole life. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon you referenced is similar to the world recorded on page 236. The Yellow Dragon of Dynasty Lake was killed there. The world of The Tale of Stormwind Academy is similar to the one written on page 3215. The heirloom that was a fragment of a goddess. You said the sacrifice sword was passed down? True, I did sleep with a woman in that world. Raviel Ivansha, the woman you met, is most likely a distant descendant from her and me. You said she had the same silver hair as me, I'm certain. How curious. Something. You may have learned of my past with a skill like exposing the dark past or historian. Something was off. But I don't have a past to read. There is no possibility that you've stolen and read this relic. It's written in a code that only I know. Therefore, stranger, I will accept your testimonies as the truth. I came to hold this man accountable for his sins. His petty principles caused innocent people to be hurt. I would boldly point to the countless people he had sacrificed. But what was this? So, how can I hold him accountable for something he doesn't even remember? What kind of reward do you want? Anger soared in my heart. What reward? A reward for pointing out my mistakes. Are you aware of what you did wrong? Of course, said the Constellation Killer. My mistakes come down to 2 things. First, I did not think of the possibility that new constellations would be born if a constellation disappeared in a world. Second, I neglected the fact that a dead constellation could place a curse on the world. Is that all? I did not intend for other constellations to invade a world after the death of a constellation. But no matter how many worlds a constellation rules over, it all ends when I kill it. Reducing the number of constellations is not a mistake. Therefore, my errors include only the 2 mentioned earlier. After he finished talking, the Constellation Killer took out a pen and wrote something in his notebook. I recorded them. I will not make the same mistakes in the future. Tell me what you want as an expression of my gratitude for this advice. Advice. Gratitude, he said. The common folk who lived in the land of rivers and lakes turned into Jiangshi and died. Twitch. The holy sword, which had been listening to my conversation in its scabbard, trembled once. The fury from my heart was echoed in my voice. One of them was an old man who, even as he was dying, made his grave on a boat because he didn't want to trouble others. There was a young child who took care of her peers as they all struggled to survive. Each and every one of them met a terrible death. Let me ask you, Constellation Killer, what do you think of them? Nothing, said Lafanta Ejim. As I said, it was my blunder for not taking care of the aftermath of the constellation's death. But mistakes happen. As I said, the only thing I can do is give a reward for pointing out those mistakes. Ah! The red aura around my body became a little darker. Then, if I asked you to die here as my reward, would you? That's a reward I cannot give you. The silver-haired man shook his head. I have a duty to exterminate all constellations. I mustn't stop until I fulfill that duty. He sounded more like machine than man. Shiny's form shuddered. That's quite the tremendous task. Why is it that you shoulder such an obligation? I cannot give you an answer. I expected as much. Why? Do you think I won't understand that noble duty? I cannot answer that either. Oh, of course. I stared coldly at the Constellation Killer. Then, can you at least answer this? Why are you using a constellation's relic when you claim you have to destroy all constellations? Your words don't match your actions. That's something I can answer. I intend to destroy it after all constellations are exterminated. You learned from the case of the Devil King of Fall Rain that a constellation can rise in a world where the previous constellation died. What will you do about that? I have an idea for that. What is it? I cannot say. The Constellation Killer looked inside his diary. This tangent has gone on for too long. Let's go back to the main topic. This is the main topic for me. Not for me. Tell me what you want as the reward. Reward. I cannot die as you asked me to before. Because my duty is not finished. I cannot give you my death as a reward. He was probably reading the words on the first page of his diary. Nor can I quit. If I relinquish my duty, I will be nothing. The first page he wrote before he lost all of his memories. So tell me what else you want. I'll give it to you. That was right. Not many things in the world could be resolved with a conversation. I reached for my dagger, but I stopped my hand midway. Instead, I took out the handkerchief that I kept near my heart. I briefly buried my nose into the handkerchief that carried Raviel's blue scent. Chim. All right. My anger subsided. I thought quickly. How could I hunt the hunter in front of me? A hunter whose strength I couldn't fathom. My brain soon came up with an answer. Then, please listen to a single request. It was simple. This wasn't the first time I hunted a hunter stronger than me. What is it? While I am on the 50th floor, please keep me safe no matter what happens. I tucked away the handkerchief. I'm not just asking for you to protect my life. Please thoroughly protect my body and mind from harm. Of course, tricking or forcing me out the 50th floor is forbidden. You're requesting me to personally guard you? Something like that. The Constellation Killer thought over it. He grabbed a fountain pen and rhythmically tapped it on the table. I do not know what you're thinking. From hearing your story so far, I can tell that you are a very righteous person. Not only that, but you also have power and ingenuity. The offer just now does not agree with your personality. Aha! Are you saying you can't grant my request? I sneered. You can't die. You can't abandon your duty. And now you can't even protect me on the 50th floor? You're quite something. Then, what kind of reward can you give me? I'm merely concerned about the traps that lurk in your request. If there is a trap, so what? You seem confident in your ability. Overcome it with your skills. Lafanta Ejim intently stared at his diary. All right. He moved his fountain pen. Scritch, scratch. His writing seeped into the diary. I will write your proposal on the first page. Until the end of my existence, your proposal will be the logic that drives my thoughts and actions. Okay. Caught him. Sword Emperor. I looked back at Bei Hurayong. Yeah? You said that you knocked down a magic tower 150 years ago. The backdrop that stood out as soon as I fell in this place. Pointing to the spires that stretched to the gray sky, Bei Hurayong had spoken. They used to have 6 towers, you know? But I knocked one of them down. They'll probably freak if they learn I've come back as a ghost. Bei Hurayong nodded. I did. There are a lot of things in life I think I've done very well, and that's one of the top 6 things I've done. What did you say when you were destroying it? Do you remember? Ooh, course. I remember every syllable. Bei Hurayong snickered. How are you, bastard? You gotta air out the place sometime. People can't live all cooped up. Come on. I'm in a good mood. I'll remodel it for free today. Bei Hurayong suddenly tilted his head as he recalled his past glory. But why? What are you gonna do? I turned my gaze toward a spire. Right on. Impassively. Huh? Hey? Zombie? Bei Hurayong spoke from beside me. I told you not to look there, yeah? They'll know if you look at it for over 23 seconds. You'll never be able to handle them at your level. Or what? Are you going to ask them to kill the Constellation Killer for you? Quit it. Not even they would jump a strong guy like the Constellation Killer. Both sides will lose. I kept looking at the lofty spires in the distance.
Hey, Kim Zombie.
Look away right now. But it was already too late. Mic test. Mic test. Who's looking? Sound transmission rang in my head. As Bei Hurayong said, the spire detected my presence. You look like a brat who hasn't even taken off your newbie shirt. I'll let you go since this is your first offense. If you plan to stay in this neighborhood, don't look here. You might die. A voice soaked in boredom. The voice sounded like a public servant who obviously didn't want to work. Oh, you're with the Constellation-crazed dude? Your luck is bad. Should I help you? If you accept now, I can send you an instant escape scroll for a 30-year subordination contract. How are you? I opened my mouth. You bastard. Oh, bastard, you've got a lot of nerve. What the F? You gotta air out the place sometime. People can't live all cooped up. Come on. I'm in a good mood. I'll remodel it for free today. Hee. Silence. There was complete silence. Oh my. There was only Bei Hurayong, mumbling blankly. You crazy bastard. That moment. An ear-splitting sound blared from the 5 spires at once. It was like 5 fingernails were scratching the sky. Shatter. The bald bartender dropped a glass cup in surprise. The hunters walking on the street also covered their ears. What? What's happening? And Sword Emperor. A deafening voice echoed in the gray sky. You're back, Sword Emperor. I knew you'd come back someday. Even when the constellations announced your death, we had no doubt that you wouldn't truly die, you son of a bitch. Are you possessing that kid? A reincarnation? Whatever. It doesn't matter anyway. Every hunter looked up at the sky, disoriented. We'll kill you. We'll kill you dead. We'll tear your soul to pieces. Scatter it across the universe. And *T on it. Kill him. Kill him. Kill that guy right now. Chase him to hell with the name and history of the magic tower at stake. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of shadows soared from the spires. Mounted on brooms, they lined the air. Now, I looked back at the Constellation Killer. The silver-haired man looked at me with the same nonchalant face. You promised, right? Please protect me. A meteor shower rained from the sky. Chapter 127. The Demon World. 3. Indeed. The Constellation Killer nodded. I understand the logic behind your behavior. You see that it is impossible to defeat me with your own power, so you bring in outside forces. I judged that a beginner who had just arrived on the 50th floor could not mobilize others. But Even as the Constellation Killer spoke, countless meteor showers split apart the gray sky. Shah! Like fireworks shot from afar, thousands of attacks stacked with tremendous magic power rained down. I was mistaken. The meteor showers rushed toward us, growing faster and faster. However, the Constellation Killer was indifferent. With a nonchalant glance, he scribbled something in his diary with the fountain pen. In the future, I will keep strong outside intervention in mind even when dealing with novices. Frick! Run for it! Are the spider bastards all on drugs? The hunters around us reacted faster than the Constellation Killer. Pop! Poof! Everywhere teleportation scrolls were being torn. It must have been a necessity for the hunters living on the 50th floor. The bald bartender did so too, but just before he ran away, he screamed at us. Hey, Constellation Killer, you'll be responsible for the remodeling fee again, so don't forget to write it down. You have to pay for the scroll too. All right. Snap. I've completed the entry. The Constellation Killer closed his notebook. As promised, I will protect you with all my might from now, stranger. Finally, the meteor shower was thundering down on our surroundings. Boom! Boom! The meteorites destroyed the streets like indiscriminate bombs. As the storm of destruction was about to hit the open-air tavern, a hand gripped my wrist tightly. Maximum vision and hearing. In exchange, I give up 1 hour of my memories. The Constellation Killer muttered. Then he moved in a shocking stunt. The Constellation Killer avoided the barrage of meteors that filled the sky with only slight movements. 1 step, 2 steps. Every time he pulled me and moved, a meteor struck down close by. Oh? An indignant voice echoed from the sky. Hey! Constellation crazy bastard. Why are you getting in the way? Get lost. Our magic towers got a grudge against the guy you're with. If you don't want grievances with the Great Wand, be good and disappear. First, let's try to resolve this through conversation. The Constellation Killer waved his right hand. As he did, the dust cloud from the meteor shower was cleared away at once. The Constellation Killer himself was fine, of course, and so was I. Conversation, my ass? Beat it, nutso. I must protect the stranger here no matter what happens. Protecting means ensuring that his body and mind remain whole. There is no room for compromise. The Constellation Killer took out his notebook with his left hand and read it. The Magic Tower is an extremely egoistic group. Being egoists, they can be negotiated with by either using their interests or harming them. I am one who can cause serious damage to you. So, negotiate. That's our sworn enemy and foe. We cannot live under the same sky. All problems can be solved through rational dialogue. Hey, guys, let me know if any of you know how much memory the Constellation Killer has. In the sky, tens of thousands of wizards were riding on brooms. One of them replied, "This is the public relations chair of the Constant Surveillance Group. Reporting in. Chief, the Constellation Killer currently has 7 days of memories. Damn, why does he have to have a full week?" There was the sound of teeth grinding. It doesn't matter. Take them both out, including the Constellation Maniac. As of now, the Magic Tower is entering a full mobilization situation. From the first finger to the 5th, all who belong to the Magic Tower must hunt the Sword Emperor and the Constellation Killer. I'll say it again, bastards. I'm calling for a full mobilization. The negotiations have fallen through, muttered the Constellation Killer. He flipped through the diary he held in his left hand. Search Magic Tower. Additional search, battle. Detailed search, destruction method. The Constellation Killer scanned the diary. Then he nodded. He took out a rubber band, a yellow rubber band that could be bought inexpensively in the outside world, and tied back his long silver hair. I watched the Constellation Killer slowly tie his hair right beside me. It probably only took 2 seconds in terms of time. However, I could tell that the action was a ritual, one of the few that he had left. From now on, we fight. Kill them. Tens of thousands of wizards swarmed down from the sky. Ensigns, surround them. Not all enemy troops charged forth. Songsters, chant from the rear. Yes, the wizards got into battle formation in the gray sky. Their formation looked like a huge ring. Hundreds of wizards formed 5 rings and began to sing in unison. A melody with 6 layers resounded. "Oh," Bei Hurayong said. "I haven't seen this in a while. That's the Other's heavenly song." Other's heavenly song. There are 5 spires over there. Each has a constellation sealed in the basement. Well, I say sealed, but they're really imprisoned. Anyway, the sealed constellation's power is borrowed through the song, and the effect. Warning. The area you are in has been designated as the target of a spell. Warning. The power of your aura is halved. Warning. The power of your magic is halved. Warning. The power of your mental defenses is halved. Warning. Any penalty you incur will be doubled. Bei Hurayong nodded. The effect is pretty damn strong. The heck? That's called the spider web. That's why they're nicknamed spiders. Indeed, they were a monstrous group who had ruled the 50th floor for over 1,000 years. They drastically reduced their opponent's fighting power before the battle even began. And Bei Hurayong, who had torn up the spider web 150 years ago, must have been a monster among monsters. One strike, strengthening. One human who could fight against that monster was in front of my eyes. In exchange, I give up my memories of the beauty of the sunset. At some point, the constellation killer had summoned a sword into his right hand. First step. The constellation killer lightly swung his sword like he was dancing. The air split. His move was more like a typhoon than the swing of a sword. A blue aura sliced the gray sky into 2. One of the 6 rings in the sky was caught by the typhoon. Regroup. Retreat. Hundreds of wizards screamed and fell. There were also wizards who lost control of their brooms and plunged to the ground. The wizards' pointy hats fluttered like black flower petals. The increased penalty effect has been revoked. However, the constellation killer did not stop. A curt voice flowed from his lips. Strengthening 1 blow. In return, I give up my memories of the sound of the rain falling from the sky. Once again, the sky was split asunder. The power of your halved aura has been recovered. That madman. Nut job. Constellation maniac. Break the thumb ring. Break the index finger ring. It's hard to keep rank. Chief. As expected, it's too difficult to fight the constellation killer when he has a full week's memories. That damned constellation maniac bastard. Alright, so shut up and attack. Charge. The wizards shot fireballs. They spat out ice. The ground on which the constellation killer and I stood sprouted tree roots and weeds instantaneously, grabbing hold of our ankles. The air was crawling. The jungle grew denser. Fog spread and hindered our vision. An unfathomable number of magic and wonders covered the 2 of us. And strengthening 1 blow. The constellation killer merely held a diary in one hand and his sword in the other. In exchange, I give up my memories of children's smiles. All of the magic and wonders were torn down. The power of your halved magic has been restored. The power of your halved mental defense has been restored. The area of effect designation has been cancelled. The fireballs were snuffed out. The ice blocks shattered. The tree roots were sliced through. The weeds rotted. A blue wind blew through the air, and the jungle disappeared. After the fog cleared, the wizards groaned. Break the middle finger ring. Break the ring finger ring. The pinky finger ring, too. All the songs have been destroyed. Chief. That guy's perfectly attacking the weaknesses of each ring. Damn! Which bitch sold all our secrets? I stared blankly at the battle taking place right before my eyes. The magicians attacked relentlessly. However, there was no use. The constellation killer fought by discarding his memories of the drink he just had, the streets he walked on yesterday, and other trivial memories. A single hunter stood against tens of thousands of wizards. What do you think? Isn't his battle strategy the complete opposite of yours? Bei Hurayong snickered. The constellation killer also uses a kind of demonic art. Zombie, the Infernal Heavens demonic art that you used is based on your memories. The memory of hunger, the memory of solitude. The Constellation Killer is the reverse. He discards his memories. His demonic art was the direct opposite of mine. Take a good look. You'll have to fight on this level one day. The Constellation Killer's fighting style was composed but gruesome. I give up my memory of taking a walk under the gentle sky. One by one, he discarded his memories. The Constellation Killer's tone was light, and his sword was simple. His fighting was calm in that sense. I give up my memory of people's screams when they are in pain. However, not a single memory he cast away was insignificant. The longer the fight continued, the more memories opened like boxes, one after the other. They were Pandora's boxes, a box with contents that evaporated after being opened. The Constellation Killer lives with a day to a week's worth of memories. Bei Hurayong said. He rarely has memories for more than a week. It's because that guy leaves to hunt a constellation after a week. A week's memories are enough for him to hunt a constellation. Did he say he had amnesia? Technically, that's wrong. That guy is fulfilling his duty at the expanse of his memories. That was, to be more precise, he was burning his own life. Shiny cannot watch her previous owners fight. My holy sword trembled. Shiny remembers that her former master did not fight that way in the past. She does not know when or why he became like this. Before I knew it, the Magic Tower's army was utterly exhausted. All of the circular rings had long been destroyed. At first, they formed strict ranks, attacking and retreating from the Constellation Killer. But they seemed to have reached their limit. Their formation crumbled. Wizards attacked sporadically. Chief. See, we can't fight the Constellation Killer with 1 week's worth of memories. We said that he was a *TTY strong character. If you force more magic here, the damage will not be little. The surveillance team has been making noise since earlier. Chief, the constellations have noticed the anomalies and are watching closely. There is a high probability that they'll attack us when we are weakened. Yuk, the one who seemed to be the wizard's chief, ground her teeth. She took off her pointy hat and crumpled it in her left hand. With immense anger in her eyes, the wizard stared at me. Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor. Ah, man. My popularity hasn't faded even after death. Bei Hurayong shrugged his shoulders. Look, zombie, this is why it's a problem when someone's just too awesome. I know well that you have made an alliance with the Constellation Killer. Expect our return. Our magic tower will do whatever it takes to hunt you down. This time we end with a simple battle of power, but next time, for sure. The wizards looked aghast. Whoa, Chief, that's typically the line a loser says while fleeing. Shoo, don't bother the chief now. You'll be turned into a frog and eaten. I'll definitely kick your ass. When the wizards scattered and their ensigns retreated, the Constellation Killer opened his mouth. Wait, Magic Tower Master. What? I still have 23 hours of memory. If I use 22 hours to reinforce my strike, I can destroy one of your spires. Are you threatening us now? That's right. The Constellation Killer affirmed indifferently. According to my records, you are someone who cares much for your dignity. Being unable to get rid of me after a total mobilization must be a painful loss. However, it is nothing compared to losing your spire. Carefully consider my threat. The Magic Tower Master's face twisted like a goblin's. For the next week, you are completely forbidden from attacking or scheming against me or this man. Attacking and scheming includes all acts and incidents that would cause us harm. Both indirect and direct methods are forbidden, and if a subjective judgment is required, the person who decides will be decided by us. Hence, your subjectivity is not allowed. This *TTY pair of swordsmen are. I'll threaten you again. Accept this week-long ceasefire. The Constellation Killer grabbed his sword. If you don't accept it, I'll tear it down. The silence settled in the ruined wasteland. You two are on the Magic Tower's hit list. Do you agree to the ceasefire? The tongue clicked. Simultaneously, a sheet of paper appeared before the Constellation Killer's eyes. It was a glittering gold contract. The Constellation Killer read the contract with an artless eye and then pulled out his fountain pen and signed it. It's been a satisfactory negotiation. Now go back. I'll bury you along with the Sword Emperor, Constellation Killer. I will not forget to record your enmity. TSK. The wizards turned their brooms. Like a swarm of locusts in the fall, they populated the sky and slowly drove away. Our surroundings became quiet. Nobody was around except for the Constellation Killer and myself. The Constellation Killer turned and looked at me. I have fulfilled my word to you, stranger. However, by your observation, I am trapped. I won the battle, but as a result, my week-long memory has been reduced to that of a day. I'm currently weak. This weakening of my power would be your intended goal, of course. The Constellation Killer described his situation in a very matter-of-fact way. It was like he was talking in third person. Gongja. Bei Hurayong's voice became much lower. Don't overlook it. That guy is trying to stall for as much time as he can by talking to you. Don't see him as a human. He's nothing but a weapon who moves fully according to what he has written. Yes. I gripped the holy sword. I know. Then I stared at the Constellation Killer. You're right. I will take you down. Yet, I cannot attack you according to my promise. I can only defend or evade your attacks. It's a dangerous situation. It will be particularly dangerous if you are the Sword Emperor or his reincarnation, as the Magic Tower Master said. My name is Death King. I am the young master of the demonic sect and the spouse of the Duchess of Ivantia. The Constellation Killer opened his diary and wrote down some words. He must have written down my name. The Constellation Killer asked me a question while he moved his fountain pen. What is the demonic sect? It is a blade that responds to all screams. What is a young master? It is the first sword to be swung. What is Death King? I pulled forth my red aura. It is the name of the person who will kill you. This time I asked a question. Constellation Killer, do you have any memories of hunger? It is written in the diary. However, as far as the memories in my head, I have none. I have no memory of hunger. I nodded. That will be your downfall. Then I lunged forward. Chapter 128. Compatriot. 1. Warrior Nim, are you awake? Kim blinked. A wasteland turned into ruins. Kim stood there blankly, holding a sword. This is? You were fighting a difficult battle just a moment ago. A voice was coming from the sword. The voice of a goddess. It was the cry of the constellation who had summoned him. Though he could recognize the goddess, Kim's head felt weirdly numb. How did he end up here? It was like his memory was tainted with soot. No matter how he tried to dig it out and remember, only black dust stuck to his fingers. Warrior Nim, you fell into the enemy's trap. The goddess was tearful. You were caught in an ambush you couldn't handle, and you would have lost if you continued as you were. So, Warrior Nim used the power of the Salvation Sword for the first time. Salvation? Yes. If you abandon something, you receive a proportionate amount of power. Warrior Nim, you discarded one syllable of your name. Only then did Kim realize what the soot was. I see. That's right. That's what had happened. He threw away one syllable of his name for good. What his original name was, he could no longer recall. No matter what, in return was the sight before him. With a single swing of his sword, the whole area turned into ruins. The group who attacked with evil schemes had been vaporized without a trace. Once again, the hero survived insurmountable odds. This is pretty good, Kim muttered. I didn't like that name anyway. I can't believe throwing away one syllable gave me this much power. Kim was a bit surprised that his name was worth so much. His name, as well as the life he lived before he entered this other world, had no value. At least not for him. Wea. Yes, Warrior Nim. I think I can save this world a bit faster. He would throw away his worthless time and attain this valuable scenery. Kim knew what he had to do. Before that, let's make a new name for me. Lefanta Ejim. In the ancient language, Lefanta meant Man of the Wilds. Kim had never called himself that, but at some point, people began to revere him with that name. Kim became a human from the wilderness. 2. The land through which the wizard's traipse turned into a wasteland. I became a gust of wind and traversed the ruined landscape. The silver-haired man looked at me calmly. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. The sword bore the motion of a desperately starving child's hand. Nails that scratched the sky. With the most primal movement and the most primal cry, I cut the head of the constellation killer. To greatly heighten my senses, I discard an hour. The constellation killer gripped his sword. Clash. The blade and sword clashed. The constellation killer blocked my attack and met my eyes. Expressionless. Blue eyes. An odd technique, remarked the constellation killer. He was holding his diary in his other hand. Does your martial art use aura as internal energy? Genuine martial artists are said to obsess over cultivation of internal energy. Perhaps you learned this swordsmanship not from the righteous sect but an evil sect, like the demonic sect you spoke of. I swung my sword. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Second form. Sword of thirst. A coarse wind blew through the wasteland. The fetid sand scattered and flew about. Death by dehydration. Though the seas were abundant, a man died of thirst, unable to drink a single sip. To him, the world was a desert. I called forth one man's desert and lashed out at the constellation killer. Strengthening defense. In exchange, I discard the taste of water. Facing the wind of the desert, the constellation killer blinked. Clash. Again, my sword was blocked by his. Fighting like this is not good, Death King. A voice resembling the desert crackled. You are a righteous human being. Your sense of justice is built on a foundation of righteousness, so you... Bariah. I recited a prayer. Bariah. The only prayer I allowed. The red aura wailed. My blood was crawling. My accumulated memories, the scenes of death I collected, and the things that have happened on my path answered my prayers. Agabariah. When one could not drink despite being surrounded by seawater, there was death. When one's breath was suffocated by seawater, there was death. There were so many ways for a person to die. The alley I caught a glimpse of, the ground that I stepped on, were all places that had witnessed someone's death. Thus, the essence of the world is devilish. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Third form. Sword of the drowned. The silver-haired man swung his sword. Strengthening blocks. I throw away the scent of the sea. How much longer do you think you can discard things? As long as I live. I clenched my teeth. I get it now. As I let loose an undulating barrage, I stared at the constellation killer who intercepted each attack one by one. I scowled at the silver-haired man. And from that appearance I understood. I could have become this man. A warrior who perfected the demonic arts to their limit. 150 years ago, Bei Hurayong had faced this warrior. That was why, when he was fighting Master, he had yelled, "I'm going to teach this kid how to be happy." What happened to someone who threw their self away? Bei Hurayong had fought Master because he knew it, he had seen it in person. If I didn't have Bei Hurayong, if I hadn't met Raviel, if I thought something like my memories could be sacrificed so easily, then, in the end, I would turn out like the man before me. Lafanta Ejim. I swung my sword. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Fourth form. Sword of freezing. The constellation killer swung his sword. I let go of the cold and warm winds. Our swords crossed. You speak of righteousness. Ido. Our eyes met. If I am righteous, there's no need to threaten my life. You. I. Our voices clashed. Say. Said. Our voices clashed against each other. I shouted, my voice like a raging wave. Then what is your justice? Lafanta Ejim's voice reverberated like the rain and covered my cry. My justice. It is to destroy the constellations. Why must you? Lafanta Ejim had said he couldn't answer. But as Bei Hurayong said, Lafanta Ejim was in a situation where he had no choice but to talk. To create time he could discard, he opened his mouth. Constellations are existences that deprive humans of their freedom of choice. He spoke of righteousness. Good is something based on human freedom. Therefore, the constellations who violate that freedom are evil. He spoke of good and evil. You said that you defeated the constellation called the Evangelist of Everlasting Happiness. Then you must know. The humans there were infected by the constellation without the right to choose, and they were forced into happiness. He spoke of rights. How about the warhorse of the eternal plains? The world becomes a mere battlefield under that constellation's hooves. It becomes an arena. Everyday conversations turn into pointed arguments. There is no room for freedom there. He spoke of freedom. I swallowed whole that rain-like voice and yelled. Did you say that humans should be free? Yes. If so, I swung my sword. What are you? I am. You're just a machine that moves based on what it says in your diary. Where's the freedom in that? You have a point. The constellation killer swung his sword with his right hand, but he did not let go of the diary in his left hand. His indifferent eyes glanced over the diary. My reply is this. If I can forsake the freedom of one person, myself, to save the freedom of everyone else, I should. That was my decision, and I had made that decision when my mind was free. Therefore, don't make me laugh. Infernal Heaven's Demonic Art. Fifth form. Sword of Poison. What's different between your actions and the actions of the constellations you just talked about? The constellation killer hesitated to reply, but it was brief. The constellation killer quickly defended against my blow that contained the poisons of the world. I renounce the scent of all flowers. Whether you smell flowers for a week, watch the sunset, drink, eat, feel the wind, or whatever, it's all useless. You just throw it away, again and again. The constellations are a harmful influence on the world. They infect the minds of humans with their images and thoughts. With that infection, humans become one. There is no choice. The constellation killer recited his diary. So, to give humans at least the freedom of choice, the constellations must. What is? Infernal Heaven's Demonic Art. Sixth form. Sword of Illness. Different about. Infernal Heaven's Demonic Art. Seventh form. Sword of Blunt Impact. What you do. I throw away all of the dreams I've had this week. I throw away the pain of being injured. I throw away the landscapes of the morning, day, evening, and night. You just move according to your diary. Constellations would be better. At least constellations are conscious of their actions. Your life is dictated by words. Infernal Heaven's Demonic Art. Eighth form. Sort of incineration. Your name is not the killer of the sky's constellations. The constellation killer. You are the constellation who kills the sky. The killer constellation. If killing constellations is your sole mission and duty, kill yourself first. Sky-killing constellation. Infernal Heaven's Demonic Art. Ninth form. Sword of Suicide. My sword pierced the constellation killer. But it wasn't his flesh sliced by my sword tip. It was the diary. The old notebook that the constellation killer could not look away from until the end. My blade cleaved its heart. Countless pages flew into the air. His days scattered like petals. 1 second, discard, muttered the constellation killer. He fought a fierce battle against the spiders of the magic tower, and he had a consecutive match against me. The memories that he had accumulated during the week were exhausted. Finally, the metaphorical gun had been taken out of the constellation killer's hands. 1 second, discard. Despite reaching this end, the constellation killer did not let up. He still had something to throw away. No, he had a constant stream of things he could discard. 1 second, discard. Moment by moment, he sacrificed his unstopping present. While sacrificing his seconds, he swung his sword, called forth aura, and shielded himself. 1 second, discard. All right. 1 second, discard. That was the way he screamed. 1 second, discard. The infernal heavens was a sword that responded to all screams. 1 second. Discard. I came all the way here with the screams of the snowfield, the screams of the heart, the child, and in the end, of course it was his scream, the one that caused the others. 1 second. Discard. The constellation killer muttered and swung his sword. There was no tone in his voice, so it was colorless. His eyes did not carry his feelings, so they were indifferent. The colorless and indifferent man's silver hair became disheveled as he continued to block my attacks. 1 second. Then my sword cut his shoulder. Discard. We did not stop. 1 second. Without stopping, we swung our swords. Blood spilled from his shoulder. Blood burst from his calves. Each time my sword connected, red spilled onto the gray wasteland. I buried my sword into the constellation killer's chest. He was unable to stop my advance. Thud. The constellation killer fell backwards. I pinned him down so he couldn't move an inch, raising my sword high. Lefanta Ejim. 1 second. I will reap your scream. And I pierced the constellation killer's heart. Blood gurgled back from his mouth. His esophagus was blocked. He couldn't speak. The constellation killer looked up at me with eyes devoid of emotion. As he looked up, he moved his lips, but his voice was blocked by his blood. But that was just how screams were. Blood flowed from the chest that once contained the heartbeat to the mouth that once contained his voice. The blood spread to our surroundings more and more in concentric circles. The constellation killer's hair, a silver halfway between white and gray, was soaked in the pool of blood. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Your presence has become more pronounced. A small voice sounded. Death King's level is growing. Your skill slots are expanding. Now your hunter rank is C-class. May luck be with you. It didn't stop there. Your presence has become more pronounced. Death King's level is growing. The tower's voice resounded. It was like all my actions so far were coming to fruition at once. Your skill slots are expanding. Now your hunter rank is B-class. May luck be with you. Everywhere it grew silent. I quietly pulled the blade from the constellation killer's heart. His corpse looked docile. He lay in the pool of his own blood without expression, like someone who had been destined to die from the beginning. At that moment, lone seeker of truth is shocked by the death of the constellation killer. The eye living in the labyrinth looks wary of you at this unbelievable event. The warhorse of the eternal plains expresses amazement at the constellation killer's death. The world was astonished. Chapter 129. Compatriot. 2. 3. What? Of course, it wasn't only the constellations who reacted to the death of the constellation killer. What? Wait, what? Did the constellation killer just die? Really? A dull voice resounded in the gray sky. The chief of the wizards who had just warred against the constellation killer, the so-called Magic Tower Master, was in shock. That voice was only the beginning. People started to flock to the wasteland. One by one, the hunters who had fled the battle between the constellation killer and the magic tower approached. No way. The constellation killer died. Who is that guy? I've never heard of the Sword Emperor. Damn. That crazy mofo bastard was reincarnated. Though they were shocked, they did not rush and pile on top of me. There was an alertness in their eyes. They were wary of a newcomer who had suddenly hunted the constellation killer. It's dangerous. I should disappear before I draw more attention. I caught my breath, which had become feverish during my fight with the constellation killer. If they discover that my fighting prowess is less than they think, I don't know when or how they'll attack. I was only able to hunt the constellation killer through a trap. If we were both fully prepared, I would have lost 100% no matter how many times we fought. The other hunters weren't aware of this fact yet. It was really lucky that they weren't. I should hurry. I put the constellation killer's body on my back and muttered, "Transmit." In my mind, I was already thinking of the great library's majestic lobby. Soon, my body would be transmitted there, carrying the constellation killer's corpse. Then I would coax the corner librarian to follow my schemes. Oh. However, nothing happened. Transmit. I muttered again, but it was the same. I remained in the desolate field. The glutinous blood from the Constellation Killer's corpse soaked my back. Hundreds of hunters stared at me in confusion. Suddenly, an ominous premonition swept over me. The stage-clear announcement hasn't been made yet. The Constellation Killer was unmistakably dead. And yet, no voice declared to me that the stage has been cleared. Why? Was something lacking? I desperately tried to think of what happened. Was it not enough to kill the Constellation Killer? Was the tower refusing to recognize the 50th floor as cleared since the Constellation Killer wasn't the master of the 50th floor? Why's he like that? He's just standing still. Hold on, my observation skill says that guy's level is only B class. B class. While I was urgently thinking, the hunters began to murmur. The air of astonishment ebbed away. Astonishment slowly turned into alertness, and alertness soon became suspicion. Don't joke. Well, he must have a camouflage skill. The Constellation Killer is at least S-class, so there's no way he'd die to a B-class. Hey! Somebody talk to him. Are there any hunters who were active when the Sword Emperor was alive? I broke out in a cold sweat. This isn't good. Uneasiness rippled through the air. It wasn't just because I could see the hunters sniffing about. It wasn't because each of those hunters was a higher level than me and thus dangerous. The sense that I'd missed something. A hunter's intuition. I instinctively looked to my side. Next to me, Bei Hurayong was smirking. What are you looking at? Speak honestly. You know something, don't you? I don't know what you mean. I already gave you all the advice I'll give. Saying so, Bei Hurayong grinned. The corners of his mouth were filled with mischief. T. Cursing in my mind, I recalled the advice he gave me. Gongja, don't see him as a human. He's nothing but a weapon that moves fully according to what he has written. Not a human but a weapon. A fighting machine. What would I do if I was Lafanta Ejim? He's a man who calculates everything obsessively. Wouldn't he naturally have plans for if he died? My thinking became quicker. Furthermore, Bei Hurayong has met the Constellation Killer before. I saw Lafanta Ejim's face for the first time in a trauma. Bei Hurayong was with me then, too. He had immediately recognized Lafanta Ejim's identity. Feels like I've seen that bastard before. Even at a glance, I can recognize that he's definitely the Constellation Killer. I was wondering what kind of world such a madman was born in, that brat. So he's from Ejim. I asked Bei Hurayong what sort of relationship he had with the man. Bei Hurayong shrugged. What else could our relationship be? We had a proper fight. He was strong. I'll give him that. But he couldn't dare match me. In other words, Bei Hurayong beat the Constellation Killer in battle. The Constellation Killer had been defeated by Bei Hurayong before. Then wasn't it too strange? Feeling the Constellation Killer's blood drip down my spine, I looked at Bei Hurayong. You? Yeah. There is no way a person like you would spare the Constellation Killer. The Sword Emperor. He was a crazy nutjob, but he had a noble attitude when it came to swords and martial arts. Bei Hurayong killed my master. He killed her in a fair match. Master was beautiful, and she was as kind as she was beautiful. Bei Hurayong recognized it, saying that this was the doctrine of the demonic cult and cut her. The Constellation Killer was depraved. He couldn't even be compared to my master. Smart little brat. After subduing the Constellation Killer, there was no way that Bei Hurayong wouldn't have killed him. This is why I like you. You have to be smart to be a hunter. There are 3 qualities a hunter needs. Intelligence to plan a way to win. Courage to execute the plan. Skill to succeed in the execution. You have to be smart, adaptive, and competent. There was only one conclusion. Bei Hurayong must have killed the Constellation Killer in the past. Only that wasn't the end. The Constellation Killer bastard is a hunter Gongja, just like you. The sky split, strengthening one blow. I throw away the white flower I saw when I looked down on my way here. I was only able to avoid the blow because I was extremely tense and wary of my surroundings. I had reinforced my vision and hearing, all 5 senses, with my aura as much as I could. As I keenly observed the flow of air, I felt a blade that tore the flow apart. I hit the ground. I discarded Lefanta Ejim's corpse. I disregarded my posture. I fiercely rolled away, my sole aim to get out of that spot. Running wave. Any martial artist would laugh at my technique, but I used it with not a single inkling of shame. In exchange, I survived. Kwang. The wasteland was completely uprooted. The ground broke. The sudden blow had waylaid even the crowd who had gathered to look at me. Unlike me, not all of them had been paying attention. Over 20 hunters died due to this bit of carelessness. It happened in an instant. On the way, I saw an old man planting something in a flower pot. Someone took a step. Thud. The man's footsteps echoed in the dense wasteland of screams and groans. The flower pot was small, petite. The man's life had become old and lacking, and he was planting his all into a single flower pot. For a moment, I saw the flower pot that contained the old man's life. Life, regardless of size, can be beautiful so long as it can be contained somewhere. The walker was wearing a ratty hood. One strike, strengthening. A voice flowed from beneath the hood. I forsake the memories of the old man and the pot. A gale blew. The lone seeker of truth rejoices. The eye living in the labyrinth watches as new events unfold. The warhorse of the eternal plains abandons the plan to attack you. The number of deaths earlier, 20, instantly doubled. Everyone but the hunters with prompt reactions was caught in the blow. There was a spirited man who ran toward the man in the hood, but soon his limbs were blown away, demonstrating to everyone the difference between courage and recklessness. I overheard people whispering in the alley. The man's hood slipped because of the wind that he himself caused. I couldn't understand them, so I shan't say they were voices. But I cannot say it was mere noise because I wanted to understand them. The allure of something you don't understand. I wondered if that was a sign of beauty. I thought the sound of the alley was beautiful. Silver hair. While walking, I stepped on the ground. The feeling of touching the ground was new to me. It was firm. It was nice. I thought that maybe the people of the world would become nicer if they walked around on bare feet. Then I felt pained because I thought they would step on a glass shard. The people who walk barefoot in this world are good people, but that is why they will always be in pain. Blue eyes. I deduce that the one who murdered me is in this group. Among them, the person with the highest possibility of being the killer is the one that was carrying my corpse. An old notebook. It is the first time I've died in 153 years, 7 months, and 2 days. The hunter who killed me in the past, the Sword Emperor, was distinctly more skilled than I. Thus, I added a rule on page 2. If I am about to be killed by an opponent stronger than me, I will escape. This is the lesson I gained after dying 3 times in 3 battles against the Sword Emperor. The silver-haired man scanned the old notebook with his blue eyes. From my judgment. Then he looked at me. You avoided 2 of my blows. But if you were a fighter on the Sword Emperor's level, you would have counterattacked immediately after dodging. The Sword Emperor said his level of martial arts was called the Dawn Circle Sword. Your skills are not on that level. The holy sword by my waist trembled. It's hard to understand why I was killed by a person on your level. The one who massacres constellations. This means that you are smart enough to devise a method that I cannot guess. A hunter who is smarter than me is dangerous. If you gain more outstanding power than you have now, you may grow into a hunter comparable to the Sword Emperor. A human weapon. A person who plans for his own death and has made an additional body. Whether it was a clone, a puppet, or some constellations technique, the constellation killer Lefanta Ejim stood before me. Don't see him as a human. The constellation killer bastard is a hunter, Gongja, just like you. Like me, who never really dies no matter how much I die. The constellation killer was another person who had measures against death. I judge that you are a dangerous person whom I cannot leave alone. I will neutralize you immediately. The Constellation Killer pulled a yellow rubber band from his chest pocket. Slowly, he tied his silver hair. Our fight begins now. The world fractured. Come on, Gongja. Bei Hurayang laughed loudly. The slightly frayed sleeves of a robe fluttered. This is the world after the 50th floor. For I pulled forth my red aura with all my strength. Damn it. A doll? You're really no different from a machine, are you? In my battles against the Sword Emperor, there were no witnesses except for one constellation. The Constellation Killer looked between me and his diary. It would be nice if looking was all he did. He continued to rain down blows without pause. I did my best to avoid his repeated attacks. It was because the Sword Emperor considered the duel to be sacred. The Sword Emperor called it a martial arts contest. However, too many have witnessed this death. It will be difficult to eliminate all witnesses. This crazy bastard. I heard a voice muttering absently in the faraway sky. It was the voice of the Magic Tower Master. Regardless, the Constellation Killer continued to calculate how to act next. Therefore, I will threaten them instead of killing them. Listen, look, to those who oppose me and to those who will oppose me in the future, I have artificially acquired immortality. Even if you kill me, I will stand before you again. And I vow to kill the person who has killed me. If a group work together to kill me, I will destroy the whole group. Boom! I narrowly managed to avoid the Constellation Killer's attack. The attack I dodged did not cut me, but the Constellation Killer's corpse. The corpse was cut off at its waist in one stroke. This was crazy. That guy, the Constellation Killer, shredded a body that looked exactly like his own. My declaration is not just a threat. I will kill you here to prove it. His face was still expressionless. It was like he placed no value on his own body. Strengthening one blow, the Constellation Killer dashed at me. I abandon all the beauty of the world. Ah! I had been under the illusion that time had stopped. As a wave of air from his sword strike ripped through the earth, I looked the Constellation Killer in the eyes. They were apathetic. Pure madness. His eyes were not afraid of any sacrifice or price he had to pay in order to act on his convictions. Yes, Bei Hurayang was right. This man was a person who lived as a hunter just like I did. It's me. I lamented. It's me if I didn't meet Raviel. Staring at my imminent death in that moment, I gave up on defending. I ignored it, but I wasn't just throwing away my life. Don't kill yourself without my permission. Don't die even when there's an easy escape. Even if you don't think you can escape death, struggle until the end. As I gave up on defense, I swung my sword. If I couldn't block the blow anyway, even if I was going to die, I could at least hit him properly. That was just who I was. That was the promise I made with Raviel. Chwak! My sword collided with the Constellation Killer's strike. My blade cut open the diary in the Constellation Killer's left hand. I saw the Constellation Killer's silver eyebrows twitch. His blow had pierced me. I admit it. I coughed. Blood poured back down my throat. My vision turned white. Even as my body boiled, I glared at the Constellation Killer until the very end. You are a monster. You're stronger than me. You're very cautious like me. However, you're not the only one who has another chance. Lafanta Ejim. The corner librarian sighs. Kill me. I'll die for you now. Kill me again and again. Let's kill each other. Your hell and my hell can compete. The last person standing will be me. You are wrong. The corner librarian rejoices but also despairs. I will beat you. You have died. Just wait. Currently, your hunter rank is B class. As part of your penalty for leveling, the order of your skill activation will be changed. I will definitely to you dash. Warning. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being materialized. The data necessary for materialization will be extracted from your memories. The whiteness I saw turned red. The severity of the penalty is high. The penalty is the Animal Road. 1. My consciousness drifted away. From a faraway world, like it was crossing nirvana, there was a melody. Ding. Yong. yang, yong. Somehow, the tune sounded very familiar. It was the sound of a bell I think I heard a long time ago. Where did I hear this? Oh, where was it? I tried to open my eyes. My eyelids felt like they were being weighed down with iron. My whole body was tingling with sleep paralysis. Only the unclear melody, the hazy bells, could be heard. Ying, yong, yang, yong. At some point, I could hear another sound. This is the broadcasting department, notifying all students remaining on school grounds. School? Other than the students who will participate in nighttime self-study. Everyone, please go home now. Once again, the broadcasting department announces, go home. Recently, some students have remained on school grounds after dismissal time has passed. To the students at school now, please return home if you have not applied for nighttime self-study. Ying, yong, yang, yong. The bell rang again, and the voice stopped speaking. What the hell was this? I struggled to break free of the sleep paralysis. But struggling was no use, so I concentrated my consciousness on one point as much as I could. I felt my body fidget. As I was trying to move my fingers by concentrating a bit more, something hit my head. Sunbae, wake up. We've been dismissed. Only then could I move, like I had been released from binding magic. I exhaled violently. Gradually, I regained control of my body. Sensations returned. The first to return was hearing, then sight. Aha! Drawn by the familiar laugh, I raised my head. It's not good for you to sleep on your desk. It's bad for your back, and more importantly, you won't sleep well. I understand that you're studying hard since it's almost midterms, but please go home and sleep instead. The heretic questioner was smiling down at me. However, something was different. Heretic questioner? The heretic questioner was wearing a school uniform. What? A heretic questioner. He tilted his head side to side. Who's that? Maybe. Are you the golden silk? Were you possessed by the heretic questioner again? Possessed? Ah, did you have a dream? Ahaha. Sunbae, you read a lot of books. You must have had an interesting dream. I slowly looked around. The two of us were at a library. But even though it was a library, it was shabby when compared to the Great Library of all things. If the Great Library was a magnificent chateau, this was a cramped kennel. Looking out the window, I could see a wide schoolyard. Like a normal school. Sword Emperor. Feeling my mouth go dry, I muttered in my head, there's trouble, Sword Emperor. I think the penalties became totally weird as my level went up. Before, I saw the trauma like I was peeping in a dream, but this, Sword Emperor, there was no response. I looked around again. Hello. It was quiet. Hey, Sword Emperor. It was silent. Then I realized. Now, Sunbae, let's leave now. The student council president will probably be waiting at the school gate today. You can't make your girlfriend angry. I'll organize the books. So Sunbae, you go first. I had entered a new stage. The trauma was unfolding on a different level than before. Chapter 130. Compatriot. 3. 5. Go, go. Cherish your relationship. It won't do for the leading star of the romance who went down in Shinseo Middle High School's history to make his girlfriend wait. The heretic questioner basically kicked me out of the library. My head was blank. I didn't know how to respond. While I stood tongue-tied, the library door slammed shut. The school was silent. The gray granite floor of the corridor was slippery. When the sunset reflected on it, it was a shiny red. Nobody was walking in the hallway but me. Only calls of pass, pass, and the sounds of students kicking around a soccer ball in the distant schoolyard were present. Really, what's going on? I walked like I was sleepwalking. The student council president will probably be waiting at the school gate today. You can't make your girlfriend angry. I had never attended high school. However, I did go to middle school for about 2 years. I was familiar with the facilities of a school. First, I'll head to the gate. The columns and walls of the hallway were pale, painted with a light green. It wasn't a pretty green either, just a bland color. Even the tacky, fake color seemed familiar. Stairs. There should be a staircase nearby. Ah, found it? It was then. As I reached the stairs, I felt a presence. When I looked up because of the presence, the stairs that led to the rooftop, a student was standing right in front of the iron door. Oh! He had a small frame. The student stared at the iron door that would not open. He was probably looking at the chains and the lock on the doorknob. The student seemed to notice my presence as well, and our eyes met. It was a face I was seeing for the first time. The student dropped his head, then silently walked down the stairs past me. While he passed, I saw the child's uniform collar. The white collar was stained with dirt. It smelled familiar to me. It was the smell of poverty. Of course, I only caught a glimpse. The student disappeared down the hall, behaving properly, living joyfully, with a happy heart. A poster with a flashy motto hung in the stairs where the student had stood. The words were pointless, saying nothing about anything. Rather than words, they were a failure. The poster was hideous. As if desperately trying to hide its uselessness, the slogan's font and color were cute. It wasn't until a long time later that I came to my senses. Yeah, I should leave too. I arrived at the school gate. A black limousine was parked in front of the gate. Wait a moment. Let me explain what I just saw. I went down the ordinary stairs and crossed the ordinary schoolyard to reach what should have been an ordinary school gate. But what was this? There was a super high-end black limousine, one you'd only see in movies, parked in front of the school gate. You're a little late today. And the person dearest to my heart stood by the limousine.
Raviel?
It's a lovely evening, Gongja, my love said calmly. Now that I've seen your face, the sunset is even more beautiful. The sunset's glow must have become red to match the color of your cheeks. There were students on the field who hadn't gone home yet. Students playing on the basketball court, students taking short walks before going to self-study, and students kicking around a ball on the soccer field. They all stopped whatever they were doing to look our way. Look over there. That's Sunbae. Oh, that's the one dating the daughter of the Chable family. I'm friggin' jealous. The public confession at the festival. This was crazy. What's wrong, Gongja? Your dopey expression is a part of your charm, but you look seriously confused now. Have you decided to develop a new kind of appeal? Raviel, you're from a Chable family? My head felt woozy. What was this crazy trauma trying to show me? Was it giving me the gift of Raviel wearing a school uniform? Should I take a picture and preserve it for the ages? Was there a way to bring photos taken inside a trauma back to reality? You're saying something weird, boyfriend. I was born into a Chable family, and of course, I continue to live as a member of a Chable family. This was crazy. Raviel called me her boyfriend. She called me boyfriend. What do I do? Should I film this? Record her voice? I should film it, right? Can the science and technology of the modern era transfer a video recorded in a trauma to reality? What were the scientists doing? Why were they neglecting their duties? Raviel. Sorry, but how old are you now? I'm a second-year student at Shinseo High. And me, Butler, book a psychiatrist right now. My boyfriend seems to be suffering from a light case of amnesia. As for the answer to the question, you are, of course, in the same grade as me, boyfriend. To meet Raviel while we're in high school, being able to spend my youth with Raviel. What is this? Isn't it too great of a blessing? I'm the happiest man in the world. Butler, cancel the appointment. My boyfriend is acting as usual. We had a brief, romantic moment in front of the school gate. It was a happy time. There were shrieks in the schoolyard, but I didn't pay them any mind. Based on what the heretic questioner said, we two were an official couple at school. Even if we are reborn in a different world, I will always love you, Raviel. I have loved you from the past life and will love you in my next. For me, love's name will always be replaced by 3 syllables, Kim Gongja. But first, we need to live in this present life. Get in the car. I'll take you home. Home. To me, home meant the orphanage. Was Raviel taking me to the orphanage then? No, this trauma world was clearly different from the outside world in reality. I never went to high school. I hadn't ever heard of a place called Shinseo High. What would my home here be like? Something big happened at your house yesterday, didn't it? Raviel said, getting inside the limo. The inside of the limousine was comfortably spacious. However, the two of us purposefully snuggled up next to each other, sitting side by side. Sorry? Something big. Oh, are you saying you don't care about it? Well, my boyfriend has always hated talking about him. Of course, I hate it too. Still, family is family. Tell your mother and father not to worry because I took care of it. No, it'll be better if I told them myself. I didn't know what she was talking about. I thought that some incident had happened and Raviel covered it up. But the words that had shaken me were the words mother and father. My parents. When I was a child, I had called the orphanage director my father. I had also called an older girl who had come to volunteer my mother. However, that was only because of the ignorance and mischief of children. The parents Raviel were talking about probably weren't like that. In this world, I have a home and I have parents. It was somewhat disconcerting. Raviel gave me an adoptive father for a day during the wedding. But I was happy then. However, it was a happiness that someone I loved gave me, and it would disappear if I indulged in it. But now, these were parents who had existed and would continue to exist as such. I don't even know what to feel. The limousine stopped. Through the window, I saw a small, shabby, single-family house. It was an old house in an old neighborhood. Oh, and in front of the house was a rough-looking man sweeping with a broom. You're home. The long-haired man grinned. Kaya, your girlfriend gave you a ride in a limo, Our son's got some good luck. It's all thanks to my looks that you inherited. You should respect your father, who made it so you always look handsome. It was the Sword Emperor. I was briefly woozy again. Have you been well, father? Oh, please don't lower your head. Young lady, a precious person like you shouldn't bow your head to a guy like me. Anyway, was my son rude to you? This kid's got a good heart, but his disposition's a bit cuckoo. It's all right. I treasure every part of Gongja. KH, how is it that everything you say is so sweet? Hey, Kim Gongja, you rascal. Get on your knees and bow. If you ever mistreat this young lady, you'll be disowned. Got it? Straight away. I'll erase you from our family tree. Raviel and Bei Hurayong were speaking warmly to each other. The sight of them conversing, it existed here. I almost passed out. Raviel easily caught my body. Gongja is acting rather strange today, father. He asked me about my age earlier. That kid has always been weird. When he was 5. Do you want to stay for dinner? I cooked some amazing cockles today. Yes, I won't refuse. You're such a charming lady. Gongja, what are you doing? Why aren't you kneeling yet? Should I do it for you? We went inside. Welcome back, Gongja. Master was sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper. How was school, my son? I swooned. Oh, you even brought your girlfriend home. Welcome, Miss Bansaya. Please call me Raviel, mother. I prefer using my foreign name. Is that so? I see. The customs of children these days are complex. Mother. T. Ash. E. Er. Honey, you haven't realized? Do you think Gongja has the guts to invite the lady to our house? I invited her. I lured her with my shellfish side dish. Ah, of course. Darling, you're right. It was unbecoming of me to expect such a side to our son. Since the doenjang soup is finished boiling, let's... Honey. Darling. Honorable EY. Darling. Honey. Darling. We will continue to report about the popular singer, Yusuha. An announcer's voice flowed out of the TV in the living room. In the incident that shocked many people yesterday, this image shows the singer Yusuha assaulting someone. But this morning, a report came, saying the picture had been manipulated. Surprisingly, it was a confession from the one who released the video. I stared at the television screen in a stupor. On the screen, there was a photo ID of a handsome man with a long ponytail. The informant said, "I reported him as a joke, but I didn't think this would blow up. I sincerely apologize to those who were shocked and hurt by my actions." Pictures of Preta and the Golden Silk also popped up on the screen. With that, the photos of the Flame Emperor Preta and the Golden Silk were side by side. Estelle and Sylvia, members of his group, have refrained from making official statements. There was a video of the singers dancing. The Golden Silk sang as Preta and the Flame Emperor danced. However, like the concert in 10 days that was cancelled, the group's activities will likely be postponed for some time. This was crazy. Wasn't it crazy? Did I go crazy? I said, "Isn't this crazy?" Master nodded slightly and put down the newspaper. She looked at Raviel with earnest eyes. "We have a lot to talk about at dinner. Gongja, fetch your brother. It's been a while, so let's all eat together. Is that all right with you, Miss Raviel?" "Of course, brother. Not only did I have a mother and father, but I also had an older brother." "Brother? Where is he?" "He's in your room." Master turned her head toward a door. I felt some unshakable fear. My father was Bei Hurayong. Mother was Master. Then who would act as my older brother? Creak. Carefully, slowly, I opened the door. Ha! A man lay in bed, munching on potato chips. He was reading a rented comic book in one hand. Seeing me, the man casually waved with his potato chip-stained hand. "Long time to see. Damn dude, did you see the news, too? Huh? Your big bro got over yesterday." "Ah, really? I kept being stalked, so I got annoyed and threw a punch, but I got caught. My career as a singer almost ended. It was the Flame Emperor." I blacked out. I'm glad the lost his nerve this morning. Phew. I got scolded by Mom. Huh? Hey, are you okay? Your face is pale. Kim Gongja? Hey kiddo, did you lose your mind? Why are you swaying all of the sudden? D. I jumped on the bed. D. Die, you maniac. Why, you bastard, are you nuts? Hey, calm down. You think I'll calm down when you just called Master Mom? You bastard? D. Die and apologize to Master. What sort of bullsh asterisk T? No, wait, damn. Since when did you get this strong? Hick. Yoop cuff. I strangled Yusuha. From the bottom of my heart, let's accept that Bei Hurayong was cast as my father. I will never accept it in reality, but let's say that he is. But this guy as my blood brother? This guy, this psychopath, as my brother? Mom. Yusuha coughed and screamed. Gongja is hitting me. Mom. I was gonna go mad. Chapter 131. Wasteland. 1. I know it was bold of me, but I took the liberty of handling brother-in-law's incident. After the squabble had been broken up, we gathered at the table. The Flame Emperor had a shiner. I had a bump protruding from my head. Master hit me good while scolding me. These incidents have to be snuffed out early on or buried the very moment they happen. The latter is usually preferable, but the timing wasn't good in this case. There wasn't any political drama happening, and brother-in-law's concert had been scheduled for 10 days later. Raviel deftly picked up a cockle with her chopsticks and ate it. Swish, click. Raviel was using chopsticks here. This sight existed. So pretty. Oh, I was grateful for the invention of chopsticks. The chopsticks were probably grateful to be used by Raviel. Indubitably so. Though the way she called the Flame Emperor bastard brother-in-law made my insides twist. Boyfriend. Yes. Don't look at me so heatedly. Raviel spoke like she was troubled. Turn away, or lower your head. I'm speaking with your parents right now. I don't want to do something embarrassing in front of your mother and father. All right. I obediently lowered my head and ate the food. What? This cockle dish. It's really good. Bei Hurayong had made this? Was Bei Hurayong actually a good chef? My worldview was being shaken. Ah, but please don't say brother-in-law. That guy doesn't deserve to be called that by you, Raviel. Please just call him a dog.
Hey, brat.
You've become quite the punk while I was gone. Huh. Master slowly took a sip of her drink. It's a little embarrassing, really. Miss Raviel, I would understand if you had acted on Gongja's behalf, but as you know, Gongja and Suha's relationship is not good. Did you need to help Suha with your family's power? I didn't, Raviel said calmly. I just wanted to show it to mother and father. Show it? What do you mean? You two probably underestimate the strength of our love. You may think that it's just a passing amusement for the daughter of a Chable family, making nice memories for our school days and gaining life experience. Whether with good intentions or bad, that's how you view us. Raviel's voice trickled over the dining table. But I am serious. I will sincerely take you in as my new family. There are some in my household who are against my choice of partner, but I will crush all resistance. I took care of this incident to show you my skills and my resolve. Please allow the two of us to marry. Mother, father. Master smiled wryly. I see that a very generous child has grown close to my son. I thank you. It is strange to see my son be loved like this, but it means raising him was worth it. Master. Oh wow. Then are we in-laws with a Chable family? Kaya, I don't have to work as a singer anymore. I'm done with it. Hey, sister-in-law. There are some singers going to China these days. Can you get our group to Suha? If you cause another incident, we'll erase you from the family tree. Our relationship as parent and child will be severed. Ha!
No.
That will not suffice. Find the person you assaulted and bow your head. Get on your knees until you are forgiven. I will not accept you as my kin until you apologize. Mom. I quietly looked down the table. A home. Parents. Things I did not have. Raviel went back after officially getting permission to marry me. We had set a date for the wedding. Bei Hurayang said, Kuhaha, I'll need to fit my son for a suit. It's happening a lot faster than I thought. And laughed. Master and Bei Hurayang worked as writers. After Raviel went back, the house became quiet and the sound of two people working softly spread through the quiet living room. Master wrote with a pencil. With a cup of coffee by her side, Master thought for long periods of time and occasionally wrote a few words down on her manuscript. Her side profile was tranquilly in thought. Bei Hurayang wrote with a typewriter.
Top.
The rhythm of the keys clicking quietly filled the room. When he wrote, Bei Hurayang frowned, his face resembling an angry sea otter. Sometimes he would go to the kitchen and make himself a cocktail. Quiet world. Why? Even when it was the next morning and I was on my way to school, I couldn't wrap my head around it at all. Why is this the Constellation Killer's trauma? Students in uniforms passed by me on the way to school. They were all faces that I had seen somewhere. Somehow I was familiar with them. Good morning, Sunbei. Among them were students who bowed their heads politely as soon as they saw me. Top buttons loose, too tight pants, shortened skirts. Students who looked somewhat delinquent bowed to me. Did you sleep well last night? The 4 demon lords? They were none other than the members of the demonic sect. A middle school student who looked just like Demon Lord Woliang tilted his head. 4 demon lords? Who's that? We're the 4 heavenly kings of Shinseo Middle School. Sunbei. What they? Were the 4 demon lords the strongest fighters at this world school? And was I their leader? Then that meant that the top delinquent of this school and the student council president, who was from a Chable family, were dating. This was insane. Excuse me, you all, why do you go around acting like thugs? You should stop. Study instead. No, you don't even have to study. Please just disband the gang or whatever. We're being good these days. Sunbei, didn't you tell us to restrain ourselves while you date the queen? We've been doing that. Because of you, we can't even play with our errand boy anymore. Not that, but, never mind. The 4 heavenly kings, right? Did you call Raviel the queen? This is nuts. Please stop speaking so politely, Sunbei. It's scary. Things continued to drive me nuts when I entered the classroom. Attention! Bow to our teacher. The Black Dragon Master was our class president. Her clothes were neat. Her entire air showed that she was a model student. All right, President, take the kids' phones. Yes, those of you who hide your phones. If I catch you, you die. Get it? And the venomous snake was our homeroom teacher. With an appearance that looked indistinguishable from a teacher or gangster, the venomous snake put on airs behind the lectern. He was holding a switch in one hand. I'm going to go mad. The Black Dragon Master went around the classroom holding a storage box. The students voluntarily or reluctantly put in their cell phones. And these weren't smartphones but folding phones. If not, slide phones. And the Black Dragon Master just walked by me when she came to my seat. Quietly, without a word. Looking around, I was the only student whom the Black Dragon Master passed over silently. The Count, she was a classmate, and the Crusader also a classmate. Both obediently coughed up their phones. Hey, class president. It was an unfamiliar way to address her. The Black Dragon Master heard my voice and turned around. Her calm, subdued eyes stared back at me. What is it? You didn't take my phone. Here. I stood up and put my cell phone in the box. I felt very uncomfortable using casual language with the Black Dragon Master. I wasn't the only one who was uncomfortable. The Black Dragon Master looked at me with a surprised expression. That's right. Princess Pyongyang could reform the foolish Ondel. It's nothing. Forget it. The Black Dragon Master shook her head lightly and walked to the front row. At the lectern, the venomous snake was snickering. The day has come when Kim Gongja willingly gives up his cell phone. Everyone, take a good look. You don't need nagging or corporal punishment to fix someone. With love, people change on their own. You all should find someone too when you get to college. The Crusader raised her hand upright. Teacher, Kim Gongja says he will go to Seoul National University. He spoke to me very earnestly. Oh, how odd. He told me he was going to Oxford. The Count grinned. The student council president is going to study abroad. I heard that he would follow her to the ends of the earth. Well, that means that his safety school is Seoul National University and his reach school is Oxford, as expected of Kim Gongja. His eyes are on a different level than ours. The students giggled. The Crusader and the Count were likely the ones who controlled the class atmosphere, and among them the Count smirked. President, be careful. You're going to lose out as the top student in class. No need to meddle, the Black Dragon Master replied brusquely. I felt peculiar because though they were wearing school uniforms, they were all faces I recognized. No, not everyone. Back row. The window seat. The student I came across by the stairs to the rooftop yesterday was sitting there. That student was quietly writing something down in his notebook. He's in the same class as me. The wind blew from the window. The curtains swayed. The child's body was small enough to be hidden behind the curtains. So, the student's image was repeatedly hidden by and visible between the curtains. The thin curtain was like a partition that separated the child away from the rest of the classroom. Hello, everyone? Then someone entered the classroom. First period is math, right? Yes, teacher. Then I'll start the class. It was the alchemist. I'm not even surprised anymore. That was right. What more could surprise me when the 4 demon lords became the 4 heavenly kings and the flame emperor became my brother? Furthermore, Preta and the Golden Silk formed an idol group with the flame emperor and sang together. The alchemist being my math teacher? That was nothing. Sure, why not? The day seemed to pass in an instant. It's Gong Jihyung. Gong Jihyung. Let's play together. When I left the cafeteria at lunchtime, a bunch of middle school children swarmed me. The 10th floor. They were the children I had seen in the hide-and-seek game at the Hellfire residence. All you do is study these days. Come play with us. Let's play soccer. The children, who had been tortured to death when they had done no wrong, had become middle school students and were smiling brightly. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. All right, let's play together. On the campus where the junior high and high schools neighbored each other, I played with the children. An old security guard stood at the school gate. It was Namgung Un, the Murim Lord. I take gym classes in the afternoon, so I saw the elementary school students as they were dismissed from beyond the school gate. They were the apostles of the evangelist of everlasting happiness. The elementary school students walked in twos and threes, holding hands as they passed under the ginkgo trees. I didn't know. I really couldn't tell why. My last class was over, but I didn't leave to go home. I sat on a bench on the school grounds and blankly watched as the students left. Everyone is alive. In this world, Bae Hurayong wasn't a ghost. He was alive. I couldn't imagine what kind of novel he was writing. But he was alive and had a job as a writer. Master was alive. The children of the mansion were alive. His personality was still trash, but the Flame Emperor was alive too. He lived as someone who whined to his parents and was scolded by them. Prianta. Even the Golden Silk. The students who had left campus just now had familiar faces among them. The hunters who had attacked the librarian and were eaten by tentacle monsters as an example. Even the hunters whose names I did not know were alive, and they passed by me on their way home. This is Lafanta Ejim's trauma? Wasn't it a gentle, easygoing life? Wasn't it a happy construct? What part of this world resembled hell? Here you are, boyfriend. I turned my head. Raviel was standing behind me with a smile. Raviel, you look like you're thinking. I was worried something happened because you didn't answer your phone. It's not good to needlessly make your lover worry. Ah! I hurriedly pulled out my phone and turned it on. I had forgotten to power it on again when I got it back after school.
I'm sorry.
I'm just a little upset. What has shaken my boyfriend's heart? If possible, I want nothing in the world to make your heart quiver but myself. I tilted my head back a little. Raviel lowered her head. With the back of the bench between us, we shared a breath for a moment. Raviel. Do you know the name of my parents? Raviel blinked. Of course. Can you tell me now? Mother's family name is So, and her given name is Baekyang. And your father's family name is, and his first name is. A silent sound. When Raviel said Bae Hurayong's name, her voice was smothered by white noise. Ah! It was obvious. After all, I didn't know Bae Hurayong's real name. If this was a dream, I couldn't learn something I did not already know. Of course. Today, during break time, I took a look at the attendance book on the lectern in the classroom. I wanted to check if the names of the Black Dragon Master or the Crusader were written on there. However, plus, attendance number 1.
Kim Gongja.
Attendance number 2. Attendance number 3. Attendance number 4. Attendance number 5. Plus, most of the names were not written on there. I tried to learn the names, but I couldn't. It was like someone had scribbled it over in black ink. Raviel. This may sound weird, but I feel anxious. Raviel, you're the young lady of a Chable family. Logically, there's no way that you would spend your school days with someone like me at a school like this. Your words are making me anxious as well. What are you talking about? Maybe, this is all. Brrrr. My phone vibrated. Plus, one message.
Zenda.
Plus, an ominous feeling came over me. Sorry, Raviel. Just a moment. I opened my phone. Soon, letters appeared on the screen. Compared to a smartphone, the screen was cramped. Plus, the one who murdered me was you. Don't forget. You killed me. Plus, my whole body stiffened. The air seemed to freeze. Then, Kai-ah! A scream tore through the schoolyard. Chapter 132. Wasteland. 2. Look over there. Over there. What do we do? Should I call a teacher? Students gathered at the schoolyard and pointed to the rooftop. What's that guy trying to do? Dunno. It looks like he's going to jump. A student was standing on the roof. What do we do? Damn. Somebody call a teacher. Over there. There. The students who had been playing soccer. The students taking walks. Even the students who were leaving school a little bit late. The kids who were scattered around the campus gathered in bunches. The behavior was instinctive. They felt that whatever was going to happen, it was something they could not handle on their own. Some people decided to act quickly instead of pointlessly gathering around. This isn't good. Gongja. Call 119. Tell them our school's name and that a student is trying to jump from the roof. Hurry. I'm going to the roof to try to stop him. Raviel did not send someone to call the teacher. Instead of looking for someone else to take responsibility, she urgently reacted to the situation. Raviel hurried to the school's main building without waiting for my response. When I saw Raviel's back, my frozen body began to move. That's right. I didn't know what was happening, but there was no time to waffle. I hurriedly dialed the numbers on my cell phone. 1. Thwack. Something fell on the ground just before I could press 9. At first, I thought the student had jumped. However, the thud was too quiet for it to be a human body. It was the sound of the student on the roof throwing his cell phone. I looked up at the roof while pressing the 9. Our eyes met. It was the face I had seen in the classroom. The boy who had sat in the last row by the window, studying silently by himself. But it was only at this moment I felt I was seeing the child's face properly. The child's eyes were black. The child's cheeks were white. The child raised a corner of his mouth in a mocking smile. Slowly, his lips moved. A silent sound. His words were buried by the distance, but I could read them by looking at his lips. A word that I had to recognize even if I didn't want to acknowledge it. D. Then, small fingers like a rake let go of the fence on the rooftop. He let go and the wind, the person. The students screamed. The world became crowded with noise. What the? Someone fitfully moaned. Ah. Someone convulsed, tearing off the sleeve of someone else's uniform.
Cher. Père.
Fu. This is. In an instant, the school was no longer a school. Everything writhed into chaos. The schoolyard became a desolate desert. The main building was nothing but a ghastly prison. The classroom was a slaughterhouse for animals or a farm for rearing them. The animals were always hungry. In the world of slaughterhouses and kennels, a person only existed to become a corpse. Red. A person had died. In a trance, I looked at the campus. The bricks were soaked red. The redness spread further. Fearing that the redness would stain their feet, the students backed away. Some pulled out their cell phones. Ka-click. An artificial noise chimed. Ah! The sound moved my body. Don't do it. I went to the students. What are you doing now? Don't take a picture. I told you to stop. The students flinched. But more and more students were gathering. Leaving the soccer ball in the desert, the flowers on the walking paths, and turning their backs on the road home, more and more people gathered. Stop it! When I blocked one side, they took out their cell phones on the other side. I'm telling you to stop. Damn, don't do it. An unnameable emotion rode up my throat. I felt like I would cry. Anger, contempt, disgust. In the main building, on the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor, and the fifth floor, the students stuck their heads out to gawk. Countless faces, with countless eyes. They looked. Stop! The sunset was red. Damn it! Why? Stop! Taking pictures. The 100 faces were expressionless. From the first floor, the Black Dragon Master looked here. From the third floor window, the heretic questioner's face was poking out. The Crusader and the Count were watching from the ground. The children of the Hellfire residents surrounded me. The cultists stood on the schoolyard. Ka-click, click. They moved their fingers to take pictures. Plus, the one who murdered me was you. Don't forget. You killed me. Plus, I looked up at the rooftop. Raviel looked down at me. But, Gongja. Raviel's voice flowed from the sky. Weren't you the one who killed him? The world became a wasteland. The sky turned completely red. Like watercolor, the red dripped and soaked the earth. The people turned red, and my vision, too, turned red. As you are all aware, something scandalous has happened at our school. The principal was speaking in the auditorium. He was wearing the face of the Sword Saint. But I believe in the students of Shinseo Middle and High School. Redness. He sent that sort of text. Wasn't he really crazy? In the classroom, students gossiped with the faces of the Count and the Crusader. That's right. In retrospect, he'd always been a little weird. Redness. Ignore the people who were making a fuss about it. They're just keyboard warriors who would never make a peep to someone's face. Humph. Those guys should just have their fingers cut off. At home, my father drank whiskey with Bei Hurayang's face and smile. Yeah, man. Sometimes you beat people up in life. So what? Why'd he just take it and die because of something like that? Wasn't he a total attention whore? Hey, call the 4 heavenly kings. Let's go play a game. My older brother put his arm around my shoulder with the cheerful voice of the Flame Emperor. Redness. Yes, your teacher is also devastated. I'm torn, but the homeroom teacher spoke at the lectern. His face was the venomous snake's. This is a very important time for you students. Time will fly when you become third years. Actually, the winners and losers will be decided in your second year this year. Think carefully about what's important to you and pull yourself together. The students opened their mouths. In unison, they replied, Yes, teacher. Only the class president kept her head bowed without a word. The president wore the face of the Black Dragon Master. A white flower was placed on the child's desk. 1 day, 2, 3. Less than a week later, the desk disappeared elsewhere. I didn't know who had taken it away. Not a single student asked who had cleared it out. No new desk appeared in the window seat of the back row. The wind blew. The curtain blew. Nobody was there in the place where the wind blew. The trauma will repeat. Then, the severity of the penalty is high. The penalty is the animal road. Ding.
Yong. Yang. Yong. Arrête, je te mélodie rend.
There was a noise masked in the sound. The school bell rang with an electronic sound that mimicked the natural sound. To conceal the fact that it was nothing but a counterfeit, the melody became more energetic and lively. This is the broadcasting department, notifying all students remaining on school grounds, an imitation. Other than the students who will participate in nighttime self-study, please go home now. Once again, the broadcasting department announces something that had failed. Recently, some students have remained on school grounds after dismissal time has passed. To the students at school now, please return home if you have not applied for nighttime self-study. Feeling my insides churn, I opened my eyes. Sunbei, wake up. We've been dismissed. Oh? You're already awake. The heretic questioner beamed. But it's not good for you to sleep on your desk. It's bad for your back, and more importantly, you won't sleep well. I understand that you're studying. I did not wait for the heretic questioner to finish his words. I stood up and dashed out of the library. Behind me, I heard the heretic questioner's voice.
Ah, Simba.
You shouldn't run in the halls. Running down the halls, I ground my teeth. I understand. I figured out the source of my confusion. This was undoubtedly the trauma of the constellation killer, Lafanta Ejim. It was just that my memories were laid over Lafanta Ejim's nightmare like skin. The same situation, the same cast. However, their appearances were those of the people from my life, not the people whom Lafanta Ejim would remember. That was why the Black Dragon Master, the Crusader, and the Count became students. Master and Bei Hurayang became my parents. As for me, I'm the culprit. There was a bloody taste in my mouth. I'm the perpetrator of this situation. I had experienced many traumas until now, but each time, I had been an observer. I had always felt like a first-person observer, but because my rank grew, the penalty increased. Here I was party to the trauma. Not only me, but everyone I remembered. Except for one person. Damn it! I arrived at the stairs. Behaving properly, living joyfully, with a happy heart. The motto at which I couldn't even laugh hung on the stairs. Don't kid with me. Seriously, don't joke. Cursing inwardly, I looked up the flight of stairs leading to the rooftop. There stood the only person I did not remember in this world. The Constellation Killer. His frame was small. The student grabbed the iron door and shook it back and forth. Clank, clank. The chains were so robust that it seemed difficult to loosen them. Ha! A key! The student sighed and turned around. At that moment our eyes met. The student held his breath for a millisecond, then bowed his head politely. He was greeting me with his head lowered. Why didn't I realize it earlier? I should have known that something was off when I learned that child was my classmate. Wasn't it obvious? What kind of classmate would greet another classmate with a bow? It was wrong. The student eyed me carefully, then quietly began to walk. When he tried to pass beside me, I called out to him. Wait a moment. Yes. The student spoke respectfully, like it was natural. He didn't look me straight in the eyes, but carefully upward from an angle. My throat throbbed. Please let me borrow your cell phone for a moment. Please. The student obediently handed over his cell phone. He had been silent for a while, but the silence was not refusing my request to see his phone. He had simply been confused about my use of polite language. I opened the cell phone, which had no password. Plus, messages from unavailable, 47. Plus, I opened the texts one by one. I looked at them. I feel so bad for the underclassmen at our school. Loudly crying face. Loudly crying face. They have to call you Sunbae. Have you ever thought about how they feel? Doesn't it hurt your conscience? Hey, you ignoring me? Wow, there's a student who never washes his uniform. How filthy. How can you be even dirtier than the math teacher? Lol. You were so happy you could die just 'cause I said hi in the hallways yesterday. Lol. I just lost at rock, paper, scissors, okay? Don't get the wrong idea. Loudly crying face. Loudly crying face. Lives in a dump. The indoor shoes and the school uniforms are all recyclable. The only trash that can't be recycled is. You smell awful. Seriously, you reek. See you after class. Snap. I closed the phone. I couldn't read anymore. I closed my eyes and breathed. I breathed and narrowly managed to calm down. In this trauma, I didn't have my dagger or the handkerchief Raviel gifted me. Took me a lot of effort to calm my emotions. Why? I looked at the Constellation Killer's past. Why do you bring your cell phone to school? You can just keep it at home. Then the student replied, You said that you'll kill me if I don't bring it. When I gulped, my spit felt cold. My head became dizzy. Then, just throw it away completely. Why don't you throw it away? It can't be helped if you say you lost it. This, the student, the one who would one day be called the Constellation Killer, opened his lips. It's the cell phone Gong Jinim gave me, the one you used to use. Because my family doesn't have money, you're paying for the fees, so that if Gong Jinim tells me to come out, I would come out right away. For that purpose. You said that if I lose it, you'll kill me. A building that became a blight. Friendships that imitate friendship. Love that imitates love. A meaningless thing that feigns significance. This animal farm that pretends to be special. There was only malice. Can I really throw it away? Only the malice was real. Chapter 133. The director of the orphanage where I grew up was, no matter how you worded it, a distant man. The children of the orphanage complained about it. He's too careless. All of our birthdays are on January 1st, you know? It's because he doesn't want to deal with having more than one birthday party. Also, my name is so shoddy. Kim Mengja. 1. Hey, at least you guys' names sound natural with our last name.
I'm Kim Hanbia.
He should have just named me Han Bija. 2. I thought the same way. I thought so even after I entered the tower. But I met a lot of people, the Sword Emperor, Master, Raviel, and many more, and I have second thoughts. Director, why are you like this? It was weird, but the man always seemed to be overly on guard against saying that he loved us. Director, don't you love us? The conversation I had with the director on the day I received my second-hand middle school uniform came to mind. The director made a solemn face at my question and said he would tell me tomorrow. He always delayed his responses to serious questions, telling us to wait a day. Then he replied, "You asked me yesterday why I don't treasure you kids a little more." Yes, as the day went on, I felt a little sorry for asking such a question. But the director didn't care for my apologetic feelings and told me the answer he had prepared the day before. Gongja, it's easy for people to pretend. Pretending is the easiest thing in the world. You can pretend to be smart, to be strong, to be friendly, or to know something well. You too put on an act with your friends, don't you? It's the same for me, who named you children after sages. All adults pretend. The director rubbed his face with his hands. Everyone wears masks. You don't need to get rid of the mask, but if you get too used to it, at some point you forget that you're wearing the mask. It slips your mind. You become drunk on the pretense. The director stared at my face solemnly. He was gauging my reaction, seeing if I was following along. Imagine this. If I get irritated in front of you children, what would you think? You were stressed today? Yes, that's right. The director wore a bitter smile. I'm sorry. I do get angry sometimes. He got irritated about once a month. Anyway, what's important is that I get annoyed by you kids sometimes, and you know that fact well, right? I am such a person. You know me. The director continued. However, what if I were someone who always loved you? What if I always told you that I love you, smile and say that you are the purpose of my life, and hug you and say that I treasure you kids more than anything? What if I were that sort of person, but I still got annoyed at you once a year or so? The director shook his head. Then you will think, why is the director angry with us? You wouldn't be able to understand because you believe that I'm someone who loves you the most. If the director loves us the most, why does he get angry? You guys are still young, so in the end you'll arrive at the simplest answer. I must have done something wrong. The director shuddered a little. Gongja, even if I only yell at you once a year, in 10 years it would be 10 times. Say that you only remember half of that, so 5. The memories from these 5 times are more than enough to affect a person's character. Then the director was silent for a while. Don't. The director muttered. Remember me as someone who is irritable and gets stressed easily. Think of me as someone who can't be bothered to throw you all birthday parties. That's the truth. Don't blame yourselves. You haven't done anything wrong. Don't get twisted because of a guy like me. You kids can grow up strong. Be as strong as you can. In the director's office, there was a printed sheet of paper on the wall. It was right across from the director's desk, so it melded with the background. It was something that was always there, like wallpaper or floor patterns. But that day, I looked at the paper. Plus, for all people to live as humans, based on a belief in human dignity and social justice, join with individuals, families, groups, organizations, communities, and all of society. I will always stand on the side of the marginalized and the suffering, defending their human rights and interests, rejecting injustice and corruption in society, putting public interests before personal ones. By following the social worker's code of ethics, I commit to being a social worker with morality and accountability. With my free will, I solemnly swear on my honor. Plus, 3. I looked at the director. The director looked stonily into the air like he was lost in thought. Black eyes. His eyes were burned into my memory. 2. I'm sorry, Raviel. I can't go home with you today, I said, standing at the school gate. Raviel looked at me. Her gaze slowly dropped to my hand. There was another hand there as well. It was the hand of Constellation Killer. I had grabbed the Constellation Killer's hand and dragged him all the way here. He didn't ask why I was holding his hand or where we were going. He just meekly kept his head down. My boyfriend sometimes acts in bizarre ways. The way you act is almost a mystery. I think that side of you is amazing, Raviel murmured. Do as you wish. Follow your heart. Is there anything I can help you with? Not now, but if I need help, I'll tell you right away. I believe in you. Always. Raviel kissed me on my forehead. Then, without hesitation, she turned around and entered her limo. The limousine was driven by a butler who resembled the Grand Chamberlain, and they soon disappeared down the road. Now, I looked back at the Constellation Killer. Let's go. Where to? To your house. The Constellation Killer hesitated for the first time. He seemed to shudder, but I was adamant. First, I would visit the Constellation Killer's parents and apologize. Though, I don't know where to start untangling this knot. Of course, the apology wouldn't end the trauma. Couldn't be resolved so easily. As the difficulty increased, it seemed that the trauma became a stage I needed to clear. For now, I'll do what I can, one step at a time, like I always did. However, my attempts to resolve the trauma were thwarted from the start. It's here. I was speechless when I saw the house the Constellation Killer led me to. It was a garbage dump. At the foot of a mountain, there was an empty lot where the pine trees were scarce. This clearing acted as a small dump for the city. Plastic bottles, dirty styrofoam, and crumpled paper that the city's people discarded were piled up messily. In the middle, there was a shack. Lives in a dump. The indoor shoes and the school uniforms are all recyclable. The only trash that can't be recycled is. My head throbbed. I thought the text was just being spiteful. Bastards. How about your parents? Are they working? The shack was not a haven but a shelter. The wall did not reach up the roof, so there was a gap. The roof was covered with gray vinyl. My father collects and sells junk. Plastic trash surrounded the shack like a moat. The labels on the plastic surrounding the shack were torn off, unlike the other trash around. They were clean. Perhaps that was why the shack looked like it was floating on a sandy beach made of white plastic. How about your mother? I don't have one. All right. Our U.S. friend? We waited for 2 hours before the Constellation Killer's father returned home. He was a poor man, but he was a man who had been crushed more by life than by poverty. I could see it as soon as I saw him. A small room. Sometimes when I looked in the mirror, I was like that.
No.
I'm not his friend. HM? The old man furrowed his eyebrows. He looked too old to have a child in high school. His face resembled the face of the old boatman whose trauma I saw in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. I am the one who hit and bullied this boy. M? The old man blankly blinked his eyes. I realized it 1 minute after I started talking to the old man. I'm late. It was already too late. The old man in front of him was already worn out. His heart was running on fumes. He was different from me when I lived in the small room. That was the difference between me from back then and this man. I didn't know where this difference came from. Here is the evidence. If you look at the cell phone, there are text messages. See this? There was only one thing I was certain of. This man didn't have the power to take responsibility for the Constellation Killer. I showed him everything I could show him right away. After seeing the hell that his child had been enduring, the old man continued to blink his eyes indifferently. I see. All he did was look at me. When I finished talking, the old man stopped his dull replies and assents. It felt like the conversation had ended. The old man just waited to see if I had anything else to say, but he did not seem to want me to say anything either. He had nothing to say to me. I looked at how the Constellation Killer was doing. The Constellation Killer was not looking at his father. His face did not seem shocked or offended by the conversation just now. A blank expression. The Constellation Killer sat quietly on the floor, like he was just letting things play out naturally. That's right. It was like this. I've done many bad things. I stood up and bowed deeply to the old man. If you are all right with it, I would like to stay with your child for a while. I want to invite him to my house. Is that acceptable? Go ahead. It was obvious that the old man did not understand what I was saying. He was powerless. But I explained it many times over, not for the old man's but for the Constellation Killer's sake. He may be staying at my house for a bit longer. A week, maybe a month. It might be even longer than that. Every weekend, on Saturday evening, I'll visit you and tell you how your child is doing. Sir, is that all right? Fine. It's all right. Good. I turned and faced the Constellation Killer. Let's go. Pack what you need. As I told your father, you'll be staying at my house for a while. The Constellation Killer looked up at me in bewilderment. What are you up to now? The Constellation Killer wasn't speaking politely anymore. Are you trying to tidy up your past since you're going to marry a rich girl? Are you worried it'll cause problems later? That's smart. My heart thumped. Or is this a new game you cooked up? If you want to play, just tell me what you want. Tell me what kind of game this is. Don't beat around the bush. I'll play along like always. Do you want me to go to the schoolyard at night? The Constellation Killer's voice was cold. There was no inflection. It was the voice of a person who had decided to die the next day. I'm sorry. Are you insane? You are. Kim Gongja. Please just give me a day. I beg you. I'll do whatever I can. Please endure it for one more day. It was just one of the many days I had left to live. But for the person in front of me, it was his final day. I had no choice but to hope. I had to ask for it. There was nothing I could do other than hope and ask. Do it yourself, whatever you want. The Constellation Killer muttered like he was exhausted. I grabbed the Constellation Killer's wrist and headed home. Since I didn't know the way from here, we had to return to school and head over from there. We arrived at the residential area only after the sun had set and the sky turned dark. Please wait here for a moment. I'll come back soon, within 20 minutes. Will you wait for me? I told you, do what you want. I left the Constellation Killer on the street and entered my house first. Oh, Bae Hurayong was out in the yard. He held a glass of whiskey in his hand like he was observing the night sky by himself. Welcome back, son. You're a little late today. KH, you weren't off playing because you have a girlfriend now, were you? I'm telling you, you should start dating seriously after you graduate from high school. It's no good to step on the pedal and rush a relationship. The Sword Emperor. My partner, the person who taught me how to face forward. In this world, my father. Yeah. Bae Hurayong blinked. Huh, it's sort of weird. Why is that? Feels a little weird that you're calling me your father. Or rather than being a little weird, it's really awkward, like I'm getting goosebumps. How scary. Ah, is it because I'm drunk? Father. I called him one more time. You couldn't have raised me like this. What? The father I know is a great man, a scary man. He may seem like a psychopath who only cares about himself, and to an extent he is, but he would definitely take care of something if he thinks it is wrong. Bae Hurayong creased his brows. What are you talking about? Son? If you are my father, I would never grow up to be a bully. I may go down the wrong path, but you would beat me up before I went too far. You'd bring me back to the right path even if you have to kill me halfway to do it. That was the type of person he was. Even more, when I was tormenting a weak child, even driving him to suicide. That. Ignore the people who were making a fuss about it. They just keyboard warriors who would never make a peep if in person. Those guys should just have their fingers cut off. That is something you'd never say. You're simply not a person who can say that. You're someone who sees someone in distress and swears that you will teach them how to be happy. I'm the kind of person you despise the most. You can't kindly call someone like me son. It's impossible. This world is an impossible world. Silence fell upon the night sky. In the yard where no sounds of bugs could be heard, I looked straight at Bae Hurayong. I continued, You are not the Sword Emperor. Get lost. Get out of my sight right now. That moment. Bae Hurayong's body crumbled away. The skin dripped away. Bones melted. The clothing material evaporated. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, there was something of which I could not see the shape. There was just a sinuous shadow like a ghost. I couldn't understand what it was saying. I couldn't even recognize its face. However, I knew that it was the naked face of my father. It was the naked face of this world. I passed by Bae Hurayong and entered the house. Welcome back, Gongja. Master was sitting on the living room sofa, a face and form that I thought I would never see again. How was school, my son? Master was smiling gently. Chapter 134. Mas. I could not finish saying both syllables of the word master. My heart was pounding. There was a mixture of many emotions churning inside me at the moment. My heart had become a rag, and if I twisted it, all of my dark feelings would seep out. Master, my strange destiny, the peony who had become my teacher. Mother. Master looked at me. Her eyes, always orderly, were shaking. It was the first time I had called Master my mother, and it was Master's first time being called mother by me. How strange. Master put down her pencil stub. Had she been working on her manuscript? Papers with Master's handwriting lined the living room table. I don't know how long it's been since you called me that. Sentences that could not be written. Words that couldn't become sentences. Sheets that could not become books. Red manuscripts were scattered about. I feel like it's been a very long while since you called me mother. No, rather than being a long time, it's like, I love you, mother. The tips of Master's fingers paused. I wanted to see you again. Did you know? I now have someone I'll love forever. It's actually possible to love someone truly and be completely loved by someone. Holding Raviel's hand, I wanted to introduce her to you first, mother, more than anyone else. If it's you, mother, you would definitely become good friends with Raviel. As for me, I'm surviving well. I'm living well. I am trying to live well. There are many days when I recall your words, mother. Master, I wanted to see you one more time. Master slowly rose. She came to me. Master's long, thin fingers wiped my eyes. Did you have a nightmare? I'm currently having a nightmare. Life is no different from a dream, but that doesn't change anything. Is evil not evil if we say it is uncaring? Are wounds healed when we make excuses, citing ignorance? My son, don't be fooled by words. You should always look inside your heart. Don't let your heart be governed by hollow words and flimsy sentences. Master hugged my shoulder. Whether or not you call me mother, I remain myself in your heart, as do you. A person isn't a person because they know how to memorize a few words or say a few lines. A person becomes a person by the weight of another whom they put in their heart. I shrank into Master's arms. My mouth opened and closed several times. Mother couldn't have raised a child like Yusuha. Yes, someone who throws punches out of anger. You wouldn't call such a person to the dinner table. You would have kicked them out of the house. But before you kicked them out, you would have taught them better. Before teaching them better, you would have already raised the child to be kind. So I would. That's why. I opened my mouth. Mother isn't so Baekyang. Master smiled. Stay alive, Gongja. You have to live strongly. With a smile, she faded away. Master's face dripped down. Her smile melted. The hand that held my shoulder was erased. It disappeared, leaving only a shadow. The shadow had no face. Its outline was blurry. Squirming, the shadow left the room like a giant earthworm. Another layer of this world was peeled away. That over there was the bare face of my mother. Ugh! I ran to the bathroom. I leaned over the toilet and lowered my head. Loss, guilt. I threw up these dark feelings. My heart vomited. Ha! Behind my back, I heard a voice from the bathroom door. Hey, did you eat something weird? Why are you vomiting as soon as you get home? Brat, did you eat something crappy outside? Didn't your older brother tell you to watch what you eat? If nothing else. It was Yusuha. Do you want me to pat your back a bit? Yusuha. Dude, did you throw up your brain along with whatever you ate? Little brother, where's your respect? I sat on the tile of the bathroom floor and looked up at Yusuha. Yusuha was standing on wriggling squid legs. *T2Y. You didn't vomit your brain, you dumped it out. Hey, sometimes in life you hit people, alright? Your big bro was also scared when the news broke yesterday. Mom and Dad scolded me damn well. But we're a family, so you should root for me. Yeah. Don't you think so? You crazy bastard, I muttered while holding on to the toilet bowl. You're, damn, a really person. Huh. If all you did was hit a stalker, you'd be an angel. You're the type of bastard who'll hit the stalker behind their head and bury the body behind a mountain and set off a wildfire. What? Only a psycho would do that. Is that how you see your older brother? You're that very psychopath. Damn. My head became dizzy. An idol? A singer? You think you can have that sort of career? You know nothing about fan service. You curse at every interviewer and cuss out their parents for dessert. But you think you can be a singer? Don't make me laugh. Besides, you get scolded by your mother and father? Are you the type of person who'll learn anything from being scolded? It's a relief you don't slap your own parents. Damn. Damn you. Yusuha, you'll never be the type of person who comforts his vomiting younger sibling. You just can't. I wish you could have been that kind of guy. I stared at Yusuha's face. I didn't kill you. I didn't kill you, bastard. I didn't. Because you can't be. So I can't. For me to kill you, I tried not to kill him. Really, you did a terrible thing. Sometimes I dreamed. Over here, Hunter Nim. Please, save me. I shouted. Huh. Yusuha looked back at me. I was ambushed by wolves.
Damn.
What the hell? Mister, did you provoke the monsters here already? Damn. Then today's hunt is ruined. Yusuha clicked his tongue. Potion. I begged him, but he... be careful next time. Damn. It looks like I won't even be able to make a day's wages. Yusuha gave me the potion. Sometimes I dreamed. I'll give you a potion. But you have to pay the right price for your life. Yusuha said. F40 gold. I replied. Enough. Hand over everything you have right now. Saying that, Yusuha took everything I had and... Good. Be more careful next time, Mr. Yusuha gave me the potion. I dreamed that the Yusuha of 11 years ago was still a greedy bastard. But he didn't kill someone who was injured and weak. I sometimes dreamed that I didn't have to kill my hero with my own hands. And USH asterisk TY bastard. Yusuha's black hair fluttered. Go away. Your place is within my shadows. If you're trying to set up a new home in this hell with a new personality, cut it out. Then the black hair fell away. My brother became a ghost and made a gloomy sound. That's right. It was a specter. They were souls that could not even become ghosts in this trauma, where they had lost their existence. Those who had lost the forms extracted from my memories were now mere shadows. I washed my face in the sink. Water dripped from my eyebrows. Okay. My mutter settled lowly in the house of specters. It's all right. You can do this, Kim Gongja. You can do this. This was not my home. This was not my world. It was just that a life I wanted to reap was trapped in this hell. I exited the house and came back with the Constellation Killer. The Constellation Killer did not recognize the specters as such. In his eyes, the specters seemed to be my father, mother, and brother. No, perhaps it was the other way around. From the beginning, my father, mother, and brother may have looked like specters to the Constellation Killer. For him, the humans of this world may have been no different from specters. So all of the sounds the humans made would have been nothing more than noise to the Constellation Killer. Good eve. Don't greet them. I cut him off. You don't have to be polite. I grabbed the Constellation Killer's wrist and went into my room. The Constellation Killer was dragged away by me, unable to finish his greeting. My brother, who had been wearing Yusuha's face a short while ago, followed us. He tried to follow us into the room. However, I pushed him away and blocked the door. Don't come in. I'm warning you. I'm going to take care of this child for a while. I'll do everything on my own so you don't have to interfere. Don't come in or talk to this child if he doesn't allow you to. I'm serious. I closed the door and locked it. The specters mumbled outside the door. I ignored them and made a place for the Constellation Killer to sleep. The Constellation Killer, still holding the bag on his back that he left school with, stared at me. Can you say that to your family? It depends on the family. For you, this is your bully's family. Don't speak politely. Feels wrong. Really, I don't know what sort of big thing you're planning to put so much effort into this now. It doesn't matter if you think I'm plotting something. For now, sleep. Where will you sleep? Anywhere. Get some rest. You'll feel a bit better after you rest. From that day on, I erased the presences in this world, one by one. Who is this? What? Suha's younger brother? Why are you calling me? I secretly used my brother's phone to talk to Preta. Huh? Ah, I heard about you from Suha. I think we've met once before. But what's up? Is Suha trying to use you to apologize in his stead? I used the same method to call the Golden Silk. I broke down Preta and the Golden Silk with one call. The idol group would occasionally show up on TV screens, but the faces of Preta and the Golden Silk were not shown. Only shadows fluttered about like scribbles. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. Then there was a reaction. The data to implement the trauma has been corrupted. Extracting corrupted data from your memory failed. The data cannot be recovered. The gap that I created began to puncture the world. Extracting corrupted data from the original owner's memory failed. The data cannot be recovered. I hastened my actions. I destroyed the 4 demon lords. The children from the Hellfire residence crumbled away. As soon as I saw them, I changed the characters in the trauma into specters. Each time, the world of the trauma collapsed, little by little. This is rare. Gongja, what are you doing in the teacher's office? My homeroom teacher, the venomous snake, was included. Gongja, why did you call me into an empty classroom? Teachers and students should not date in general, but it's also against the school rules. Even the alchemist, who was a math teacher. I heard you asked to have a face-to-face talk. You are a unique student in many different ways, so we allowed it at the request of the student council president. What do you have to say? Even the sword saint, the principal. One at a time. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. The data cannot be recovered. After a fortnight, most of the students and teachers at the school had already been turned into specters. It wasn't just the school that became weird. On the TV, no matter what channel was on, there was a specter in the place of the announcer. Even the people performing live were murmuring with a shadow's voice and face, so everything was incomprehensible. I had also tried to leave town by taking the train as a test. The scenery of the city continued for a while, but at some point, darkness spread beyond the window. The train disappeared when it reached that zone. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. Requesting material from Zrakwa failed. Request rejected. The data cannot be recovered. The broken world. The failed eyesore. Gongja, I have to ask you something. One day after class, the Crusader approached me. She looked nervous, somehow. What is it? I can't say it in the classroom. No, it's more like I don't want to say it. The Crusader turned her head and glanced behind her. The person sitting at the desk had already turned into a specter. It was the Count. The Count had spoken with me 2 days ago and crumbled into a shadow. The Crusader glanced at her friend's appearance and lowered her voice. Let's go to the hallway. We exited the classroom and went into the hallway. So, what is it? I don't know if this sounds weird. No, it definitely sounds weird. But for some reason, I felt like I should consult with you. In the middle of the hallway where specters came and went, the Crusader looked around, greatly unnerved. Something is strange. If you asked me what it was, it'd be hard to say, but I'm certain this isn't normal. Last weekend, I went out of town with my family, or I was going to. I prepared a lunchbox in the morning, but when I blinked, it was evening. The Crusader's shoulders shook a little. At first, I thought it was amnesia, but my family talked about how the outing was very pleasant at the dinner table. I have no memory of the outing, and I can't even remember what I did. The Crusader lifted her head again, looking around. Except for a handful of students, there were only wriggling black specters in the classroom. the hallway, and the schoolyard. Something is weird. It's wrong. Maybe I'm the one who became weird.
Sorry, Kim Gong-ya.
I'll just make an appointment with a psychiatrist. Maybe I'll be better with some counseling. The very last row in the classroom. I open my mouth. The student sitting by the window. Do you remember him? The Crusader's brows furrowed. More or less, since he's a classmate. I think his name is. Did you know that he was receiving these texts? I took out the Constellation Killer's cell phone and showed it to her. I'll tell you now, they're not faked. As she read the texts, the Crusader's face turned white. She was shocked, but her shock was brief, and soon, the Crusader yelled in a furious voice. What? Something like this? No, he isn't the type to send a text like this. It's ridiculous. I can't overlook this. It goes way beyond a joke. Are you angry? Of course. Some things can be forgiven because we're kids, but some things cannot. But wounds are wounds, whether it was caused by an adult or a child. Rather, kids can be worse. What are you going to do now? We have evidence. We have to report it to the police right now. I know this kind of problem well. If you file a complaint with the school, the evidence will be taken away and they'll tell you to resolve it among yourselves like friends. It won't be enough if just the two of us went to the police station. So gather as many people as you can and let's go. That's right. The Crusader. This is who you are. Someone who tries to reduce the number of people who are suffering, even by a little. If there was even one person like you in this classroom, it wouldn't have turned out this way. What? Because there's no way you would be a bystander to this sort of thing. There's no way you would let it go, and there's no way you wouldn't notice it. But because there wasn't a single person like you in that large classroom, I closed the phone. That's why this is happening. It's all right. Please disappear. I'll take care of the rest on my own. After I closed and opened my eyes, a faceless specter was swaying. Slowly, I stood in the hall and looked around. The students were talking as they walked past. Small talk, chatting. They laughed as if it was fun, and even if it wasn't, they still laughed. They were sharing the time of their youth. When a teacher passed by, they bowed their heads and greeted him. That was... Their voices were nothing but white noise. The words failed to form sentences, and sentences failed to become text. There was a bright motto on a poster at the stairwell. That was The World of the Constellation Killer. Chapter 135. 3. Little by little, the world shrank. First was beyond city limits. Then the downtown area. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. The data cannot be recovered. From the outskirts of the city, erosive darkness encroached the streets. Writhing, slinking, the darkness was like a tentacle, alive and moving. I decided to call that ominous, dark fog the void. I'm going to school a bit early today. Many things became unseeable. I could no longer see people's faces. I couldn't see the church's steeple. I couldn't see the signs plastered on the walls of the shopping mall like bark on a tree. The world was marked by the void. I have to go to the farm and feed the rabbits. However, there were things that I could finally see now. The farm. Yeah. Behind the school. Well, the Constellation Killer side. There's no way someone like you would know. Anyway, there's a place where we raise rabbits and chickens. I have to feed them. Was there such a place? Thinking back, the orphanage had an area to raise animals, too, although it soon disappeared. In the past, did middle and high schools have animal farms? Why do you have to feed them? Shouldn't there be someone else in charge? There used to be a club for animal care. But last year, a foreign woman broke into the school at night and jumped off the roof with a newborn baby. Don't you remember? The baby fell into the farm. Since then, applications to the club completely stopped. It was the first I was hearing about it. However, the Constellation Killer's tone implied he was talking about a very infamous incident. It seemed a bunch of things had happened at this school. Why did a foreign lady come to a school in a whole different country with a kid? A teacher here apparently fathered the kid by accident while on a business trip abroad. It was a middle school teacher, not a high school one, muttered the Constellation Killer. Anyway, we don't have an animal caretaking club anymore. The middle school class presidents are supposed to take turns feeding the animals, but there's no way middle schoolers are going to stick to it, you know? So the security guard, me, and some middle school kid take care of feeding the animals between the three of us. That was a corner of the world that I never knew of. The animal farm. There, we imprisoned rabbits and chickens in cramped cages, making that small space their whole world. Was it not being properly managed? The smell of chicken and rabbit urine was effusive. The feed, which had carelessly been poured in great quantities at once, was repeatedly soaked by rain and dried again, making it reek.
Ah, seriously.
Someone just pretended to do the work and left again. The Constellation Killer frowned. If they were going to do this, they should have just skipped out instead. It's worse than if they didn't do it. Should I help? It's fine. I have to take care of it anyway. The Constellation Killer rolled up his sleeves. Just stand there, or go to class first. The Constellation Killer took out the rotten heap of fuzz. He threw away the straw in a large sack. Then, he took out a broom and a rake from storage and cleaned up the hutch. He seemed well-versed with the task. The Constellation Killer picked up a rubber hose and sprinkled water over the farm. Shah! In a world where most things could not be seen, a world corroded by the void, a high school student sprayed water at 6:40 a.m. Behind Shinseo Middle and High School, it was tranquil. The water reflected the color of the dawn. I was peeping between the cracks that had opened up in the world. How filthy! How can you be even dirtier than the math teacher? You smell really bad. The world. It was shrinking. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. Starting with the things that were meaningless to the Constellation Killer, step by step. The data cannot be recovered. The mountains surrounding the city were engulfed in the dark fog. The world was cornered. As days passed, the void gradually tightened around us. The roads ended. On the broken path, specters constantly disappeared and reappeared. They flickered. In the Constellation Killer's world, it didn't matter at all where people came from or where they went. Humans weren't characters in this world. Weeds coiled in the gaps of the blocks on the sidewalk. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. On one edge of the dump, there was a drooping ginkgo tree that had not been cut down. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. In the evening, the red sun set. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. Finally, the void completely surrounded the school. Raviel was standing at the school gate. Beyond the gate was pitch-black darkness. Raviel! School had been dismissed. As specters walked in front and were absorbed by the void, Raviel stood, quiet and still. She didn't turn her head even when I called out to her. That's right. I did feel that something was wrong. She only whispered. If you think about it, it's weird that I asked to be called by my foreign name.
Bansia.
That is the name I was given. But for some reason, I felt obsessively that I should be called Raviel. I cannot even recall how I met you. No, saying that I can't think of it is misleading. I received a confession from you at the school festival last year. Prior to that, I thought favorably of you. It was easy for us to start dating. Raviel turned to look at me. But I wonder if that is the truth. Gongja, our love is not so simple. We would never love so easily. Kiss me, right now. I carefully placed my hand on Raviel's shoulder. With my left hand, I held her chin. I lowered my head a bit and met her lips. As expected. Raviel smiled. It's pounding. She touched my ear. There is no lie in my love. I wouldn't love you so much just because you're a bit handsome and talk well. But to say that we're a couple that will go down in the history of Shinseo Middle and High School, tell them to shut up. You and I are the best couple in the entire universe. Yes. If my love is not a lie, then my memory must be distorted. This now must be a hallucination or a dream. Gongja, am I dreaming of you? Or are you dreaming of me? I am dreaming of you, Raviel. Oh, how fascinating. Raviel crooked her finger and stroked a chin. Not her chin, mine. I will be the only partner you love. Yes. Even when you dream, even if it's only a dream, it is only appropriate that I am always in the position of the one you adore. I am the only one who deserves that place. It's true. I praise you, my lover. You love me very well. Raviel laughed. Now, close your eyes. Don't you dare open your eyes. Call out my name with your lips. Understood? You cannot open your eyes. If you open your eyes by yourself, I will punish you. I closed my eyes. Raviel. Yes. Raviel. Ivantia. It is the name of the person I love. Then, the sensation on my chin disappeared. I opened my eyes. Raviel was gone. I didn't see her figure falling into the shadows. Until the last moment. That was the Ivantia's method. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. The data cannot be recovered. There was no hint of Raviel's breath here now. The world became that much smaller. Ying, Yong, Yang, Yong. The speakers installed on campus cried out. A broadcasting club member, who lost their shape without me ever knowing their name, spoke. This is the broadcasting department, notifying all students remaining on school grounds, other than the students who will participate in nighttime self-study. Please go home now. That moment, the void that lurked beyond the school gate gushed. It was like a river in a flash flood. I stepped back. Tentacles of fog stretched out from the void. The tentacles bound themselves around the school gate in an instant. The plaque that marked Shinseo High School was devoured, and soon, the entire school gate was buried in the darkness. It's finally falling apart. The world of trauma began to collapse. What are you doing there? Someone spoke from behind me. It was the Constellation Killer. The Constellation Killer was wearing a worn-out bag, looking at me like I was absurd. Aren't you going home? Well, if you don't want to, don't. It was getting uncomfortable staying there without your parents' permission. I get that you really want to apologize to me, so let's end this. Something like this only makes us both feel weird. The Constellation Killer walked toward where the school gate had been. As he tried to pass by me, I grabbed his wrist. Then I quickly pulled him back. Ouch! What is it? The Constellation Killer avoided stepping into the void by a hair's breadth. Even now, the black fog was gushing over the school gate, over the fence, and into the schoolyard. If we were swallowed up by that, everything would be over. Follow me for a bit. Again? Where are you trying to go this time? A place where you can live even a little bit longer. A place where you can breathe. What? This place is already dangerous. Quickly, let's go. I dragged the Constellation Killer across campus. The void encroached on the school like it was chasing us. I don't know what you're talking about. Kim Gongja, did you know you became really weird a month ago? Why are you so scared? Just what are you working so hard for? You've never been that kind of person. I made a promise to live desperately, no matter what. My master swung her sword even as the world was ending. My lover defended her nation even when the world looped and repeated itself. There are people like them in the world. I work hard because I want to be with such people. Truly and sincerely, I have absolutely no clue what you're talking about. There was also a person who endlessly abandoned his self to commit to what he believed was right. We entered the school building. Still, the void pushed inside like it didn't know how to stop. Specters wandered the halls. But among them, the class president, with the face of the Black Dragon Master, stood blankly in front of the women's bathroom. I hadn't managed to break down the class president yet, because the class president was the only person who bowed her head when the Constellation Killer committed suicide in the last trauma. Weird. Why do I feel this strange guilt from entering the women's bathroom? The Black Dragon Master seemed to be worrying about her gender identity all of a sudden. It was a time of many troubles. I approached while holding the Constellation Killer's wrist and grabbed the wrist of the Black Dragon Master with my other hand. "Ha! You two. Follow me. You can't be here now." "What? Wait. Huh? What? Kim Gongja? Ah, what are you?" The Black Dragon Master protested in confusion when she suddenly noticed the Constellation Killer. Her surprised expression hardened at once. The Black Dragon Master frowned, lowered her head, and followed as I dragged her wrist. Warning: the degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. The data cannot be recovered. The trauma cannot be sustained. The void overtook the first floor of the school. I dragged two people up the stairs. Quickly. Beyond the first floor, up to the second floor, past the third floor, crossing the fourth floor, and leaping to the fifth floor. Behind me, the Constellation Killer and the Black Dragon Master were gasping, but it couldn't be helped. The void was rising with terrifying speed. The slogan on the stairs sank under the black. The black fog turned into dark fluid and swallowed up the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth floors. There was only one place left in this world. Huff, huff, huff.
I'm nauseous.
I stood in front of the iron door to the roof. For layers of chains were wrapped around the iron door handle. It was a place that couldn't be entered unless you were a teacher, but I used aura on my fingers and simply broke the chains. "Let's go out." "Huh?" The Constellation Killer, still breathing heavily, looked dazedly at the iron door. "It's open?" Wait a moment. "We can't go up to the rooftop. It's against the school rules." The Black Dragon Master shouted in a panic. If it weren't for the void I saw creeping forth over her shoulder, I might have respected the school rules a bit more. I forced the Constellation Killer and the Black Dragon Master to the rooftop. Then, thud, I shut the iron door. I quietly stared at the door. It was silent. Thankfully, the void did not break out to the rooftop. This piece would probably be allowed for only a short time, but for now we had escaped the overbearing void. Good. We'll be fine for a while. What exactly is fine? The Black Dragon Master was furious. Don't you know how sensitive our school is about rooftop access? There was that whole uproar last year in the middle school. Oh my God. It's all right. When the teachers find out I've come up here. My God. You bastard. Take responsibility for my college applications. The world was completely encased in the void. Looking down through the rooftop fence, I saw no schoolyard. Only the pitch-black darkness. Same for the whole campus. The main building of the middle school was no different. Only 3 people remained in this trauma. Class president. What? You knew what was happening in our class, didn't you? The last 3 remaining. The perpetrator. The victim. So? And finally, the bystander. The class president with the face of the Black Dragon Master stared at me. Do you have something to say to me? Chapter 136. Surviving 1. The Black Dragon Master stared at me. You went around calling him the second-year loser of Shinseo High School or whatever, Kim Gongja. Thanks to you. Some weird stuff is happening in our class. The Black Dragon Master's eyes held deep contempt. But this contempt was short-lived. The Black Dragon Master frowned for a moment before her face returned to its previously expressionless state. It was as though her own feelings made her tired. Even a sigh would not look as expressionless as that face. Forget it. I don't even want to talk to you about this. Just talking about it makes me feel bad. Damn it. I would have gone to a different high school if I knew there'd be bullying here. You're the class president. You're responsible for what happens in the class. So what? Are you trying to say it's my fault? The Black Dragon Master's tone dripped with sarcasm. How amazing. I heard that you've been hanging out with lately and meeting other students one after the other. Kim Gongja repented. Kim Gongja has changed. Even the teachers were complimenting you in the staff room. Good for you. There was a cold sneer on the Black Dragon Master's face. It must be nice to have it easy like you. It's fine to hurt someone as long as you apologize afterwards, right? Forgive me because I apologized a lot and then it's over. Everything I did wrong was a mistake. The hurt I inflicted was just a joke. And even that should only happen once or twice. But can you say that your whole life was a mistake or a joke? If you stop making jokes or mistakes, will you get ill? Do you think the world is a dump that accepts your mistakes and that people as trash cans to receive your jokes? Sick bastards. Scum. She dropped it. The Black Dragon Master closed her lips. Once again, she stopped just before her emotions became too intense. The Black Dragon Master looked down at her shoes like she was nervous. Since coming to the rooftop, she hadn't looked at the Constellation Killer even once. Class President. Don't do this to me, muttered the Black Dragon Master. Don't bring me to a place like this with. You're trying to make me apologize or admit that I did something wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. You're the one who did. You don't think so. When the Constellation Killer committed suicide in the last trauma, the school desperately turned a blind eye. The class used all kinds of tricks and methods to overlook the incident. He sent that sort of text. Wasn't he really crazy? That's right. In retrospect, he's always been a little weird. The Constellation Killer was crazy. He was a weirdo. We, on the other hand, were normal. Perhaps we sent a text like that to the Constellation Killer as a mean joke. But it was only a joke. It was just a brief deviation from the norm. Everyone made jokes and slipped sometimes, so we were still normal. Maybe we made fun of the Constellation Killer once. But that was a mistake. We didn't mean it. We didn't do it on purpose. We were just swept up into the atmosphere and laughed with the others. We did nothing wrong. Think carefully about what's important to you and pull yourself together. Yes, teacher. And so, the class pushed one of our classmates aside. Even death or suicide hadn't been able to awaken our guilt. Plus, the one that murdered me was you. Don't forget. You killed me. Plus, except for one person. The Black Dragon Master was the only one who didn't say, "Yes, teacher." She said nothing, only bowed her head without a word. Seriously, don't do this to me. One single bystander remained silent while numerous perpetrators stood proudly. I did my best. I tried to stop it when I was a first year. Damn it. And there were hundreds of reasons why someone might remain silent. Because of you guys, I decided to do some investigating. Did you know? This school is affiliated with Seryun University. There are 10 board members. And among them, Kim Gongja is your girlfriend's parents. You didn't know, I bet. You didn't even know that, but you just bullied like it was natural, right? Even the president of the Seryun Presbyterian Church is on the board. That's my family's church. We attend every weekend. The Black Dragon Master covered her forehead with her hand. Why did I have to learn all of this because of the sh*t that you guys did? Just don't do so much, please. I'm a second year now, too. I sleep for 4 or 5 hours a day because of studying. I'm busy. I entered the school as a scholarship student just like. I don't know how you guys can just laugh and enjoy your school life. Ill will was easy. I don't know if you harass others without thinking. But goodwill was impossible. I was so desperate. This school has a scholarship committee, and our Ogo Great homeroom teacher is there as the second-year student's head. You didn't know that, did you? I bet you don't even need to know. I mentioned to our homeroom teacher and, please, stop it. I don't want to know this. It's all disgusting. You, our homeroom teacher, the school, everything. I'm busy with my own life. So take care of things yourselves. Sorry. One reason was enough to commit an act of ill will. But you needed hundreds of reasons for goodwill. Sorry? How sorry are you, really?
No, dam.
It's too late. Don't apologize to me. Don't you dare apologize, Kim Gongja. I don't need an apology, and I don't deserve an apology. And you don't deserve to apologize. You're trash. Just die as trash. Live as trash until the day you die. I'm begging you, never cross my path after we graduate. I'm sorry. I said don't apologize, you trash bastard. The Black Dragon Master kicked my shin. Creak. My bones rattled slightly. Then, She huffed and slapped me in the face. Violence like curses continued. I let the Black Dragon Master do what she wanted to my body and said, "This boy, he tried to commit suicide." The Black Dragon Master's hands stopped. He would have jumped a month ago, from this very spot. Silence descended upon the rooftop. The Black Dragon Master turned her head. It was only then that she looked at the Constellation Killer for the first time. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but no sound came out. Is this true? She was stiff, like it was difficult for her to talk to the person in front of him. You tried to die? She spoke carefully. The Constellation Killer looked at the Black Dragon Master with a blank expression. That's right. I don't know how Kim Gongja knew, but he's right. I tried to die. I had no idea that that was what you were thinking, Class President. The rooftop became silent once again. Slowly, the Black Dragon Master covered her face with both hands. I'm not sorry. A quiet sob leaked through her fingers. I don't feel sorry for you. It's just, when I was a first year, I accidentally found out about the school's board of directors. I gave up because I thought nothing would come of it even if I revealed everything. During our second year, I tried to talk to our homeroom teacher, but I gave up in the end. I'm just that kind of person. Please remember me as that kind of person. But don't die. Don't die. Why must you? You can't die. You can't die because of trash. You can't. You have to live. Yeah. If you live, you can get into a good university, make money, and get out of this godforsaken city. I thought about that too, muttered the Constellation Killer. But I thought that these bastards would forget. I thought that they would live well while pretending that nothing ever happened. No, I don't think they'd even remember. I hated that the most. I wanted to spite these bastards. Since they'd forget it anyway. The Constellation Killer looked at the Black Dragon Master. I'm sorry, Class President. I wasn't trying to hurt someone like you. The Black Dragon Master fell to her knees. She held her breath, her face covered. She clenched her teeth and tried to hold back any sounds. The force of her silence caused the Black Dragon Master's shoulder to shake. The Constellation Killer opened his mouth. There was someone. He bent his knees. I didn't think there'd be anyone. Lower. Until he was the same height as the Black Dragon Master. I'm glad that I didn't die a month ago. The Constellation Killer slowly wrapped his arms around the Black Dragon Master's shoulders. The Black Dragon Master flinched. The Constellation Killer leaned his head a bit closer to the Black Dragon Master. I'm glad there was even a single person who was worth my forgiveness. I'm so glad. The Black Dragon Master stopped holding her breath. She broke down. The Black Dragon Master couldn't hug the Constellation Killer. She just remained kneeling, letting out the cries that tore out from her heart. The Constellation Killer hugged his classmate as she did. I'm sorry. The Black Dragon Master's body began to crumble away. I'm sorry. 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 I'm so sorry. But it was just her skin that melted into shadows. She did not become a specter. The Black Dragon Master, whose face melted off to reveal someone else, cried out, Don't die. Please. I'm begging you. You have to live. It was the face of someone I knew. And it was a voice I heard from somewhere. You can live. We can live. We can live better lives. You have to live. I'll try a little harder. And because I'll try harder, together let's. The degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. The iron door to the rooftop was being devoured by the void. Black fog slowly crept through the cracks on the iron door like tentacles. Soundlessly, they grabbed the iron door. Then they swallowed it. The void, which had devoured the 5th floor, climbed up the school wall and flowed onto the fence of the roof. No one cares about you. No one, nobody, not one of them. You can't die because of those beasts. You have to live. You can't let them ruin your life. Struggle and survive, study, yeah? Enter university and go to another city. I could see the person beneath the Black Dragon Master's skin. Let's live for all the unfortunate children. At that moment, let's make time for children who are less fortunate than us. We can do it. I know we can. I'll help you. I did a lot of research. I studied. It isn't some dumb dream. If we really try, we can. Something cut into my back. First, go to the Department of Social Welfare. I need a license. An electric current surged in my head. To live here, to survive in the world, we have to be strong. You have to surround yourself in armor so that other people won't look down on you or bother you. Let's study together. I'll help you. I can help you. What university you go to, what qualifications you have, they might seem useless right now, but you can do a lot more with it than without it. We can do what we want to do. It's power. We have to become strong first. Let's help the children together. On my own, it would be difficult. I might not be able to bear it. I might scar the children. But with the two of us, 3. If our people join in, we can do anything. We'll be able to do anything. Director. Let's work hard. The director of my orphanage. This world is not everything. Can't be. We can make a world. Small. Let's start small. We can make a world with just the two of us. Please don't die. Together. Let's live in a different world together. The young director's face. Don't. You haven't done anything wrong. His voice overlapped with the director's long, tired voice. Now that I thought about it, the director had always been too wary about showing that he loved us. Don't get twisted because of a guy like me. He always seemed afraid. The constellation killer stroked the young director's head. I don't think we can make much money. We won't make much. It seems like it'll be hard. It'll be really hard. However, I think it would be better than now. The constellation killer smiled. I haven't been studying since the second semester of our first year. It'll be a bit tough. It's all right. It's not too late. Right now, it's not too late for anything. Yeah. Class president. In this world, the degree of the trauma's implementation is decreasing. Let's survive together. The data cannot be recovered. The rooftop collapsed. The school melted. And the bell announcing the dismissal rang. Trauma implementation has ended. The possibilities and what-ifs were swallowed by the black void. Even the constellation killer's smile. Even the director's childhood, which I never knew about. Even the two classmates, one crying and one smiling. The past. The time of the failed past. The regret. The remorse. Confirming that the subject's psyche is maintained. It all disappeared. The penalty is ending. The world was immersed in noise. I opened my eyes. Chapter 137. Surviving 2. When I opened my eyes, all I saw was a dark abyss. I looked around in every direction, but I could only see darkness. It was the underworld I returned to every time I died. Your death has satisfied the skill condition. The constellation killer's skills are being randomly copied. I stared blankly, shocked. Naturally, I knew that the constellation killer's story took place in the past. However, that the past also contained the director's childhood. That I never expected. The constellation killer and my orphanage director were classmates. They attended the same school. They were in the same class. They lived in the same time. For one of them, time had stopped forever. For the other, the hour hand had stopped for the rest of his life. One clock was broken. The other clock was damaged. Why? Anger weighed on my heart. Why is it always the good men who end up damaged and broken? Why should the person who was hurt die while the one who hurt them is fine? Why did the world become a hell only for the one who feels guilty? My anger settled, but I couldn't be at ease. My emotions subsided. But my subdued emotions did not disappear. They were merely piling on top of each other. The surface of my mind rose a little bit. A surface that would overflow and become a torrent someday. Cough. A voice flowed into my heated mind. It was Bei Hurayong. The best feeling in the world is always catching a zombie bastard off guard. I've seen a lot of things since becoming a ghost, but there's still nothing better than seeing a defeated Kim zombie. Kukuku. What do you think? Isn't the 50th floor tough? The constellation killer isn't an easy prey. Huh? Right, so do you still think it was a good idea to weasel your way up to the 50th floor? All of this is karma for what you did. Bastard. Bei Hurayong had a sly smile on his face. It was almost as if I'd only fought the Constellation Killer a short while ago. I could guess it from Bei Hurayong's tone. He didn't enter the trauma with me this time. Until now, we'd experienced the journey through the trauma together. Starting with the Hellfire residents, Preta, Master, Raviel. Bei Hurayong sometimes complained about the trauma and sometimes remained silent. Nevertheless, he had always been with me. This time was different. For a month, I had been experiencing the trauma on my own. I had a nightmare. Huh? Bei Hurayong blinked. A nightmare? What nightmare? It was a trauma. This trauma was a bit strange. Sword Emperor, you weren't with me, and the Constellation Killer's mind wasn't fully recreated. Like there was an error there. I told him about what I experienced in the trauma. I recreated it. Of course, I didn't tell him that he had been my father. If I brought it up, his hair would probably turn white. Bei Hurayong was lost in thought for a while after hearing my story. That's strange, isn't it? It doesn't make sense that I wasn't there with you. In the first place, I'm only called a ghost for convenience. In truth, I am a skill. Bei Hurayong was right. Plus, Sword Constellation. Rank, A+. Effect, a ghost from another world. He cleared the 99th floor in another world but failed the 100th floor and died. The resentment remained, causing him to become a ghost. He cannot interfere with the physical world, but it is possible to tamper with the owner's mind. Seek advice from his rich experience and amazing skills. However, no one can see the ghost except for the owner. This skill was copied from Hunter Marcus Callenbury. Plus, in the end, Bei Hurayong's true identity was a skill. He had memories of his past life, but he was restrained to a skill card. In other words, I am someone who lives off of you. Should I say a mental tenant? Unless you forcibly remove my skill card, there is no reason why I shouldn't enter a trauma with you. However, Bei Hurayong had not been able to participate in this trauma. I guess, what's going on? Something's strange. Yeah. The two of us pondered side by side in the dark space. Time passed slowly, but we still were unable to think of an answer. Eventually, Bei Hurayong got tired of all the thinking and exclaimed, enough. I don't want to think about this anymore. In any case, if you just remember the strange feeling, you will get an answer someday. Hurry up and pick one of that Constellation Killer guy's skills. It's been a long time since we had a magic skill. That golden silk or something only had a constellation's blessings, so her skills were trash. Perhaps in response to Bei Hurayong's words, cards began appearing from the darkness. The skill cards are being created. Please select a skill card. In total, 10 cards appeared before me. It was a procession of silver and gold that flew through the air like they had wings. Now, let's peruse the Constellation Killer's collection. What the hell? This bastard's totally cheating, keeping all these dope skills. That's why hunters who focus on skills are annoying. Huh? Look at this one. Bei Hurayong seemed excited as he read the backs of the cards. Among them, 2 skills caught my attention. Plus, Puppeteer's Parade. Rank, F. Effect. In some world, there lived an old puppeteer. The puppeteer was afraid of receiving love, but he wasn't strong enough to endure eternal solitude. Let's make another me. So, the puppeteer designed it. Let the other me be loved. Let it live with people, among people. And if it gets hurt, I'll throw it away, whispered the puppeteer. Erase it forever. Countless puppets lived. Countless puppets were discarded. This skill is a black art for the weak. The ability to choose or throw away memories. You can make 13 puppets that have the exact same appearance and abilities as you. When one puppet dies, another one awakens. Broken dolls can be repaired. It is your imitation of immortality, a fabricated eternity. However, memories are not shared between puppets. Plus, there was the Constellation Killer's secret. There are a total of 13 puppets. So what happened to the Constellation Killer's true body? Was the true body also included in the puppets? Or did the constellation killer have a separate body that was asleep somewhere else? Then I heard another secret. Plus, salvation of a torn goddess. Rank, A+. Effect. There was once a goddess who was devoted to a certain warrior. Although the goddess was torn apart by the warrior, she still wished to stand beside him. The goddess fell and was sealed in the skill card. The goddess replaces memories with abilities. You can strengthen your abilities and might by giving your memories to the goddess. The more important the memory is to you, the stronger the buff you receive. However, the strengthening effect does not last long. Plus, that goddess was probably the guardian goddess. And the warrior must be the constellation killer. There was little doubt. The guardian goddess was divided into 5 parts: idol, compassion, prayer, sacrifice, and salvation. With this, I reaped 4 parts of the goddess. The last part, salvation, was in the form of one of the constellation killer's skills. Humph. Bei Hurayong snorted. All these skills are creepy because we don't truly know who the constellation killer is. It's foreboding. They're all good abilities, but it's unnerving. I don't know why the constellations would be so interested in a broken human. I nodded. I've decided what to choose. The cons far outweigh the pros, though. Bei Hurayong objected. Just pass this time. You don't need Puppet Parade or Salvation of a Torn Goddess now. I hate to admit it, but your skill list is pretty complete. Except for your Goblin High Society. Goblin High Society is a skill that will soar one day. It's your head that will soar. No, it has already flown beautifully once. In any case, if you take a stupid skill now, you'll damage your synergy. Yes, I know that, but there is something I can use. I had to defeat the constellation killer. But victory didn't mean I had to get rid of him. I can do much better. I would make the constellation killer admit that his method was wrong. It wasn't about simply overwhelming him with brute force. Rather, I would make my method defeat the constellation killer's method. That is what victory was. The constellation killer. I reached out for a card. Lafanta Ejim. Thinking about the hunter who had multiple titles. Thinking about the man whose first name I still don't know. Selection complete. The skill is being copied. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Let's end our old nightmare. 3. When I regressed a day, I hadn't even cleared the fairy tale world yet. I spent a month in the constellation killer's trauma world. But not even a single day had passed in the tower. Eventually, I cleared the fairy tale world again. I knew that the evangelist of everlasting happiness was planning a surprise attack in advance, so I cleared it much more easily than before. However, the willpower and stamina that I used were the same. Next time, I'm going to take a day off before I climb the tower. Once again, I realized the importance of save points. Count Nim. Immediately after clearing the fairy tale world and returning to the Great Library, I spoke to the Count. I have a small favor to ask you. Ooh, what is it? Treasure of our tower, prize of our Sangrian. Tell me anything. I'll help you. The Count greeted me more enthusiastically than usual. The shape of her mouth was curved like the letter W. Was it because the price to clear the stage was much lower than she thought it would be? For a moment, I couldn't help but remember the Count I'd encountered in the trauma. He sent that sort of text. Wasn't he really crazy? I froze. What's wrong? The Sangrian guildmaster in front of me tilted her head to the side. You're pale all of a sudden. No, it's nothing. I just blanked out for a moment. I quickly shook my head, trying to rid my mind of the thoughts. The classmate in the trauma simply had the Count's appearance. In the end, it was fake. I couldn't compare the fake to the person in front of me. It was incredibly disrespectful to the Count. Did you put too much energy into the apocalypse just now? Be careful. You need to be careful while you're young so you don't go nuts when you're old. Anyway, what's the favor? I would like to send a letter to the outside world, I said. It doesn't matter if it's not a letter, but there is someone I need to contact as soon as possible. Count, you have the ability to interact with the outside world. Please help me send the letter.
Ojo.
Of course. It's easy. The Count held her fan. If it doesn't have to be a letter, you can use more convenient methods. Which country are you sending the letter to? It'd be a bit hard to send letters to countries with governments that have collapsed. That's fine. I'd like to send it to the country where I was born. Death King's birth country. Then it's fine. There is an ambassador in that country, so we can get in touch with them right away. Let's see. Where is that woman? The Count looked around. It wasn't just us in the great library, but every hunter with an epithet. The Count pointed to one of them with her fan. Communications officer. Madam Seo, come over here for a bit. What is it now? A middle-aged female hunter approached us. The 7th rank hunter. It was the wide-range communications officer. The wide-range communications officer wore a sari, a traditional Indian dress, around her shoulders, and she frowned the entire way as she walked over to us. Perhaps she didn't get along with the Count. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, the communications officer, and she comes from the same homeland as I do. Ahaha. But the difference between our origins is like heaven and earth. If you just called me over here to talk nonsense, then I'll be on my way. Whoa. Calm down, Madam Brahmin. I'm gonna set up a sanctuary to talk with the outside world. So please connect us for a while. It's a country with an ambassador, so it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Why should I? It's not mine, but the Death King's request. The wide-range communications officer turned to look at me. I put my hands together and politely bowed my head. Please. The wide-range communications officer also brought her hands together and bowed. She looked back and forth between me and the Count before sighing heavily as if she'd given up. If it was some crude man's request, I would have declined it immediately. But Death King, I also watched from afar as you devoted yourself to the tower. Your commitment should be rewarded. I'll help you. Yeah. As expected, you get along well with noble people. Like calls to like. If you run your mouth one more time, I'm leaving. Oh my, don't be like that. You should be more generous. But fine. Hey, I get it. Let's just do this. The Count smiled before taking something out of her pocket. It was a small pouch. The Count then took a handful of glittering, purple powder before sprinkling it in a circle on the library floor. The Great Mother Vina. Vina, a wish is a prayer. Please let it not be torn by screams. Let us be by your side as you stay by our side. Make this space your sanctuary. Whoosh! Purple light came out of the purple powder. The area of purple light was similar in size to a public phone booth. Then the wide-range communications officer turned to me. Give me your smartphone. Ah, yes. I handed my phone to the communications officer, who tapped the phone 3 times with a bent finger.
Top.
It looked as though she'd drawn a triangle with her fingertips. Go through. Connect. When noise reaches someone, it becomes a sound. And when there is a person here and a person there, connections sing and the world makes a choir. The smartphone was then wrapped in blue light. The communications officer nodded slightly. Take it. I took my phone back. The Count beamed. Enter the sanctuary, Death King. The communications officer grimaced. If you make a call, it will be received. If you send mail, they will reply. Call charges are measured separately, but I can pay that much for you. However, following the agreement with the outside world, all communications must be monitored to ensure they remain within the scope of international law. That shouldn't be a problem, though. It doesn't matter if it's a crime as long as you don't mention it directly. Well, if you want to send a secret message, tell me separately. There are ways to bypass the laws. The two of them spoke casually, but this was a collaboration between the hunters ranked 5th and 7th. Only a handful of people could ever enjoy such a privilege. Yes, thank you. Holding my smartphone, I entered the sanctuary. Then, I pressed it. The first phone number I memorized in my life. It was a number I hadn't dialed in years. But human memory was strange, for no matter how much time had passed, it was not a number I could ever forget. Ring, ring. The phone's connecting sound rang for a while. If the other person changed their number, then this would be pointless. But he said that he would never change his number so that we could call at any time. He didn't lie. Hello? I couldn't speak. Hello? Who is this? The voice was a little older than the cries I heard on the rooftop of the trauma. It was a little more tired, but the essence hadn't changed, and I regretted that it took me so long to hear this voice that hadn't changed. I should have called sooner. Regardless of whether I abandoned the outside world and entered the tower, I shouldn't have abandoned the people. Director. Sme Gongja.
Kim Gongja.
Silence fell for a moment over the call. Right? It's been a long time. The director. The oldest voice in my memory reverberated. Chapter 138. Surviving 3. I thought you might call one day. I saw that you've been well. I'm sorry for taking so long to contact you. I should have. You're busy with life and work. I know what it's like to be that age. I heard a small cough over the phone, and the director cleared his throat. Sometimes, strangers come and ask if you are from our orphanage. At first, I thought you had done something terrible. But the others from your generation showed me a video and cleared up the misunderstanding. By the way, you call yourself Death King? You have an interesting naming sense. I didn't choose the title myself. The Tower. Of course. It's been a while since I last heard your voice.
I'm relieved.
Gongja? What's wrong? I grasped the phone. Pressed down the emotions that climbed up my throat. There's something I have to ask you, Director. Say it. No, wait a minute. How serious is it? Tell me that first. It's very serious. Probably more serious than anything I've ever asked you about. Then give me 2 minutes, no, 3 minutes. I'm lying on the sofa right now. I'll get up, get some coffee, and listen to you properly. Don't hang up. Wait just 3 minutes. Okay. Now that I thought about it, his life must have been so difficult. I could only imagine the kind of malice he had to suffer in order to become such a good man. If we gathered all the good people in this world, we would be able to see all the malice of the world as well. How is the orphanage these days? Are you healthy? Seeing that you're changing the subject like this, it really must be serious. I'm fine. There are more teachers now. I'm basically director in name only, and I don't have to do much. The sponsorships have increased. And the food is more delicious. That's good to hear. I'm in my office now. Tell me what you wanted to say. I took a deep breath. Director, when you were younger, did you graduate from Shinseo Middle and High School? The other end of the line became eerily silent. It was tense. I heard a liquid splashing. The director had taken a sip of his coffee and gulped down the black water. Yes. I graduated from Shinseo High. Even now, it's a pretty prestigious place. By any chance, I wished it wasn't. Were you the class president in your second year? Maybe it had just been an illusion created by the trauma. Everything I saw could have been fake. The director could just be a good person who enjoyed a normal, happy school life. I hoped. Silence befell once again. You're right. Then, the director's voice sounded. I was the class president. It's already been decades since then. Both the director and I fell silent. My heart throbbed as I thought of the things I had to say. The atmosphere felt heavy. Maybe the director felt it too, as he kept his mouth closed, waiting for me. Director, speak. When you were class president, by any chance, on the roof of the school, was there anyone like that? The sound of breathing stopped. Yes, the director said. There was. My nightmare proved to be reality. I never talked about it properly before, but yes, there was. The hallways I walked, the chains on the door to the school roof that looked down at, the desolate wasteland of a schoolyard, the shack in the middle of the dump, all of them, without exception, were true. Only, don't die, please. I'm begging you, together. Let's live in a different world together. Only the ending was a lie. Yeah. Class president. In this world, let's survive together. The things that should have been false were true. The one thing that needed the most to be true was false. That was the story of and the director. Director. I could barely speak. Do you remember that person's name? No one in this world knew his name. He was a man from the wilderness. The people of the empire named him Lefanta to honor him. He was the killer of constellations. Thus, the people of the tower called him the Constellation Killer. He was a man who had been abandoned by the outside world. No one tried to remember him, so now there was only one person in the world who could say his name.
Kim Yul. 1.
Someone called out a name for the sake of one person. That child's name is Kim Yul Gongja. I closed my eyes. I remembered the conversation I had with the crusader in the school hallway. The very last row in the classroom. The student sitting by the window. Do you remember him? More or less, since he's a classmate. I think his name is... The noise was removed.
Kim Yul.
There was someone with that name. I don't feel sorry for you. Kim Yul. He was small enough to be covered by the curtains whenever the wind blew through the classroom window. He was a child who quietly took out a notebook and looked through it before class began. He was a child who yanked the chain on the iron door even though he knew it wouldn't open.
Sorry, Kim. I'm sorry, kropka.
Decades ago. Before I was born. I'm so sorry that such a child had existed in this world. Gongja? And there was someone who had lived those decades. Are you crying? No, never mind. Anyway, where did you hear about Kim Yul? I didn't think anyone remembered. Someone who was smart enough to enter such a prestigious school with a scholarship. Who was so zealous that he remained at the top of his class even in such a prestigious place. Who studied for 4 or 5 hours every day when he could have been sleeping. To be someone who could create the future he wanted. What kind of dream did he have when he entered high school? What kind of future did he envision? I don't know how you found out about him, really. However, this person saw. He saw humans, beasts, death. No one cares about you. No one, nobody, not one of them. At that time, one person's time stopped. And for the other person, the freedom of choice that everyone deserved disappeared. The director devoted the rest of his life to prove something. At that time, there was a child named Kim Yul. Director, he's here. What are you talking about?
Kim Yul.
Director's classmate. That child. I still don't understand what you're saying. He lived in a garbage dump at the foot of the mountain. That Kim Yul. The very last row in the classroom. The seat by the window. He sat there. I continued. The collar of his school uniform was always dirty. The guy who was dating the student council president was a bastard who bullied him. His older brother was a singer. Because he was being harassed by the class through text messages. Kim Yul was forced to hand over the phone that wasn't even his. Did you know that there was a small farm behind the school? They reared rabbits and chickens. It was supposed to be taken care of by the farming club, but no one wanted to do it after a foreigner jumped with her newborn. That's why Kim Yul started taking care of it. How? The director's voice shook. Gongja, how do you... Director, you tried to stop it. You've been trying to stop it since the first year. But after your investigations, you stopped because the main culprit's parents were on the school board. Didn't you? The president of the church you attended was also a member, right? Seryun Presbyterian Church. You told your homeroom teacher, but you couldn't do anything more because of your scholarship. How? He's here, director. I held the phone and dropped my head. He's here. There was a long silence. 4 days. Then the director spoke again.
No.
Give me a week. The student, whose time was stopped decades ago, spoke in a voice that sounded older and wearier. I'll come there. For a week passed in an instant. During that week, the director liquidated all of his assets. Anyone could enter the tower, but you could not bring anything from the outside world. In other words, the director had given up everything he had achieved, earned, and collected in his life. I was thinking of retiring anyway. It had been a long time since I saw the director, but he looked much older than I remembered. I found someone to be my replacement. There were still some things in the region that needed to be done, but what can the government officials do now that I've come to the tower? They'll have to figure it out themselves. Welcome, director. I'm not the director anymore, but call me whatever you like. The director smiled bitterly. Naturally, as someone who had only just entered the tower, the director didn't have a title. People without epithets had not yet been allowed to enter the great library, but I talked to the corner librarian and succeeded in making an exception for the director. Coming here, I can see how successful you've become. Everywhere I go, I only hear about you, Gongja. After entering the tower, dozens of people gathered at the entrance to guide me. Well, I have a bit of influence in the tower. I'm currently number 2 in the rankings, director. You were always last when it came to studying. The director looked at me with new eyes. Princess Pyongyang could reform the foolish Ondel. His gaze reminded me of what I saw in the trauma. While I was overwhelmed with emotion, the director was greeted by the rest of my colleagues. Aha! So you are the one who raised Death King. I am called the Heretic Questioner. Please take care of me. I am the Black Dragon Master. I will forever be indebted to Death King. The Death King is also the vice head of our guilds. If you have any troubles while in the tower, feel free to let me know. I'm the Crusader, and I'm in charge of the security in Babylon on the first floor. Teacher, I heard that you ran an orphanage outside. It's hard to talk about since we're meeting for the first time, but the tower is always in need of professionals. I'll make a formal visit to you later. Yes, everyone, thank you for your hospitality. The director responded to the hunters like he was used to it. Once the welcoming procession passed and the two of us were alone, the director spoke. I'm used to things like this since one of your peers became the youngest member of the National Assembly. At that time, dozens of people came over every week to greet me. Huh? Who? Kim Hanbija. Do you remember him? He's now a representative. You probably didn't realize it because he changed his name. I was shocked. This news wasn't something I'd heard before my 4,000-day regression. I had stopped paying attention to my homeland. Seriously? No way. He's just an idiot. What did he change his name to? Kim Hanbai. Then he just cut off the last syllable? He is an idiot, isn't he? I can say this now that you're an adult, Gongja, but you were also an idiot. A great king of fools. Eck, wasn't I a little smart? I never knew that people could be so bad at math until I raised you kids. Death King, you're lucky that the tower rankings are not determined by test scores. Bei Hurayong giggled from behind. I'm going to hear a lot of Gongja's dark history today. Good, good. Say more. The director and I continued talking pleasantly. I spoke to the librarian in advance so that our conversation would not be overheard. He granted my request, and not just that, but he got the bookmark maids to serve us tea and refreshments. I saw it in the videos, but this really is a strange world. Here. The director looked at a bookmark maid suspiciously. So, finally, after sweeping through the entire library, the director's eyes once again settled on my face. Where is that child? I told the director everything. About my abilities, about the trauma, and about the person named Lafanta Ejim, and the Constellation Killer. The director listened to everything I said with a blank expression on his face. But expressionless didn't mean emotionless. For more than an hour, the director sat still without taking even a single sip of the tea. It's also hard to believe. Any of it. Yes. However, it would otherwise be impossible for you to know about Kim Yul. Since childhood, I'd always found the director's expressions to be hard to read. But that had changed after the trauma. The director was afraid. Kim Yul wasn't even in our yearbook. There were no photos or traces of him. No matter where I looked, I could not find anything, and no one seemed to care. Think about it, Gongja. Could you pretend that the seat was empty the whole time? How could they smile so brightly for the photos? For a very long time, I couldn't understand how they could smile, right? I'm sure they're living well even now. The director looked down at his teacup with an indifferent expression. He quietly took a sip of his tea, which had already cooled a long time ago, and looked me in the eyes. It's fine. That child. No, the trace of that child. Please show him to me. I nodded. 100 ghosts reincarnation. The shadows spread. They squirmed, as though they were alive, and flowed like water before gradually rising to the shape of a human. The waves turned into silver hair, and the puddles formed neat clothes. Lafanta Ejim. The constellation killer looked around. This is an unexpected situation. The silver-haired man spoke in a blunt tone. Was I abducted? Did you kidnap a puppet and forcefully awaken it? My power, I can't use it. I suppose that either the puppet system was tampered with or very powerful mental magic was used. The man who lost his black hair. His name. His memory. Kim Yul had already forgotten his origins. So the man before us was a completely different person from Kim Yul. He was Lafanta Ejim, the constellation killer. Therefore, no one could call him Kim Yul. Kim Yul SSI. Except for the one person who had witnessed his beginning. The constellation killer turned to look at the director. The director slowly kneeled on the library floor. I am one of the people who killed Kim Yul. I wanted to tell you this for a very long time. Sincerely. The director put his forehead to the ground. I'm sorry. The constellation killer's expression hardened. Chapter 139. Latecomer. 1. The protagonists' living inside stories sparkled like constellations. I had no interest in the constellations that shone in the night sky. My stars were the characters. Their stories were my resplendent constellations. There were countless stars in space and infinite stories in the universe. I want to see the stories a little more. Thoughtlessly, I touched the light of the stars. Just a bit more. That was all. 2. Silence settled in the library. The great library of all things. A place where each book contained a world. Countless people lived in countless worlds, and each of them had a story. Here, 2 characters from one of the books, the Epic of Lafanta Ejim, were present. The constellation killer quietly looked down at the director. Did you say you are one of the people who killed me? Yes. Kim Yul SSI. What a strange thing to say. The constellation killer's voice was dull. My death was recorded 153 years, 7 months, and 9 days ago. The name of the one who killed me at that time is the Sword Emperor. The constellation killer pulled out an old notebook. That diary was the last stop that Kim Yul ever reached. A vow that he would only leave behind the traces of his past but never remember his past himself. The features of the Sword Emperor as recorded in the diary are different from yours. Just like how my skeletons would never let go of their daggers after being swallowed by the 100 Ghosts reincarnation, the constellation killer only had one old notebook. Are you the next generation of the Sword Emperor? From my understanding, the Sword Emperor is not the type to apologize to anyone. He is not the type to seek an apology either. The director must have realized. I judge that you are not the next generation of the Sword Emperor, and you are not someone who has killed me. You have no reason to apologize to me. That he was already late. Therefore, I do not accept your apology. Firstly, my name is Lafanta Ejim. My epithet is the constellation killer. You looked at me and called me Kim Yul. However, nowhere in the diary is it recorded that I was ever called Kim Yul. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Kim Yul SSI. The director's voice was shaking. Kim Yul is the name you had before you were called Lafanta Ejim. It is a name from long ago before you obtained the diary. The world that you used to live in was. It is no use. Someone came to my side and muttered. It was the librarian. He whispered to me so quietly that the constellation killer and the director could not hear it. It's a touching scene. I can admit that. On one side, the victim sealed in time. On the other, the bystander frozen by time. The scene is as beautiful as a painting. I looked at the librarian. The corner librarian rejoices but also despairs. He was wearing a peculiar expression. He seemed sad yet also happy. While his eyes woefully looked down, his breath was flush. However, Death King, Too many things happened too late. The Constellation Killer can never be saved. It doesn't matter if he accepts an apology now. The Constellation Killer remembers nothing. His appearance and mindset are completely different from those of Kim Yul. How can he receive an apology for something he does not remember? How can he forgive someone for something he cannot recall? I said quietly, you know that I'm a regressor, right? The librarian smiled. Of course. How? Do you regress whenever I do? No, that is not how it works. In particular, your returner's clockwork watch skill is so special that even a constellation cannot easily approach its dignity. But I, like other constellations, have a clever power. The librarian flicked his finger. Snap. Then a book flew at us. Plus, The Tale of the Ascending City. Plus, the book was the one that the constellation had shown us when we first set foot in the Great Library. Remember this? It's the book of your world. We cannot call it an apocalypse because it has not perished. The librarian's eyes perked up. Now guess, whom do you think I would designate as the protagonist of The Tale of the Ascending City? It was obvious. Me, right? That's correct. Is everything related to me recorded in that book? Do you know what skills I have, when and how I regress and all? Ah! The librarian smirked and flipped open a page of The Tale of the Ascending City. The kiss of time that you shared with Raviel Ivantia, the love and intimacy were truly sweet. You resolved the situation in a completely unexpected way. It became one of my favorite scenes. Of course, the trauma you experienced this time is also in this book. That is why I allowed that person to enter the library, though he does not have an epithet. The librarian was referring to the director. Even now, the director was desperately trying to explain to the Constellation Killer who he was and what had happened. However, the Constellation Killer's expressionless face did not change. You've worked hard, Death King, said the librarian. You made an attempt. You tried and you did your best. But it's already too late for the Constellation Killer. It is a rule that the best ending is difficult to reach, no matter how hard the characters try. This is the normal ending that is allowed for the Constellation Killer. The librarian was sad, but he seemed even more happy. Except for the bad ending, it is an acceptable ending for the Constellation Killer to reach. Though sadly, the Constellation Killer won't know it himself. Your efforts, the orphanage director's regrets, everything is futile. The Constellation Killer will remain as a weapon that slaughters constellations. Forever. No matter what move I make? Yes, no matter what you do. The librarian slowly began to put The Tale of the Ascending City in his breast pocket. At that moment, I reached out and grabbed his wrist. The librarian flinched. If you're that confident, I looked straight down at the librarian. The two of us. Shall we make a bet? A bet? I can connect Kim Yul's timeline with the Constellation Killer's. Just as Kim Yul became the Constellation Killer, I will make the Constellation Killer become Kim Yul. Then, he'll be able to receive the apology from the director. Don't be thoughtless. Did I not tell you? It's simply impossible. That's why. I gripped the librarian's wrist tighter. Let's make a bet. You said he's one of your favorite characters. The Constellation Killer. I'll bring back his memories by any means possible. You should help too. Well, you don't have to do too much to help. Just as much help as you gave to send me to the Epic of Lefanta Ejim. The Constellation's eyes narrowed. What if you fail even after I help? What will I gain? You can do whatever you want with me for 10 years. The librarian faltered. You said you wanted to pluck my eyebrows and keep the hair? You can. I think you wanted to cut my nails. Do that too. I'll let you do everything you want, so you can play around to your heart's content for 10 years. The librarian's eyes shook. Anything, you say? Yes. Why, you're saying something very scary. Death King, I have been very polite before you so far. If I do whatever I want, I would do something magnificent and grand. Just look at the bookmark maids. The bet. Will you, or won't you? The librarian's lips quivered slightly. For a moment, his eyes were stained with greed. Like the Constellation Killer, I was another character he loved. The librarian looked at me like a snake would its prey. I must adhere to the principle of non-intervention. The librarian gulped. But it's a different story if the character asks first. That's why I granted the butler's wish in The Tale of Stormwind Academy. All right, Death King, I will assist you. However, if you fail to connect the Constellation Killer with Kim Yul, I will take your 10 years and enjoy it well. Okay. Still holding the librarian's wrist, I walked toward the Constellation Killer and the director. Click, click. Footsteps echoed in the area of the library where everyone else had left. Hey, zombie, are you crazy? Why are you making this bet? Bei Hurayong was making a fuss. Are you betting? 'Cause you're 100% sure you'll win? Huh? You think that social recluse will support you because you're his fave or whatever, but that guy's also a constellation. Constellation. Not only that, but he's a high-class perv. You don't know what'll happen if you entrust your soul to that bastard. It's all right. I'm completely confident I'll win. For a long time, I'd been thinking about why the tower existed. It wasn't that something needed a reason to exist, but to me, at least, the tower seemed to have been built for a definite reason. Because of the tower, thanks to the tower, those who had turned their backs to the outside world were able to start their lives again. To live life once more. Some may call it rebirth, and others may call it reincarnation. Constellation Killer. For some, it meant reunion. Director. And thus, the halted times resumed. Film a teen movie with me. The Constellation Killer and the director stared at me. The first to open his mouth was the Constellation Killer. What does that mean? Constellation Killer. You cannot accept the director's apology because you lost your memory. You don't even think you need it. But if you could accept it, you'd want to. The Constellation Killer opened his diary and nodded. That is true. We have only talked for a short while, but the person kneeling before me is very kind. He is principled. I judge that it is not principles with which he was born but ones he acquired by suffering through life. If it is possible, I would like to accept his apology. Director. I looked at the director. He was still kneeling on the floor of the library. If you could apologize to Kim Yul SSI, even my life. The director responded immediately, not waiting for me to finish my words. I would gladly give up my soul for it. Yes. Thank you. I grabbed the director's hand and pulled him up. His hand was old and stout. I remembered then that it had been a long time since I last held the director's hands. I remembered building a tower of sand on the playground with the director a very long time ago. Director, this story became possible thanks to you. Because he did not forget, I was able to be raised in an orphanage. If even the director forgot Kim Yul, like everyone else did, this moment would never have occurred. The life of Kim Yul wove the life of the director. The director's life created my life. Now, my life had reaped the life of the Constellation Killer, and the three of us managed to find a place here. The three of us were connected. I'll never allow this to all be in vain. It may be a little late, but the time had come to give back to the one who had raised me. Librarian. I grabbed the director's hand tightly and turned to face the constellation. The librarian smiled like he was sure he would win the bet. Speak, Death King, my beloved hunter. Me, the Constellation Killer, and the director. I'll challenge the next stage with these two. Oho! The librarian's eyes twinkled like he was intrigued. That's quite commendable. You intend to build relationships between you three again, even if it's a bit late? Ho. Well, that's one possible ending. It's kind of an open ending, with something like, our story begins now. No. I reached out my free hand and took a book from him. It's not like that. The Tale of the Ascending City. A book in which I was the main character. I choose this book for the next stage. The librarian tilted his head back and forth, confused. I'm sorry. I don't understand. The Tale of the Ascending City is happening in real time already. There is no point in making it into a stage and challenging it. You said it before. I was chosen as the protagonist of this book. So, everything I've gone through has been recorded. Yes, but? Send the three of us to one of the events I've gone through. What event do you mean? The trauma. Suddenly, the smile dropped from the librarian's face. I looked calmly at the constellation in front of me. You just said it. Of course, the trauma you experienced this time is also in this book. That trauma ended in tragedy. The world was destroyed. It may have only been an illusion, but it was swallowed up by the void, and all of the stories of every character came to an end. Librarian, by your classifications, that trauma is indisputably an apocalypse. Ah! The librarian opened his mouth. He looked up at me with eyes filled with astonishment. Death King, you can't possibly. Send the three of us to the Shinseo Middle and High School apocalypse. Of course, the Constellation Killer is Kim Yul, and the director is the class president. I am the bully. If he can't accept an apology, if he can't forgive because of his lost memory, and allow immersion, it'll be enough to bring back those memories. Like how the heretic questioner was immersed in the Lady of the Golden Silk and became her character. Like I was immersed in the butler and gained more and more of the butler's memories. If the Constellation Killer becomes immersed as Kim Yul, then Kim Yul's memories will be grafted to the Constellation Killer. The Constellation Killer will be able to remember his days as Kim Yul. Librarian.
No, Amustra.
That was right. We were a little late. But nothing was over yet. Open the book. The librarian stopped breathing. Chapter 140. Latecomer. 2. It was silent. What? There was nobody around. This place was near the forbidden books that the librarian had pointed out. Only 3 people, excluding the librarian, were here, and no eyes were watching us. So, the librarian's stammering sounded even louder. What a cruel thing to do. The librarian covered his mouth with his sleeve. Death King, do you recognize what you're saying? The Constellation Killer died in that school's world. No, these words aren't enough. That world made the Constellation Killer die. It forsook him, but you want him to enter that world again to regain Kim Yul's memories. That's so. The reason the librarian couldn't finish his words was not because he was grumbling. It was because I had let go of the director's hand to hold the librarian's wrist. His sleeve slid down, revealing his bare face. The librarian was grinning. Cruel thing to do? That's right. It is cruel. I bluntly stared at the librarian. He already seemed to be imagining the stage I proposed as his cheeks burned red. But you're biased. Do you know what's really cruel? The people who lived in the chronicles of the heavenly demon. The common people. The humans who turned into corpses not knowing why, because a constellation died at the hands of the Constellation Killer. What they suffered through is true cruelty. Ahem. Well, that is a fair point. The librarian's eyes were half closed. So, in the end, you plan to return all of the Constellation Killer's memories? If I can do such a thing, of course I will. Will you make him apologize to the numerous victims in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon? Do you know how many constellations the Constellation Killer has slaughtered so far? Will you make him apologize to everyone who lived in that world and everyone who died? Yes, at least for the people of the world I've become responsible for. Death King, the librarian gasped. You speak so prettily of the road to hell. The constellation spoke as if I was a devil tempting him to ruin. It's only natural that I have favorites. I know how the path ended for a human who chose a path like yours. This knowledge is infinitely regrettable. That person, no, it is against my agreement to reveal this information. I'm sorry to interrupt this enjoyable conversation, but I let go of the librarian's wrist and uttered softly, "Open the book." The librarian giggled. Happily, the librarian opened The Tale of the Ascending City. The trauma you dreamed of is nothing more than a fantasy. It's an artificial, temporary world. Even if you fix the ending, it cannot be incorporated into the true history. To put it bluntly, it is a side story. Honestly, I have never enjoyed such a delicacy, so I am uncertain how the stage will be handled. Black smoke billowed out of the book. Yes, black smoke. Up till now, white light was exuded whenever an apocalypse was opened. This time was different. The ominous, writhing smoke was as black as the tentacles of the void that had swallowed the nightmare. Huh? Seeing it, the librarian was a little surprised. He seemed to have noticed something. This is the shade of Zrakwa's Asin. Ah, of course. I thought that even a golden contract would not have enough power to materialize a world through trauma. Indeed, someone very important must have intervened to favor Death King to this extent. Many people will be overcome with jealousy. Someone favored me? Who? The corner librarian is trying to negotiate. While I was questioning things, the librarian was muttering like he was speaking with someone. MHM. If so, the viewers for this stage that will be difficult. That world has already become the master's domain. True. Then, please leave a record in the apocalypse after the challenge is over, at least. The black smoke writhed. Good. As expected, you are a gentleman who understands reason. Our lovable clown. The librarian smiled. He stroked the black smoke like it was a cute pet. Death King. Constellation Killer. Death King's foster. I designate these three people as new characters in the Tale of the Ascending City side story. When you guys open your eyes, the world of the side story will not have come to its unfortunate discontinuation yet. But beware. Especially you, Death King. The librarian twined a black tentacle around his long finger. You have the attention of a higher-up. What do you mean? The tower remembers everything. While I gain a glimpse into your past by reading this book, the tower remembers you in the truest sense. Of course, the tower remembers that you used a shortcut to get up to the 50th floor. Because you broke the strict rules of the tower, you must receive a penalty. The tower asks you, do you really, truly trust your foster and the Constellation Killer? The black smoke on the librarian's fingers twitched. Do you believe that the one who raised you will not crumble with guilt? The Constellation Killer may be vengeful, and he may not even forgive your foster. It is possible that no one can apologize or forgive those two. Do you really? The librarian glanced at the Constellation Killer and the director. Believe you can reach a different ending than in the past? It was a foreboding question. However, it was also a question with an answer. I'm sorry, class president. I had memories of Kim Yul and the class president. I wasn't trying to hurt someone like you. The Kim Yul I saw was a very strong person. He was someone who took care of the animals even in the hell that was his life. There was someone. I didn't think there'd be anyone. Much more than the Constellation Killer, who had killed countless constellations. I'm glad there was even a single person who was worth my forgiveness. The Kim Yul who met the director was stronger as a human being. He was unbelievably strong. The director, too. The director survived in a world without Kim Yul. Yes. The two of them lost hope only because they met each other too late. I believed in the breath and voices the two shared on the roof that day. That was the truth. Not all fantasies are illusions. I opened my mouth. I believe in these two. The librarian smiled. The poor beasts. The smoke wrapped around his fingers melted away. Swoosh. In an instant, the black fog spread, devouring the bodies of the Constellation Killer, the director, and myself. Prove it, if it's possible. Just before my sight went dark, I saw the librarian's grinning face before me. Though you won't be the one to prove it. The world turned black. You will receive a severe penalty. You are being deployed to the world 1 year before the other challengers. You are immersed deeply in character from the start. I heard a voice. Currently, your immersion rate is 95%. The nightmare began. 3. Penalty. As soon as I opened my eyes. The immersion rate is at 95%. I started to move. I don't have time to hesitate. There's no time. The immersion rate will rise to 100% soon. I have to finish all of the preparations before then. It would be easy to begrudge the cruel penalty. It would be easy to get angry, asking why I was the only one who entered a year earlier. But how would that change anything? I couldn't waste my precious time with resentment and fury. In the end, it's about forcibly grasping the past that the Constellation Killer discarded. So I must also be ready to receive unwanted memories, even if they are the nauseating memories of the perpetrator of the bullying. It isn't enough to return Kim Yul's past to the Constellation Killer. Kim Yul has to feel that he wants to live again. The director will do whatever he can for it. But I made a harsh judgment. The director alone isn't enough. Yeah, unlike the future, the director of this time is just a normal high school student. The actions of a single high schooler are too limited. Before I get completely engulfed in the perpetrator's ego. Revenge. I was doing what I could, so that the director and Kim Yul can take revenge on this scummy beast. I moved. Currently, your immersion rate is 95%. Last time, when I saw the end of the trauma, I belatedly felt regret. I grieved. I could have done even a bit better, but I hadn't. Maybe I was too disconcerted. Though I was possessing the bully, I didn't take advantage of what I could do in the position as the perpetrator, what I could do because I was the perpetrator. I can get evidence of the violence. That was something only I can do. Collecting proof. Everyone, stand up. In the classroom. Bow to our teacher. The director seemed to have been the class president in his first year, too. Does the student who gets the responsibility keep it over the years? His face was not that of the Black Dragon Master but the young face of my orphanage director. There's only 1 year left now. Unlike me, the director has not possessed his old self. Neither has Kim Yul. Kim Yul too was in the same class in his first year. Just like the last nightmare, Kim Yul was exiled to the back row's window seat. That spot should have been the best place to sit, but it became a sort of forbidden zone because it was easy to be bullied there in secret. Plop, plop. When the teacher turned his back to the blackboard, students lumped the eraser crumbs into a dense ball. They cut off the sharp mechanical pencil lead into bits and put it on that eraser ball. It looked like a porcupine curling in on itself. Covertly, the other students threw the sharp rounds at Kim Yul. PFT. Kiki. Each time Kim Yul was hit by the eraser rounds, he flinched a little. He tried to ignore it, but the pointy mechanical lead made his neck turn red. Young beasts enjoyed acting on their malice in various ways. 1 year. I held myself back. This is something that happened decades ago. Society had been worse back then than when I was young. Much worse. If we want to prove that there was bullying, we need physical evidence. If it was just a single incidence of bullying, the punishment won't be much. We have to prove that it was done maliciously and deliberately over a long time. That was the only way to screw these beasts over. You had to be as vicious as they were. Hey guys, look here. Ha! Ka-click. I took pictures of their violence. Cell phone photos in this time were blurry. I bought a digital camera to take photos and a camcorder to shoot videos.
Sunbeinim.
One of my underclassmen from middle school was worried. In the previous trauma, he had looked like Demon Lord Woleong of the 4 Demon Lords. Is it okay to take pictures of this? Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna show a few people and delete it. Hey, I'm bored. So introduce yourself. What? My name is. I recorded every single day without skipping. There was no end to the wrongdoings that I and the people around me did. Smoking was just a cute prank. I not only harassed Kim Yul but also other students often, including a middle school student. Damn. Was this normal? Did it happen in other schools too? If so, if this happened in every elementary, middle, and high school, every school in this land, why was nobody stopping it? Why was everyone silent? How could they remain silent? Kim Yul looked up at me from the ground, having been pushed. We were behind the school. My gang and I attacked Kim Yul while he was taking care of the rabbits and chickens. We made fun of him for taking care of the animals, calling him a bumpkin. I was wondering what you smelled like. So it was sh*T. Why are you raising chickens? To eat their eggs? Should I buy you an egg? Kim Yul didn't say a word. He just stared at me while I recorded with my camcorder. His black eyes shone in the small screen of the camcorder. Currently, your immersion rate is 95%. One day. Currently, your immersion rate is 96%. Another. Currently, your immersion rate is 97%. The hellish records piled up. It's dangerous now. It was when 11 months had passed that I felt my limit. I don't know when my immersion rate will surpass 99%. My mind had already turned into sludge. At some point, I stopped feeling anger even when I filmed Kim Yul being bullied. I felt no guilt, only a subtle sense of ridicule and impulsive pleasure. My part ends here. I picked up a cardboard box, 103 tapes,
311 Videos,
30,790 photos. My and Kim Yul's cell phones, filled with text messages. 2. All the evidence was stamped with the exact date and location. It was a record of time that nobody could deny. There were no loopholes for lies such as, I feel sorry for my past mistakes, or, I didn't mean it like that. Director. I put the box down in front of the house where the director's family lived. When he was young, the director lived in a townhouse. I rang the doorbell and hid. The director came out. Ha! The director, who hadn't been possessed yet, looked around and tilted his head. Hello? Who? The director looked at the box and stopped. On top of the box was a sheet of paper I had printed something on. Plus, I'm sending you all of the evidence. Please decide how to use it. If you decide to take action, please do so after 30 days. Plus, the director had been a cautious person since he was young. Instead of taking the box inside right away, he brought out a knife to unseal the box. Then he slowly checked the contents. The director's face hardened. He looked around once more, and, remaining vigilant to the end, he quietly and carefully took the box inside. Thud. The door closed. Ah! I finally felt relieved. I endured it. I could finally breathe for the first time since I fell into this world. It's done. I did it. I held on and now it's done. I did it. On the way home, I looked up at the dark night sky. I finished everything I could do. Could I have done something else? Was there a slightly better way? Will the days ahead really be worth more than the violence I could have prevented in the past 11 months? Currently, your immersion rate is 98%. I don't know. I lay in bed. I don't know, but I didn't give up because I didn't know. That's right. This must be the correct way. If anybody can change the end of this world, it's Kim Yul. It's the director. I'll leave everything to those two. It isn't my role. Currently, your immersion rate is 99%. I put my hands together. The villain just has to disappear, like I was praying. The role given to me in this world is to just wait. I closed my eyes. I'll wait.
Kim Yul.
Director, please. Currently, your immersion rate is 100%.